Up, nerds? How's everybody doing? I hope well. Everybody ready to look at some homebrew today? Ooh, homebrew. What's up, Tuna Melt? You're having an okay time? I accept an okay time. Okay's not half bad. You're making dinner right now? All right, no worries. What's up, Ash? How's it going, buddy? You're working on the Stitch Barbarian subclass. That's cool. Yeah, we're talking D&D. What's up, Doblinda Goblin? It's a fun name. Ugh, gross. Excuse me. Boom! Hey, guys. Hi. How's everybody doing today? Good? I hope you're doing well. What's up, Pat? What's new? This is not so... This is sort of the Eldritch head here. This one's a little bit more Eldritch looking, I think. I'm very burpy today. So, you know, get ready for that. I'm very short today, too. Why am I so short today? I'm like, what's the name? What's the name of that guy who runs the evil... Oh, God, you're not going to know who I'm talking about. What's the name of the guy who runs the evil Warhammer guys who has the ability to change his height at will? He's like one of the evil Primarchs. I'm like that. This is gonna drive me crazy if I don't fix it. Okay, that's close enough, right? Do I oil my beard? Not for stream, but I do in real life a lot of the time. But not for stream usually. Is the new season of The Boys out? Is the new season of The Boys out? All right, guys. We're ending stream early. I got to go watch 3 episodes of The Boys. No, I'm just kidding. But I will be doing that later tonight. That's very cool. My D&D character died Tuesday. Oh, buddy. It's okay to be upset about it. Here's the thing, man. D&D character death is it's like, you know what I think it's very similar to? Here's what I would say. A D&D character death is similar in sadness to you reading a book you really love and you not ever getting to finish it. Which is legit gonna make you sad. Imagine reading 2/3 of a book, really loving it, and then not being able to finish the book ever. That's basically what a character death is in D&D. So yeah, it's like, it totally makes sense for it to be sad. But I think the goal here should be, how do you move forward, right? What do you build up off of being a saddie? And I think the thing is, a character's story can end within the larger story, but the larger story can continue in such a way that new characters entering it can have a pretty big impact. And I think that that is sort of the headspace you gotta have. You're like, okay, now I'm familiar with the world. I'm familiar with the tone of this story. I'm familiar with the vibe of these players. I'm gonna make a new character, and they're gonna be so good feeling because I'm gonna make them work so... because I know exactly what sort of this group is like, you know? Sort of like, it's a very Game of Thrones-y thing, you know? Like, all the main characters die, and you're like, wait, now who's the main characters? And then a bunch of new main characters come, and you're like, oh, okay, word. I'm here with you. Imagine watching 7 seasons of Game of Thrones, then watching season 8. Yeah, it's a little like that, too. That's true. That's true. Today on stream, we are going to be looking at some... One second, I'm going to cough. Today on stream, we're going to be looking at Homebrew. Ooh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And I think my dear companion, my illustrious partner in crime, my platonic lover, my long-lasting friend of space and creation, Patrick Perini is going to join us. What is a platonic lover? I don't know. You can interpret that as you will. Ask Patrick's wife how she feels about that. I'm just kidding. She's fine with it. It means we just love each other and we're fine. We high five forever. Shut up. You made the new character a reborn? Word, word, word. A divination wizard for a reborn using past lives knowledge stuff is cool, for sure. I find it interesting and cool if you don't see your character as the main character, but rather see the world as the main character. That way your character death is a plot twist rather than a story ending. I also think that is a really good way to think about it, but I want to push back a little bit, just because I think it is, unless you are making a D&D show, I don't know if it's fair to assume your players put the story first and not the characters first. Because I also think that when you are playing any sort of TTRPG, it's a game, you know? And I worry for newer Dungeon Masters. I don't think this is as big of a deal for older Dungeon Masters, but for newer Dungeon Masters, I always am a little bit worried that they are so excited to tell the story they want to tell that you can kind of often forget that you should be putting characters first. So while, yes, I agree, it's lovely when that happens, when the players sort of naturally start putting the story first, I would never go into the game with the assumption that that is the right way to do it, or that that's going to happen. But yeah, as a player, I think that is a really good headspace to get into. I agree 100%. Where can I find the stream schedule? I'm super excited for your next Elden Ring stream. My streams, I always post my week. I change my schedule a little bit every week, but generally I stream Monday through Thursday in the afternoon, evening. But I always post my schedule for the week on Sunday, both as a post on my community tab on YouTube, and I post it in my Discord in the schedule section. Anyway, I'm glad you're excited about Elden Ring, dude. Elden Ring's fun. I like Elden Ring. I always feel there's a part of me that doesn't know how to game and stream at the same time, because there's things that I want to do that I don't think would be entertaining. But I'm realizing that I can do some of those things off stream, and it's okay. Like, people are not going to get pissed at me if I do some of the boring stuff that I do want to do. I just don't think it's going to be entertaining on off stream. Like, for example, I just fought the giant deer thing, the bouncy deer. And I couldn't find all the fire totems to activate it. So I just spent like an hour doing that off stream. And it was great. It was fine. I mean, we didn't have to do all that boring stuff. We could just jump right into punching giant flying deer monsters. Speaking of giant flying deer monsters, we have some homebrew to look at today. We don't have that much. I think we got 15 submissions, so not a big wheel tonight. As always, if you are somebody that is a subscriber to the channel on Twitch, or you are a member of the channel at the $5 tier, which I believe is the very cool member, or you are a patron of the channel on Patreon at the $5 tier, you can submit homebrew for my Thursday member reviews. So if you are one of those people, whether you got gifted a sub, a bunch of you got gifted memberships a couple streams ago. So if you got gifted it, you can also do that. And you can find the submission form in my Discord, or in the member tab of YouTube or on Patreon. And if you are looking at it in Discord, you need to make sure that you are connected to Discord. So if you make sure your Twitch account is connected to your Discord account to spot it. And if you're struggling to do that, ask for help in the Discord, and I believe in you. I believe in your ability to solve that problem. Trodosio, I see. How's it going, buddy? You guys want to see the wheel? There's a lot of downtime in Elden Ring, yeah. And I enjoy the downtime, but it feels like it's not entertaining. I don't know how much I should care about that. Because I'm used to doing streaming like this, where I'm just talking at you the whole time, and we're talking directly to you the whole time, so it's very engaged with the audience. That feels good. But Elden Ring, I'm just kind of like running in circles a lot of the time, which is insanely fun, but again, it doesn't always feel like it's a show worth watching. Patrick, I'm going to go over to the stream chat room, so if you want to join me in there, hop in there whenever. Because if we do have anybody that gets spun that wants to call in, we want to bring them into the call. But join me, Patrick! Let us embrace the night together. Hello.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I just finished like episode 9 of Shogun. I'm doing good.
You're watching Shogun?
Fuck yeah. It's really good.
It's good, right? Here's my thoughts on Shogun. I think that there's a white savior element that everybody is like both nervous about, hesitant, doesn't like, all of these things.
Sure.
I think the show doesn't actually really do the white savior thing. I think there's a white guy that's the main character, which I think some people take issue with. but
Yeah.
he's kind of a dirtbag
Yeah.
most of the show. And without spoilers, aside from people thinking he's important because he has connections to Western technology,
Sure.
he doesn't like do anything.
Not really. No, he just sort of survives. You want to know the funniest thing?
But he also
about
says
my
Mariko-sama. So cool.
Mariko-sama. It's so
I
good.
must get to my
know-
ship and my men. Mariko-sama.
Do you know
My ship!
why he sounds like that? Do you know why
Because
he
he's
sounds like
because
that?
he speaks like Shakespearean British. He's British person from a television show.
He's speaking with a Kentish accent. My experience with this show was we watch it for 30 seconds. Emily goes, "That guy's from Kent." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "That guy's from Kent. I can tell by the way that he talks." And we listen for like half the episode, and she's like, "Wait, hold on. That guy is the guy from Kent. Kent, a real town in England, not town, it's a region, real area of England, celebrates this guy. He's a real fucking guy. He's the only Englishman to have ever been named a samurai. They have a samurai parade for him every year."
Listen, I knew it was a true story, or at least semi-true. But yeah, that's crazy.
And he was a dirtbag. He was a dirtbag. There was nothing redeemable about him at all. He was just in the right place at the right time
he was a dirtbag.
Mariko-sama.
But I love how he speaks. I love how he sounds when he speaks.
His accent's
anything.
so funny.
When he says anything.
It's so good. It's so
I need
good.
my ship. I will leave the Japans.
Down here.
I will leave the Japans.
Oh, God. So funny.
Give me my ship, and I shall make leave of the Japans to fight the Portuguese.
If you haven't seen Shogun,
that's the whole show.
Really
if you want spoilers for the whole, here's the plot of the show. Please give me my ship so I may leave the Japans and fight the Portuguese. And then everyone just says
so funny
no.
To me because
and then everyone says no.
It kind of sounds like you're doing like a bad kung fu accent, but you're
I'm
really
doing
just doing his actual.
I'm doing
English
a bad.
accent.
It's more of a bad Sean Connery accent, if anything.
It's so good, and that's how he actually talks because that's how people
he's down here.
Actually fucking
talk.
talk.
He's down here. All right, you guys want to see? You guys want to see the home? They want to see the homebrew wheel.
Let's see that fucking wheel. Oh,
that's not the wheel. That's not.
They don't
want.
They don't want to listen to your Sean Connery impersonation for an hour and a half.
Wait a second. What is going on here?
Y'all don't know how to party.
Not only do they not know how to party, there's things missing.
Oh, void space.
Void space. Wait, I'll find where where it is.
Everyone, quick! Stare at the void until it stares back.
Yeah. Where did it go? It's not there. Is it that? No. Oh, so odd. I wonder if I deleted it. I wonder if I've deleted my little. I wonder if I deleted a thingy here.
You deleted the wheel?
I might have. I know. No, I didn't delete the wheel, but I might have deleted a thing.
Our lens into the wheel.
Yeah.
All right. That's a misdemeanor, down from a transplanter felony.
Yeah, I got it. I fix it. Ah, perfect.
OBS is doing great.
No.
OBS is really having a great time.
No. I'm being silly. Here, I'll fix it right now. I think I need to make it. Oh, I have the wrong thing. I'm being stupid. That's what's happening here. Guys, I know what I'm doing. I am very good at being a streamer. Let's try again. We need a window capture, not a OBS capture.
Ooh, true. Crosstalkson asks, just got back. How do I send in my homebrew? Also, my first member stream.
Oh, very cool.
Where's the submission form living these days, Cinder?
The submission form is in the... if the submission form, you can find it a couple places. The easiest place to find the submission form is going to be in the Discord. So if you go to the Discord, in the announcement section, I link to where the submission form is. If you are a member on YouTube, then you can also find it in the member community tab. If you are going to the member community tab and you do not see it, or you click on that link and you cannot go to that thing, it means that you are not a member at the right level. So basically, you can be a $1 member, which just means you're giving me $1 a month, or you can be a $5 member, which is basically what you would pay across either Twitch or Patreon or YouTube, and then you do this. So one of those is the sitch.
Also, Cinder, while you're mucking about,
let me make him louder.
Yeah, while you're in OBS. How's that? Am I a little bit louder now?
You're probably louder now. I made you louder.
Okay, cool. Fantastic.
Made you louder.
We love to hear it.
2 different places.
2 different places.
So do you guys want to see the wheel?
Yeah, let's see the wheel.
All right, I have to
I'm dying for this wheel over here.
Add one more person. One more person has to get added to it.
Oh, yeah, true.
But here it is. Boom! Also, new color palette.
Oh, shit.
Summer color palette, baby.
Summertime. Fuck yeah, that's awesome.
Should I send in my...
like a beach umbrella.
Oh, yeah. Should I send in my rough draft for an epic level class? I don't know what that means. So,
me neither, but...
Realistically, whenever anybody sends me something that is the size of a whole class, I read the beginning of it, and I give feedback on the beginning of it.
And also, rough drafts, probably not worth your one at bat, because stuff never gets re-reviewed.
Yeah, so maybe share it in the Discord first and get some initial feedback on it. If you want to send it in, you can, but I only ever look at something once. And if it's really a rough draft, if it's really a rough draft, I'm probably mostly going to be saying, "Hey, this needs more direction, and it's hard to balance." And it's a little.
This draft was rough, bro.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to spin the wheel?
No, we're never going to spin the wheel. We're just going to live here now. This is what we do now.
Okay.
Patrick.
That feels Sartre-esque in a way that I don't hate.
Okay, fine. We'll spin the wheel.
All you gotta do is invoke existentialism. You get action.
There we go. Cross-toxin figured it out. There you go. There you go.
Yo.
Yeah. So in general, for the life, for everything you do in your whole life moving forward, before you pay for something, you should read what it is, because if you before you click become a member of a thing or you join, whether it's you're getting a Spotify account or anything, make sure you see what you're getting. Otherwise, you're going to get confused or frustrated if you feel like you were getting one thing and then you weren't getting it. Don't read the fine print. I don't want you to feel like I'm ripping you off. Okay, let's see. I think we have everybody on the wheel. Pat, I'm keeping all the forms behind the screen now, just as a little safety net.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
So you want to... All right, here we go. Should we spin it? First spin of the new color scheme. Let's see how it looks. Excuse me. Max Chillax is going to be our first homebrew piece tonight. Max.
What a way to rein in
Chillax.
Summer. Max Chillax.
Yeah.
Ugh.
This is going to be a pair of rings. Linking 2 creatures' life energy. Okay, this is a thing we have seen sort of before. I'm curious to see your interpretation of it.
We've seen versions of this in a couple of different ways. I'm curious. Yeah, it's going to be good.
They say, I want help balancing, and also have been thinking of adding a curse, though I'm not sure what. All right, I always sort of feel like if you're going to, like, magic item curses... I don't force them unless I have a cool idea of making the curse like fit the vibe of the magic item. I wouldn't just arbitrarily give them a curse because I don't want to punish players for using a cool thing. If I have like a cool idea
shouldn't really
for
be used to balance. They should be used holistically as part of an interesting item. I think my thought on that.
Yeah. Now, the idea of a magic item that is something that's shared between 2 creatures, I think it is a really fun idea. And I think there's like a billion different ways you can interpret it. There's also a bunch of spells that do things that you could sort of copy from that. Something like Warding Bond. These are the bands of bonding. These magical rings come in pairs. Copper bands set with 2 bloodstones each. These rings must be attuned to by 2 separate creatures for their magic to activate. The attuned creatures gain the following abilities and effects so long as the attunement lasts. As an action, an attuned creature can determine the location of the other ring.
That's cool.
It is cool. It needs more, it needs much more language about, like, what does that mean? Is it giving you, like, the direction? Like, do I know they are that way? Do I know how far away they are that way? Do I know that? Do I get the name of the place?
That do this, and I'd be curious to see if you could think of any off the top of your head. But there are definitely spells in the divination school that do things like this.
I'm
I'm struggling to remember whether or not they get more specific, because there are some that say, like,
it depends, man. Okay, so there's
Yeah.
like detect. So there's locate creature, there's locate object. They both are a little different, but then there's also features like primeval awareness, which is something that a ranger has, and then there's also features like scrying and things like that. So there's a bunch of different ones. There's a bunch of different ones. It's just a matter of sort of deciding like what you want it to do more specifically.
Yeah.
Because I want to be like, here's what you need to solve the problem of. What I need to be able to do is, if I'm using this, do I learn they are in the red keep of the Baron, or do I learn they are 3 miles to the east? Do you know what I mean? Or do I learn
those
both?
Are very different things.
Yeah, or do I learn both? Yeah. Okay. The next thing that it does is the vitality of both attuned creatures becomes linked. Their separate hit points become joined in a shared hit point pool. I would encourage against this. This is really strong, because it essentially could allow you to create situations like, if you combined this, it could very easily make characters very cheesy by having a barbarian that's raging wielding one of these, because it sort of transfers their resistance to the other one. And to give an example of how powerful this is, there's a spell called Warding Bond. Warding
Bond is a cool spell.
It's a good spell, but it does that's exactly what it does. So Warding Bond gives everybody a +1 bonus to their AC, and it makes it so they split damage between the two of them. But it's a 2nd level spell. And it is one of the spells that has a gold cost to it, at least an initial gold cost to it. It's very strong. And has a lot of limitations to it, like the 60-foot difference and stuff. So I would realistically, I would drop this entirely. I think that if you
especially because there's no distance limitation, you can
yeah.
get into really cheesable situations where it's like, I have a barbarian and like a fighter, and I put the fighter in a box 1,000,000 miles away and just up my barbarian's hit point pool by a shit ton, right? You get into bag of chicken scenarios with this pretty quickly.
I mean, if you become friends with a Minotaur that has like 75 hit points and you give it this ring, you're just good. You know what I mean?
That's like, just free 75 hit points, baby.
Well, yeah. It's a lot. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going, because I think the thing to lean into is sort of the vibe of this. You become like, you have like more like sense connection, or like soul connection.
There's a super mechanical thing that's coming up next, the next bullet point, that I do think is interesting. I'm curious as to what you think about it.
If an attuned creature is forced to make a saving throw, the other can use their reaction to make the save on their behalf, provided both creatures are not subject to the same save. I think it is a very interesting mechanic. It's also very strong. Like it is very strong. It's very strong for literally the exact same reasons. It essentially allows you to stack strengths. Not literally strength, but like stack saving throws.
Yeah. Which potentially gets you, you get 2 proficiency by default.
It gives you 2. It gives you
you 2 new proficiencies effectively.
Yeah, which is a lot. I think that if I was gonna keep this feature on this item, I would balance it in 2 ways. One, I would make it limited. So maybe you could use this once a day, this part of it. And I would give it a range limit of like 60 feet.
I have an interesting non resource based limitation. I think the 60 feet is perfect. I think that should be in there regardless. I'm curious what you think about if you fail, you both fail, and you both become subject to the effect of the spell, effectively making it kind of a twinned spell downside.
That's a cool idea. I like that.
I don't know if that's too hectic, but I think that could be.
No, I think that would be fun. I think that'd be really fun.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really fun. I like that idea a lot.
And it already has the limitation built in that I love, which is like, provided that you're not both already subject to the same save, right? So like the trade-off here is that you could use this ability an infinite amount of times, but at the risk of forcing both of you to become subject to the same save.
I still would push back against the infinite. I agree with Fluff, Copter. There's going to be too many saving throw situations where that is not going to really make logical sense or like work.
Sure.
So I think it's a cool idea, but I think you got to limit it. Maybe the way that I would limit it is I would keep it related to damage things.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be potentially interesting if it was just damage dealing spells.
Whenever a creature is forced to make a saving throw against a spell or effect that would deal damage to them, you can bop, 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 bop. And then you can take the damage afterwards.
Yeah. But I think it's interesting. There's something here. There's something worth talking about here for sure.
If either creature is immune to another condition, so is the other. Again, I don't know how I feel about these stacking features. And then here's an interesting one. This is a downside, I would say. If either creature is affected by a condition, so is the other. I also think this kind of doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because conditions are like prone or unconscious. So does that mean if one character sleeps, the other character falls asleep?
I mean, maybe.
Then they're both asleep forever.
Yes.
Because you can't wake up. You're unconscious until you have the unconscious condition.
I think if you reworded it as whenever one of the two attuned creatures enters into a condition or becomes affected by a condition, the other automatically becomes affected. Like the start times line up, you could break that loop.
But what about stuff like grapples?
Pretty hectic.
I don't know, man. I feel like
100%. 100%.
I think that it's a fun idea, but I think that the way that D&D works, I think you need to focus it in a little bit and not have it be so all-inclusive. I think that it's too the benefits are too big and the downsides I think are interesting, but I think they're fairly convoluted. And even just like in the chat, you can see people being like, I don't even know how I would run it like that. Like I think if you have it, regardless of whether or not it works mechanically, I think if the idea you are presenting makes the person that's reading it confused about how that, like, it does not give them a cool idea. It makes them go like, huh, I don't think that's great.
How I would do this.
Like, I don't think that's great. I think that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. What's up, Adam?
My recommendation for where to take this item is lean into a lot of your first line, right? A lot of the, like, you could determine the location. If you figure out what that means, that's interesting. Throw a few more of those on there, right? As a bonus action, you can communicate a simple message, right? Or you automatically know how the other wearer is feeling, right? Give us a little bit more of that sort of non-combat intertwinedness, and then maybe see if you can make the saving throw thing work. And if you can make the saving throw thing work, I think that's more than powerful enough to be your one mechanical advantage for having these written. The rest of it is just sort of narrative and powerful narrative stuff for sure.
Yeah, you want to take away almost all the upsides besides you know where the other is. I think you are misunderstanding, Joey. I am not even saying to take away any of these upsides. I'm saying all of these upsides are very strong. So you need to tone them down or eliminate a bunch of them. The way this is written right now, this is an artifact level magic item. And the only downside is incredibly difficult to make logical sense in the game. So the way I think you make this work, which is what I'm saying is, you get rid of most of these. Sharing immunities is fucking strong. A item that allowed you to share immunities with someone else on its own is a very rare magic item, maybe legendary. An item that allows you to share saving throws with another creature, also legendary item, maybe very rare. Completely on its own. An item that does this, lets you share a health pool with another creature. If an item just did that, that was the only thing it did, that would probably be a legendary item. So if I see three different bullet points in a thing, all of which on their own are roughly the power of a legendary or a very rare item, the solution is to tone it back. That's the problem. So like, I'm not saying that any of these ideas don't work. What I'm saying is the implementation of them is very strong, and it seems like it's just a lot of too much of that.
Yeah, like, if you were dead set on figuring out how to make the majority of these things work on this item, you got to be thinking about limitations, right? You've got to be thinking about not downsides.
It costing two attunement slots is not a downside, because it's not giving positives to only one creature. It's actually giving positives to both creatures. So it's not 2 attunement slots for one magic item. It's 1 attunement slot per creature using it, which is normal magic item attunement slots.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah. Again, I think it's a really fun idea. I genuinely think the part of it that works the most right now is the ability to determine low location, but we need more specifics there. And then these other issues, they need to be toned back. And you're going to do that by putting big limiters on them, by putting, whether that's based on how often it can be used that way, or the range, that sort of thing. Do all my submissions sound like OP magic items from Baldur's Gate 3? No, but a lot of them do. Yeah, a lot of them do. We get a lot of magic items that are inspired from Baldur's Gate 3. There's a lot of people trying to turn Baldur's Gate 3 mechanics into D&D things, and I think that sometimes it works really well, but a lot of the time they don't know when to stop. So, like, there was somebody that sent in something that was, like, totally reasonable in Baldur's Gate 3, but was, like, completely insanely overcomplicated for, like, one character to get access to as a part of, like, a whole D&D game. Just because there's elements of, like, complicated that are reasonable when you're playing a game that you can pause and you're the only person playing it.
And also the computers can keep track of, right?
And,
etc. That is one thing that I noticed about probably the biggest deviation in BG3, between BG3 and 5e, is how runaway magic items are and how many of them you get. Like, you get 3 attunement slots in 5e. That's it. That's all you get.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I update the wheel every round.
There you go.
As Obelisk said a funny thing. This could make people hate each other. Imagine one person's fighting a dragon, the other person's getting drunk. I think that situation would probably not come up in a D&D game, realistically. Like, you're not splitting the party that dramatically for a dragon fight. But in real life, yeah, for sure. But again, I think the concept is really great. I love the concept of you wear a ring and they wear a ring, and there is some element of warding and shared knowledge or something. Like, that is really cool. It's just
cool.
It's just a little too much right now. It's got to tone it back. Cool. All right, that was from Max Chillax. Maxin, relaxin. It's medium taxin. Let's give them a little round of applause. It should probably be
pretty low taxin, but you know, we've all got our crosses to bear.
Yeah. I have some tax stuff I have to figure out. I got a weird letter from the IRS, and I have to reach out to them and ask them what it means. They got a message that I, like, you know how you get like an audit and you like owe some money? Pat, you still there?
Yeah.
So I didn't get like an audit. I got a letter that I like miscalculated something in my return.
Sure.
And that I owe a little bit of money, and I owe -$3. And I feel like I'm reading it wrong, because that doesn't make, like, what does that mean?
It might be written in accounting language where they're not going to give you the number that you owe. They're going to give you the book statement of the number that you owe, which is -$3 to your balance. So you probably owe $3 is my guess. Otherwise, they would have just cut you a check.
Maybe. It looked like it was like a math equation that should lead to like a number that is not a negative number.
That's fair.
But whatever.
That's fair. I mean, either way, it's $3. So
no, it wasn't bad.
I was going to go to debtor's prison.
It wasn't the end of the world. It was just a weird thing. I was like, I called my mom. And I was like, what does this mean? She was like, I don't know. You got to call him and figure that out. It probably means nothing. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I mean, I owed more than that initially. That was the aftermath.
That was after you paid your tax.
You gave us $3 too much. As a result, you were fined $3,000. Yes, exactly. All right, should we give her another spin? Probably.
They fucking go nuts for that shit.
Yeah, Brent. It was on the schedule all week, baby.
But,
is it Fluff Copter or is it Gamer Falcon? Oh, it's Gamer Falcon by a nose.
The Gamer Falcon 97.
Gamer Falcon says, I got inspiration from a homebrew reviewed before for a support/teleporty wizard subclass. I would argue, teleporty wizard subclass exists already, but we're going to move forward from that. Want to make sure this isn't too boring or weak or powerful in a way I didn't think of, given the 6th level ability is a teleport. So there is a wizard already that gets some innate teleporting powers. The Conjuration Wizard, I think.
The Conjuration gets a...
unless I-
No, I don't think so.
No?
They get make stuff powers. Do they get teleporting later?
I could have sworn they do.
They might. Benign transposition, yes, 6th level.
Yeah. At
You can
6th
use your action
level,
to
you can
teleport
use your
up to
action
30
to
feet.
teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Alternatively,
Mhm.
you can choose the space within range that is occupied by a smaller medium creature. If that creature is willing, you both swap places. And you can do that once per rest, or you can cast a conjuration, or after you cast a conjuration spell of 1st level or higher. So that is sort of what
Powerful.
already exists. Now, that is going to give us 2 things. One, you want to make sure yours is different than that, but also, you also want to, that's a good thing to power balance against stuff. So let's see what we're working with here. This is the School of Tactics. Ooh, School of Tactics. I gotta lower this music a little bit. It's very intense right now. I don't know why. You don't even hear it.
No. But I trust you. And your judgment.
School of Tactics. Many wizards focus on the use of magic in battlefield situations, but far fewer focus on the magic to control the battlefield. I'm going to say 2 things here. One, I disagree with that fundamentally as a thesis statement.
Yeah.
I actually think that regardless of whether or not this is a good opening sentence, I think most people are going to disagree with this sentence. I would argue that most people would think of, like, one of the most famous stories about the wizard in the world is the God Wizard, which is a build that does no damage and is entirely about battlefield control. Did I see there's a way to give new bits? Yeah, you can make, like, giant emotes and little things pop up and stuff. Yeah. I saw. It's fun. Yes. This is something that people that are watching on Twitch can bear witness to. Everybody that's watching on YouTube is not going to be able to notice it. Because it's only showing up in Twitch chat. Anyway, yeah, so I think you might just need a whole new opening sentence. The other reason is you don't want to start your sentence with, all other wizards are like this, but my wizard is like this. You can just start with what your wizard is like. So you're going to want to start that over, probably. Wizards who study these tactics are called tacticians. That's 2 on the name. That's 2 on the nose. Straight up. I don't like that's not that's 2 on the nose.
Wizards that are tacticians.
Yeah, I don't like that. Take a more literal approach to shaping the battlefield by directly influencing the positions of others on the battlefield. Okay, this is such a long-winded way of saying they have, like, they teleport people around. Okay, we're gonna stop reading the flavor text here.
Yeah,
I think
flavor text is just, we're kind of going in circles here.
it's going circles. It's very long-winded. I feel like you're trying to say we use teleport powers in a very long sentence, and I don't know why you're trying to use such a long roundabout way of saying that, but we're going to move forward. I think that realistically for this flavor text, you're going to want to get a lot punchier and try to, like, speak more directly about what we're doing. Like, just jump right in, you know? Just jump right in. Just jump right in. At 2nd level, we get 2 features. We get Regiment, Bolster, and Tactical Sense. When you reach 2nd level, you gain the ability to weave your magic into a temporary bolster for your allies. It's an odd feeling sentence. I would not use bolster as a noun here. I know that it might work as a noun, but it is in D&D almost always used as a verb, and it makes my brain sit in a weird space when you use it as a noun. As a bonus action, choose any number of creatures within 30 feet of you. Each target can add 1d4 to every attack roll and saving throw they make for the next minute. Once you bolster your allies this way, you cannot do so again until you finish a long rest. So this is just a once-a-day free casting of Bless, but with infinite creatures and no concentration. I feel 2 things about it. It does, I think, capture the feeling of bolstering people, because that's literally what that spell does. But it's really, really strong. Like, really strong. I don't think you're to be able to cast to be able to cast Bless without concentration and infinite number of targets is very strong. But beyond that, is that going to be what sells the fiction of this wizard? I don't know.
It's definitely not starting us out with battlefield manipulation.
It doesn't feel like battlefield tactics at all. It feels like it feels like inspiration.
Support,
yeah, support.
Cool. Yeah, it feels like bardic inspiration.
So I might just drop it, depending on how powerful tactical sense is, or at least, yeah, I don't know, man. It feels like it belongs to a different subclass than this one. Like, this would make sense if it was like, you are the battle leader and you sing war calls and you know, like, but that's not what this is. All right, let's take a look at tactical sense. Starting at 2nd level, your ability to analyze others has been honed through your studies. If you spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside of combat, you can learn certain information from them. This is just word for word taken from the Battle Master, and the Battle Master gets this at 7th level. I would say that you should not copy that feature. That feature is very bad in a lot of its design. It's very old in a lot of its design in a way that would shine through now. Specifically, no monster has levels in Wizard anymore. That's not how monsters are designed. So
yeah,
the Battle Master one the Battle Master one says you learn how many levels of fighter they have if they have any. But like that's not good design.
It's not modern design, certainly. The game deviated pretty heavily from that.
No. 1 target for 1 minute proficiency bonus times per long rest. I think it would work better mechanically if it was only 1 target. You're talking about the bolster thing? Yeah, maybe. But again, I think that, for one, you don't want to give a feature at 2nd level that another subclass is getting at 7th level. Just like, you don't want to do that in general. It's too big of a power jump. But also, it's not, it's like, give us, I maybe would be okay with this feature if this is something we got at a higher level and we had a foundation of a unique new form of battle wizard that this like felt like it connected with. But I don't think this should be where you start your battle wizard flavoring. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
This is not where you want to start it. This is like a weird, not super good ribbon feature that's going to help sell some of the fiction at a higher level. This is not a 2nd level feature. And I'll tell you why it's now a little bit of an issue is like, we're now at 6th level, and we're going to keep going, but I feel like we haven't seen anything that makes me feel like this thing is what you've proposed it to be yet.
Yeah, again, even at 2nd level, there's no battlefield to that, right? Like, you're getting insight, which is maybe something, but it's not a control wizard.
Yeah, Max, we just looked at yours. Basically, we all thought the concept was very, very cool, but it was insanely too powerful. But very cool concept. Cut it down, simplify it. Give some range limits on it. Be a little bit more specific about some of the language and the details. Hopefully it'll be helpful. Fun idea, though. All right, let's take a look at this 6th level feature. Tactical repositioning. At 6th level, you've learned to shift the battlefield. When you cast a 1st level spell or higher, you can use your bonus action, choose a number of creatures equal to your intelligence modifier within 30 feet, and teleport them to another space within 30 feet. An unwilling creature has to make a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, so this is, again, like, let's compare this to this. Benign transportation, once per long rest, or after you cast a very specific type of spell, you can teleport yourself 30 feet or switch places with a willing creature, 1 creature. So compare that to this, where now proficiency bonus times per day, we can teleport intelligence modifier number of creatures, including unwilling creatures. So it doesn't work. Like, this is just much too strong. It's just much too strong. I think you could maybe get away with a version of this that was like the opposite of benign teleportation or benign transportation, where you could only teleport unwilling creatures, and it would work the same way, where you could like force an unwilling creature to teleport or switch places with an unwilling creature. But it would have to be really limited, man. Really limited. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say about it. It's like, I just think it's one of those situations where you got to be looking at the core features of the other subclasses for balancing. Hindering ties. We're gonna get a little skimmy here. 10th level, you're able to disrupt your enemies. As a bonus action, you can pick a point within 60 feet. Creatures of your choice within 30 feet of that point have to make an intelligence saving throw versus your spell save DC. On a failure, their speed is halved, and the first attack made against them is made at advantage. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Mechanically, I wonder why it's an intelligence saving throw. I feel like intelligence saving throws wouldn't make sense here. Those are for like psychic attacks, or like illusions. I'm curious what you think, Pat. I think the bigger issue here, honestly, is that this isn't selling a fiction.
Yeah, I think
like,
so. I mean,
these features feel really divergent. Like any one of these features individually is like has some power to it. They're all mechanically strong, but there's not flavor that's tying them together. Like I don't feel like there's any ribbon feature-y stuff. Like maybe tactical sense is kind of a ribbon feature, but I feel like I don't know, I'm not feeling flavor. Like it feels like a bunch of just features. There's no glue.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. I think that I'm not seeing how this is. You know what I think it might be for me is that I'm not really seeing how this is a wizard.
That's a really good point.
Right? Like, Magical Sense is a fighter feature. Regimental Bolster is guidance, which is, not necessarily outside the realm of a wizard, but is more typically your divine casters.
Yeah.
And Hindering Ties is, I don't know, maybe a bard kind of thing. Is
tactical
sort of
repositioning.
Like mostly home.
Yeah, tactical repositioning and Hindering Ties both are magical feeling, but they don't feel like they are like. No, there's not. None of them feel like they would make more or less sense on a wizard. The other thing that I want to say, and I think this is maybe a bigger deal, they don't feel like they would make more or less sense on this wizard as opposed to just any wizard that's having a spell. Like they don't feel like they are selling a fiction. They don't feel like they're building into something.
Yeah, I think that's right. I
think that part of that is just the core concept feels a little vague. That might be what it is.
Yeah.
It's like if the core concept is I am a control support wizard, that's not really anything. That's like any wizard could be that. Maybe that's the issue.
Yeah. And I think that's right. And I think we kind of got to that by realizing that the flavor text was sort of redefining it. There's a circular argument in the flavor text, which is like wizards that study tactics are tactical wizards.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What makes them special here? What makes them to try to put that as a bit more constructively? Like what makes them unique in that pursuit that other wizards of other subclasses can't attain?
Yeah. And the 14th level feature just basically doubles the power of the 6th level feature, which I don't love. Same issues that I had with the 6th level feature are now just worse. Yeah, so man, I don't know, man. I think the main feedback I'd have is if there's mechanics in here that you really like you mentioned the teleporting as the thing you really liked, maybe think about a more specific type of flavor you could sell around a teleportation wizard. Although, it's important to acknowledge that literally all teleportation spells are conjuration spells, and the conjuration wizard is designed to acknowledge that in its core subclass. So if you want to do that, you got to like really figure out pulling in another unique direction. But I don't think this is the move right now. I think that it feels like the pieces feel detangled from each other. I don't feel like this is a sandwich. I feel like I'm being handed a bunch of ingredients to different meals. I want this to be a sandwich.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you very much for sharing. That was from Gamer Falcon. Let's give them a round of applause.
Gamer Falcon.
The Monster Slayer Shades suggests, the Monster Slayer has a great version of the know a creature's weakness, and I actually think it speaks to the way the game design has sort of evolved. Yeah. Kadoosh. me see. Anybody new? No. Lovely. Perhaps similar to how War combines Evocation and Abjuration, this could combine Conjuration and something else for the new flavor. That could work. That could work.
I think the big question is, what's the other thing, right?
Yeah.
Is it fighter? Is it bard? Is it another school of magic?
Yeah, but it needs something, because right now, right now it's way too vague. The pieces don't fit. And it's leading to you unintentionally, I think, making everything a little overpowered also. Gamer Falcon, we just looked at yours. Nutshell is the flavor's way too vague. There's some interesting ideas. You need to pay much closer attention to the other wizard subclasses that exist for power balancing. Check out the Conjuration Wizard 6th level feature and compare it to yours, and I think you will see exactly what I'm talking about. And the most important thing takeaway is this needs more specific and evocative flavor than Tactics Wizard if your mechanics are not going to feel so naturally tied together as in a way that works.
Yep.
Crafter is up next. Let's see what we got, Crafter. What you got for us today? Crafter says, well, your 6th level feature is like, I would say, and I'm not, this is not hyperbole. I'm going to try to be accurate here. I would say your 6th level feature is probably 4 to 7 times stronger than it should be when you compare it to the Conjuration Wizard's 6th level feature, which does maybe a half of what yours does or less and cannot be used offensively at all. So, things to think about. All right, Crafter says, my goal was to make a take on the iCast shoe pebble meme. I don't know what that means. I based the effects off of the College of Eloquence cutting words and made it less powerful with range, effect, and action economy. It's more of a funny spell, but it could be effective in combat if comboed correctly. Let's take a look.
Let's figure it out.
This is called Inconvenience. You'll be here in chat. All right, Crafter. No worries. I got you, buddy. Cantrip. 1 action, lasts a minute, range 30 feet. You conjure a minor inconvenience around a creature, such as soaking their undergarments, creating a pebble in their shoe, or manifesting a phantom nose itch. Very good examples.
Extremely good examples.
Choose a creature that you can see or hear within range. I think you should be able to see them. I don't think you should be able to do this through a wall. Target is subtract 1d4 from their next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw that it makes. I feel like doing this and having it be able to affect attack rolls or saving throws is too strong. For a cantrip? For a cantrip? Because it scales, dude. Look, you're going to be doing 1d10. I'm going to be able to subtract 1d10 from a creature's saving throw infinitely? That's fucking crazy. That's so strong.
I think that you should leave it as a D4. I think the problem is not that it can affect an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, because you have no control over which of the next ones of these it's going to make, and it's not a reaction, right? And I think that's where there's a nerf here, is that you're not using it in reaction to a roll like the Bard does. You're using it preemptively. It's a whole action to eat this up. Don't scale it to a D10. That's crazy. That's a huge nerf. Even at 17th level, that's a huge nerf.
Yeah.
I would just leave it as a D4. It's one round of Bane on a cantrip. It's not bad.
Yeah. All right, Patrick says leave it as a D4. My suggestion would be still to remove the attack roll saving throw thing. I just don't think I think
it's too much.
The spell Bane exists. This is a cantrip that does the spell Bane. It's a 1st level spell.
1 roll. Is Bane only 1 roll?
It's not 1 roll, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I still feel like we can disagree on that one, Patrick. I think another thing that might balance it is not having it last a minute, having it last a round.
I don't understand. Oh, yeah. No, I do understand why last a minute, just in case they don't make another roll. Yeah, no, yeah. That should be around. That should absolutely be around. That should definitely hem it in. Especially because it's not behind a save. And it's not concentration. Right?
Oh,
So it
yeah.
should be...
It also should have. It also needs a saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Put it behind a charisma save. Or wisdom in this instance. I could see wisdom making sense here. Put it behind a save. And then make it around.
Yeah. Or put it behind a save and make it concentration. That could also maybe work.
Yeah, leave it a minute and make it concentration. Crafter, it says used to last around, but they ran into the problem of them not rolling anything.
But that's the risk reward of it, I think.
They like air, right? Like
yeah,
that's
the downside of being able to do essentially a first level spell infinitely, a minor version of it.
Yeah. Choose up action economy. I think
also maybe Tradicio said maybe take out saving throws and just keep ability checks and attack rolls. I think that could also work.
Maybe, yeah. I think one way or the other, the upshot of this is that it's an action to give you a minus D4 to something, right? And so you've got to think about like, when is that actually going to be valuable so that you don't run into the true strike problem where it's just like, oh, it would just be better for me to try to cast the thing twice.
Yeah.
My guess is it's for collaboration with your party. It's for teeing up a specific play.
Yeah, 100%. For sure.
And I think that's just like, there should never be a case where you're using this and then they don't roll, because you should only be using this when you know they're going to roll, when you know you're going to proc an opportunity attack, or you know you're going to proc a saving throw unless you get rid of saving throws, when you know that they need to make an athletics check to break a grapple, right? Like this is a circumstantially viable spell in the best of times.
Yeah. Dice said making it a saving throw and concentration, that's just basically a microbane. It's a microbane right now. It's better than a microbane right now.
It's better than a microbane. So make it a microbane.
So if you're gonna if it's gonna be a microbane, then balance it to be a microbane, or make it not a microbane.
Right. Make it something else entirely.
I think you either push towards it being a little bit more restrictive, or you push towards it being more resource hungry. By resource hungry, I mean things like concentration and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that's right. And personally, I think restrictive is the way to go. Just because I'm always a fan of figuring out interesting ways to free up stuff like concentration. Mm-hmm. Because then that radically increases the worthwhile nature of this, because you're not chewing up concentration. You can give a little mini bane, maybe wasting your action, but if you're a wizard and you're potentially low on spell slots, that's a kind of viable thing to do if you've already got a big concentration spell running.
Yeah. I think if the die doesn't scale, it still needs a little bit more squeeze. I think it either needs to be a shorter duration. No. Assuming the die doesn't scale. I'm assuming we drop the die scale.
Right.
I still think it needs a little... I think it needs either concentration or a saving throw, or it lasts a round, but just it like I don't think it should just be the opposite of guidance but better, which is what it is right now. Because guidance is the opposite of this, but requires concentration and can only affect ability checks. Yeah. So this is the opposite of guidance, but better.
You could just make it the opposite of guidance, and you're not going to be far off the mark from a balance perspective. And it's kind of funny to think about the opposite of guidance being inconvenience in the way that the opposite of bless is bane. That's very silly.
I think it's nice, but I also think we should acknowledge what it is and look to the spell guidance for guidance in this circumstance. Which is just ability checks. It's a D4 to the next ability check within a minute. Concentration. Yeah.
No save, maybe? It's weird because that one's a willing creature, but could go back and forth on that.
Yeah. It's a cool idea. I like the idea. I think you can go in a lot of directions with it. Personally, I think the cooler direction to go in is the sort of the poetry of it as an opposite to guidance, but take it where you will. Take it where you will.
Fluff Copter in the chat says...
all sorts of NPCs make skill checks, insight checks, deception checks, sleight of hand checks, stealth checks, perception checks, intimidation checks, athletics checks, acrobatics checks, I don't know, survival checks. Lots of checks.
NPCs make a lot. Checks. And Yeah, I mean, I think if you're not having your monsters make decks, you are not letting the dice tell enough of your story as a GM.
Yeah. Also, an important note: not only Max Chillax does his own tax, he's got the hacks, and that's the facts.
Fuck. Yeah. Damn. That's a hell of a Scrabble score on that one too. Jeez.
This really breaks away from the point of the spell. This is clearly a combat cantrip. Why is this a combat cantrip?
I mean, as it stands, it's clearly a combat cantrip.
It's a cantrip
attack rolls and saving throws, but it doesn't need to be.
But no more so than ability checks. I mean, like, I completely disagree with that feedback that it makes it pull away from it. Like, I would argue that this is not more of a this is as much of a like, I would say it's half maybe a combat cantrip.
Sure.
I would say it's
it definitely
probably
has the ability to affect combat more.
Let's say it like this. Here's a good way to think about it. It is a literal any situation cantrip is a better way to think about it. So it is as much of a cantrip. It is the percentage of combat you run. That's the percentage of it being a combat cantrip that it is.
Yes.
All right, those be my thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea, but yeah, we got to tone it.
Yeah.
Tone it and tweak it. All right, Crafter, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. I think the verbal somatic components are not going to make it as difficult as you might think. The amount of times a dungeon master lets a player do that with making sleight of hand checks or by hiding or things like that, like, I think it's fine. I think it's going to be fine.
Yep.
Like, dungeon masters let players use cutting words or bardic inspiration or things like that. You know, it doesn't... they're using bardic inspiration. No, they're just using it. Subtle spell inconvenience goes hard. Yeah, for sure. Okie dokie.
Quite good, actually.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. We've got 2 more people. Lovely. If it's designed for a roleplay cantrip that could be used in combat, I want to say go fuck yourself to whoever said I was taking it away from the vibe of the spell. I don't remember who said that, but you were so fucking wrong, and I was so fucking right, and I like to rub it in people's faces when I'm right. I don't remember who that was, though, so I don't feel like I'm being mean to anybody.
Fair enough.
All right. Next is Sponge.
While we're pulling up Sponge, can you subtle spell cantrips? I think so.
Can you what?
Subtle spell cantrips.
Yeah.
I wouldn't see why not. All right.
Unless subtle spell specifically says it has to be a leveled spell, then you can. I'm assuming you can. You can meta magic other cantrips.
Yeah.
We have a piece from Sponge. Ooh.
Let's load it up.
You can quicken cantrips. Yeah, I used to quicken cantrips all the time. Do you want to know what one of my favorite moves to do was when I was being a shadow sorcerer? I was a shadow sorcerer, and I did like a 2-level warlock dip or a 3-level warlock dip. One of my favorite moves was to quicken spell minor illusion to create cover for myself.
That's pretty cool.
So I'd like Eldritch Blast somebody far away, and then I'd quicken spell a minor illusion, and then I would just hide behind it, and they couldn't see me. But they were too far away that it didn't matter that it wasn't physical.
Subtle spell. Just a spell. Cantrips are spell.
Sponge has a piece for us today that is a support-focused fighter. A more support-focused fighter, but not a commander-type one. So what is that? Is that like a paladin? Right? Isn't that called a paladin?
I think a paladin would sit in that definition pretty tightly, but...
I'm just being a dick. But yeah, that's what I would say paladin is. All right, Ooh, I burped. It was weird. There we go. This is called... It's literally the supporter. God damn it, Sponge. I'm going to be honest, man. If these features don't fucking slap, I'm going to be really annoyed with how fucking bland that flavor feels with that title. Supporter fighters focus on techniques that allow their allies to stay in the fight. Their fierce displays of loyalty can make them a prime target to their opponents. They're often assigned as bodyguards, diplomats. All right, I'm going to be honest, man. Completely redo your flavor text. This is a Battlemaster fighter. This is a Battlemaster fighter that took all of the defensive shit. I could take interception fighting. I could take the thing where I can get into the way of stuff. Like, this is not a unique feat. None of this is unique flavor. None of this is unique flavor. Flung my scissors across the room. So make unique flavor, man. This needs to not just be something that I could be as a. I don't want my flavor text to feel like I could make this as a Battlemaster fighter by picking the right maneuvers. I'm only giving Sponge a hard time because they could fucking take it. Encouraging words. Your words carry great strength and can impart it onto others. As a bonus action, choose a creature that you can hear. That can hear you within 30 feet of you. The chosen creature gains temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus half your fighter level. Once per turn, when a creature that has these temporary hit points hits with an attack, it can roll the damage twice and take the higher of the result. You can use this feature a number of times equal to Charisma modifier, regaining expended uses when you finish a short or long rest.
Uses based on modifiers is kind of largely phased out. Usually, it's interesting here because charisma is not your primary stat. It's not like your spellcaster stat. So maybe it's fine because it's probably going to be like a +2 or +3 and not go up that much. But something to consider is like maybe half proc if you wanted to live in that space.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
It's not a problem.
I think that if you are wanting to give, I think that if you want to not use one key resource that the whole subclass uses, but you want certain features to sort of have different resources, it's not a bad option to create some diversity. I do wonder if it's too many uses because it's not just the temporary hit points, and the temporary hit points scale incredibly well. That's good. Like
good.
Plus your fighter levels plus half your fighter levels is good.
Half your fighter levels real good.
I thought it was your whole fighter level for a second. Okay, it's not as impressive as I thought. But that's fine.
Yeah.
But also, the once per turn they can do this extra damage lasts as long as the temporary hit points last, which potentially last all day. Like, they last until they take damage. So this feature is going to affect a creature for as long... There's no limit on it. So it's quite strong. So because of that, I might make it recover on just a long rest, or make it...
I was going to literally say the same thing. That's where I'm at, too.
Yeah.
I think that's the way to go, because you think about it, like, let's say you've got a charisma mod for a fighter of, you're building to this subclass, you got a charisma mod of 3, you're in a party of 4. Start of a long rest, you put those temp HP, you put that temp HP, on all 3 of your teammates, and they keep that temp HP. Say you roll reasonably well, that's somewhere between 6 and 8 temp HP. They could keep that for pretty much the whole day, right? Like, certainly through, because if they have one of those,
especially if they're not a melee fighter. If you are a tactical ranged rogue, you're good. You're good all day. And that would also that would be re-rolling all of your sneak attack dice. That would be insanely good.
Yeah.
In fact, I almost want to push back and maybe limit the amount of damage that you re-roll because of that. Now, I don't know if I like the idea of re-rolling sneak attack and smite damage.
The easiest thing to do would be it can re-roll the weapon damage dice and take the higher result.
Yep.
Because then you get the weapon damage. If you crit, you get twice the weapon damage, which is still nice. But you don't get smite, you don't get sneak attack.
Yep, put it on weapon damage for sure. For sure. Tridosi also suggested that you could make it last a minute. I think that could work. Also, dude, I'm glad you had a first good session, Eric. They played a bare knuckle... They paired like a brass knuckle hexblade warlock, which I think is a super fun way to do a hexblade.
It's a really cool way to do a hexblade warlock.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
That's cool.
Let's take a look. We get another feature at 3rd level. I do actually think the flavor is fine. Like, I like this as a fighter feature. I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's a good fighter feature. It just, there's a little bit of math to be done there.
You have mastered the art of providing subtle support, allowing you to take the help action without being noticed. A creature must use its action to make a wisdom insight check against your support DC to be able to know that you've taken the help action. Additionally, you gain proficiency in persuasion, skill, and 2 languages of your choice. I'm going to be real fucking honest here, man. I think that the idea of you being subtle is not the move for this subclass. You're not a spy man. You're a support your buddies. Yeah. The first feature is literally you yelling at people and them getting physically bolstered by it. Why is this person getting the ability to be like Littlefinger in Game of Thrones? Like if anything, you know, make it so like, you know, I would maybe go in the direction of like the mastermind rogue where you can like throw help as a bonus action or something. But
I probably wouldn't do that because that is just the mastermind.
No, I'm not saying we should do that either. But like this feels so out of place. Because this isn't really making you better at helping people. It's just making you better at being sneaky.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because you're still having to use help as an action, which is not a good use of your action economy as a fighter.
No, but even then, it's like you could do that anyway. Like genuinely the only thing this feature does is it makes it so you can be sneaky. It doesn't make you better at giving the help action. You know?
Yes. Yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that you're still not really going to do, there's no incentive for you to do the help action, right? So
yeah.
I think that's probably not the move.
Now, Matt brings up a great point. Did you see what Matt just said?
Sure. No, what did he say?
Why would you even need to be sneaky with the help action? I kind of agree, man.
Yeah.
Can't you just be like, I support you, help action? That's not, you don't just sneak that.
Yeah, it doesn't. No enemy is ever going to use their action to make an insight check to see if you took the help action.
Yeah.
Like, what do they get out of that, right?
It's also like you can describe taking the help action as literally anything. So if I want to take the help action by saying I support you, which is totally reasonable. Wait a minute. Hey, I noticed you saying you support him. Yeah, man. He's my friend. He's my adventuring buddy. Why would I not support him?
Sure.
Yeah, but that's something mechanical that I shouldn't understand as an NPC because it's meta knowledge. Oh, my bad. You know?
I have a rework for this. I have a rework for this that I think could be interesting. That comes very close to the Mastermind Rogue, but does not, I think, directly step on it. Mm-hmm. Whenever you take the attack action, you can use your bonus action to give the help action to an ally within range.
That's an interesting idea.
So it's still bonus action is help, but it's not universally available. It's just a little way to flesh out your bonus action if you are if you're taking the attack action.
What about what Dice suggested? Where at higher, maybe it's not a feature you get at this level, maybe you get at higher levels, but you could replace one of your attacks with the help action.
I had that same thought, and I think it is just a matter of do you move it, right?
Because I like that idea a lot.
Like enough is given it at third, right? That's the question.
Well, no, there's not enough given at third, but I think that's fine. I don't think this makes sense. I agree. The other languages are kind of fun to represent. Like you're good at talking to people. That's very cool. I'm a big fan. But I think we just scrap this, right? This is just not, just doesn't fit the vibe.
Yeah.
If I was going to make a feature where you could replace one of your attacks with the help action, I would probably do it. I would have it do two things. I would have it so you could just always do that. Like that was just an all thing you could always do. But I would also probably make it where like either once a day or once a short rest, you could do that in a way where they got like a double help and they could re-roll twice. Like I would give you like a bolstered help because I think I even if it's only losing one attack, I still think that might not feel good on a fighter. So I'd really want to make it so you can make it feel extra big sometimes. Let's see what we get at 7th level. Brave actions. There is a power in your presence on the battlefield. Once per turn, perfect amount of flavor text. Done. Also, they did not say it's a 7th level feature here, but that's fine because they did this. So whenever you're writing your this is just a minor thing for everybody. Whenever you're writing your subclasses, you sort of have two ways to format them. One is this way, where you have title of feature, name of, like, level of feature, and then feature. And if you don't do this little italics thing here, you basically need to start this sentence with at 7th level every single time, or something like starting at 7th level, beginning at 7th level, when you get to 7th level, when a creature you reach 7th level. Right. So just make sure you're doing one of the two. Don't do both. If you do both, no one's gonna complain, but you don't need to. Brave actions. There is a power in your presence on the battlefield. Once per turn, you can replace an attack from the attack action with a display of bravado. This is kind of what we were talking about. Choose one creature.
Yeah, it's a clunky way of putting it, but
chosen creature must make a wisdom save. On a failed save, they have disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you until the start of your next turn.
This is a Battle Master feature.
It's also the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. Just make this the help at range, man. Just this is the opposite. This is the same as help at range, but the opposite, right? Help at range is people are attacking with advantage. This is people are attacking with disadvantage. Just make this help at range. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, I think that's right. So kill the 7th level, replace it with help as an attack action, and then flesh out 3rd level a little bit. Give us a little bit of ribbon.
Yeah, give us something new. Give us something new. Also, I think you can give us something else decently powerful. I don't think this feature is that powerful if you balance out how often you can use it. If you make this charisma modifier times per long rest, maybe make it only last. Maybe only make the 10 hit points last a minute instead of infinitely. You got room for a whole other feature down here.
Yeah,
an hour. You know how long an hour is? Not in D&D in real life. I feel like you know what's crazy, man? How different the length of an hour is.
Yeah, just minute to minute.
I mean, it's one of those things where when I was young, when I was a younger man, and my family would sit around the television. We did not have cable growing up. I didn't have cable till I was senior in high school. So we would watch like network shows. And we would watch the show Whose Line Is It Anyway? Okay?
Nice.
Which was a great show. But I noticed something about it that was weird, and I couldn't figure out what it was, which was that I felt like it was a normal show, normal length, very funny. But every now and then they would do like a blooper episode, which is basically a collection of all the things they couldn't air because they like made jokes that were inappropriate or cursed or something. So it's full of like bleeps and stuff. And those episodes lasted about 8 minutes. But they didn't last 8 minutes. They were just as long as the regular episodes. But they literally were half as fast. They were so much faster because they were so much more fun. Yeah. Like a good hour is like 10 minutes, but a bad hour is like a year.
Yeah, man. I think that's exactly right. Also, speaking of a bad hour, Sponge apparently has a DM that increases the DC or the AC if the help action is given, thus completely nullifying the point of the help action.
Wait. What?
The reason why
I have a DM that raises the DC if people use the help action, which I now realize is not the norm. No, that's literally... Wait, what?
That weird workaround for you do it on the sly and they have to use their action to see whether or not you've used the help action is because Sponge's GM has completely homebrewed out the help action from the game.
That's so weird.
We all live exceptionally different lives.
But that's like because that is essentially the same as being like, hey guys, I invented this very cool new system for attack rolls where in addition to you adding your proficiency bonus plus your ability modifier to the attack roll, you're actually going to add 1.5 times your proficiency bonus. So you're going to add your proficiency bonus, but then you're going to divide it by 2, round down, and then add that also. And in order to balance that out, I'm going to give all monsters between 1 and 3 more to their AC. It's like, that's a lot of work to do nothing. That's so much work to do nothing.
That's exactly right.
Sponge, I love. Listen, man. I tell your dungeon master that they probably are the best, but as all brilliant and mad creators do, sometimes we get a little tunnel visioned, and we get our nose.
We miss occasionally.
We get our nose stuck in the bark of a tree, and we need to be very gently and tenderly like a wee bird emerging for the first time. We need to be lifted out of the nest so that we may look upon the forest, where we have lost sight of it in spite of the trees. You know?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this 10th level feature. That's fucking... That's one of the things that pisses me off so much in Homebrew, honestly, when people make a system that is overly complicated, but the end goal is straightforward, or they, like, take 2 steps forward to take 2 steps back to take 2 steps forward. It's like, man, we're just standing still. We're just standing still. We don't need to be taking all these fucking steps.
I don't know this GM obviously at all. They might be absolutely wonderful, but I think your interpretation of that comment is radically more charitable than mine, which is not that they're adding a ton of stuff to make the situation more complicated to receive the same outcome. They're literally just nullifying the help action. If you give the help action, you're raising the average result of the roll by 5, which means I'm going to bump the AC by 5. So fuck your help action.
Yeah.
That's my interpretation of that comment. And like, that's not running in place. That's being a dick.
Do you know why we have different feelings about it?
Yeah, maybe. No, why?
It's because I have made the mistake many times as a streamer and a YouTuber specifically of assuming malicious intent with people in the way I react to what they say, in a way that doesn't lead to a nice outcome and makes me feel bad about what I said. So I try not to do that anymore, because I don't. I want to not assume a malicious intent, because I don't know them. At the end of the day, most
people aren't trying to be dicks.
Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at moral.
Apparently, it's less than 5, which is fine and true.
Yeah. Let's take a look at morale manipulation.
I don't know what it is.
The morale of your allies. All of these names are fun. I mean, they all fit vibes, right?
Yeah.
Even diplomatic support. I disagree with it as a feature, but the name is is gobble. Come on, your titles are good. Get up here. Okay,
get that going. Get that going.
When a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you hits with an attack, you can use your reaction to either encourage or demoralize them. They have advantage on its next attack for a minute, or disadvantage on its next saving throw within a minute. Okay, honest opinion, uninspiring. I think it's probably mechanically fine-ish. It's kind of just the help action.
It's just the help action again.
It's pretty uninspiring.
Yeah.
I want to see more features that feel like they are giving us new things. With this, a fighter. Fighters have so little. They have so little, man. They have so little. Have you ever looked at a fighter without a subclass? It's not anything. It's like 2 features early on and then just a whole bunch of blank space. We need to fill that space with something that's going to paint a picture. I don't think we need to paint the picture at 10th level with a little bit of extra long range help. I think we need something a little bit more punchy or a little bit more evocative, or ideally both.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, and this is the thing about like morale manipulation and stuff, is that like, if you want to lean into that vibe, find unexpected ways to really reinforce it, right? Like, allow the fighter to potentially break the concentration of an enemy, or give a bonus to the concentration checks made by their allies, right? Like, allow them to even impart the fear condition. Might be a little bit much, might get us into a little bit of paladin territory, but it's something off the mark from hell.
I think we just traded hats, Patrick.
Did we?
I think you're wearing my hat, and I'm about to wear your hat.
All right, hit me.
I think we need to go back to the story. What, aside from make numbers go up, what would a support fighter do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that's exactly right.
Because I think I agree with that. Right. The suggestion that you just made is great, but it also is still kind of just doing the same thing, right? It's just numbers go up.
Yeah. It's just more support mechanisms as opposed to narrative reinforcement.
And I want to come back to the non-member support. Yeah, sure. Let's go back to the title.
I want to come back to the title because I know, like, it's such an easy thing for us to throw away and be like, oh, it's a supporter. You're going to follow where you're looking, right? You're going to drive where your eyes are, you know. And if your
I learned that the hard way.
Okay. Are you okay? Are you good? Did you drive into something?
I can do this now.
I'm assuming you're doing something on stream.
Yeah,
Oh shit!
I
Oh
was showing a
god!
double joint. It's fine. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Cool. Good. Anyway, when you make the name of your thing very prosaic, you're gonna build it in a prosaic way, right? And that might, supporter might be fine for first draft or even for a couple of drafts, but I think you are gonna hit this wall where it's like the fiction isn't there in the way that you want it to be. Because what does a support fighter do? Well, it supports. Well, what does support mean? Well, it means all of the things that support, all of the extant mechanics in the game for providing support to your allies, which is help, right, and guidance.
Yeah.
And that's not the most interesting, and it's certainly not the most narratively satisfying. You can obviously interpret this idea however you would like. The author can take this in whatever direction. But while we were talking about this, and when you brought up the idea of story, I did a silly thing because we were talking about Shogun earlier, and
Sure.
I went and I looked up what the fuck is the translation of Hatamoto. It's Bannerman.
Somebody in the chat literally just said, I could see this being somebody who has like different types of banners that you could raise for effects and things like that. I
think the fiction you want here is a Bannerman. I think the fiction that you want here is a fighter that is bearing the standard. Different from the bard that's playing the fife and drums, right? But in that cluster.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could be really interesting. I think that if you think about it from that perspective, not only could you potentially give yourself some grounded fiction pillars to be able to lean upon to get some slightly more mechanically interesting stuff, you might also find that you really like the idea of banners as a full metaphor for the subclass, where many of the features are being represented by the use of banners, and anyone who can see the banner can be affected by your ability. You don't have to go in that direction.
Here's
but
what I think.
You see how it immediately gets the brain going.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you could almost look at like the Twilight Cleric, or not the Twilight Cleric, the Stars Druid, or the Shaman Druid, or the Shepherd Druid, who can like summon like area, like they have like 3 different modes of like area effects they can activate that you could like have with your banner. But what I want to say, I think Bannerman could be a great idea, but I don't think it needs to be that at all.
No.
But what I do think is that type of thing, right? Bannerman sells a specific support fiction. You want to sell a support fiction, right? Is this a combat medic? Is this a combat drummer boy? Is this a combat guy holding a flag? Like how are they a support? Are they a hacker? Or do they have a little robot in their head and an aerial drone that like is feeding them information? So that's the kind of stuff you want to think about. So I want to just point out S. Obelisk's comment from a couple minutes ago because it made me laugh when we were talking about morale manipulation, and they said to be fair, this is different from the help action in that it doesn't cause this person's DM to raise the enemy's AC. And it's like, yep, that is true. I agree, and I needed to acknowledge S. Obelisk there because that was a very funny comment. You're a funny man. You funny, haha.
I mean, it's also right, and I think it's just it's so interesting to think about. Like, we build to the experiences that we have, right, and we build to solve the problems that we are experiencing, and that's not a bad thing. But this is why it's so important to get perspective from other people when you want other people to consume your stuff, because we all live very different lives, and we all have very different problems that we're up against.
Yeah,
and having 5 ways to circumvent an increased AC because of using the help action is not a problem that happens at my tables. Might be at yours, but I'm not going to get very much mileage out of that.
We're not clowning on his DM. I was the one that said, let's assume non-maliciousness. We were clowning on the...
not malicious. That was a funny joke.
Well, also, I was clowning on him. I do realize I did go on a rant for like 3 minutes about how that was a silly idea. So, yes, I apologize. I hope they weren't offended.
Listen, we're entertainers. Sometimes we got to clown on them, This is the crowd work, people.
I want to say something else before we keep reading here, though. Sure. I just want to point something out. For anybody that's like making homebrew and they're trying to figure out how to write it or anything like that, regardless of whether or not you agree with the way this piece is like structured, it is very, very, very well written. Like,
oh yeah,
I haven't thought about clarity or word length or sentence length or anything the whole time. If you are halfway through reading a piece of homebrew that doesn't have any art, more than halfway through it, and it's just big blocks of text, and you haven't gotten and you haven't thought about the fact that you've done that much reading, that's a very good sign. So
Yes.
I think that for anybody that's making homebrew, sometimes you definitely need features to take up more words than this, right? Features take a while to explain sometimes, but this is about as close to the gold standard as I think you could get in terms of simplicity of writing and eloquence and clarity of writing. Like, just like smoothness and straightforwardness and just getting us to the point.
And I think there's also something to be mentioned here, which is like we've looked at a couple of things today, certainly at least one today, where we have stumbled over. We don't feel like we have a good sense of the fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we're talking. It's not incoherently disjointed. Where it's like, oh, we don't know what you're trying to say. It's just you're not going to hit that next level until you get a specific idea down, right? And that is. It's a similar style problem, but it's the clarity of the writing has a lot to do with that, right? Like you have a direction that you're shooting for. It's just not all it can necessarily be. You've done a great job of getting to where you were initially shooting for.
Yeah, let's take a look at these other features. These ones, I think we're gonna fly through them. Team coordinator. Jesus, I hate this name. I fucking hate
bad.
it.
Somebody clowned on it already.
It makes me think of like corporate workspaces. It makes me think of wanting to strangle a man with his own tie. This is not good.
Tim and Fencer said, using my team coordinator ability, I increased sales by 20%.
Yeah, change this name. Oh my god. Sponge, I hope that you only use this name because you have been graced with never having to have your soul tainted by shitty office space.
Yeah.
But anybody that has ever had to even brush up against working in a shitty office environment or that kind of bullshit teamwork nonsense, it's the worst. It's genuine nightmare fuel. It's the closest thing we can get to cosmic horror in the world that we live in. But anyway, let's take a look at the features. Plans seem to go more smoothly when you are involved. Again, perfect amount of flavor text. Creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you gain a bonus to wisdom and intelligence checks equal to half your proficiency bonus. Okay, oh man, I have mixed feelings. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. The mechanics here, like what it's actually doing, is good. I think it's cool. I like the vibe of you being able to give people bonuses to wisdom and intelligence checks. I don't think it makes sense for you to have this as an aura. I don't know if I like it as an aura. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that.
I think that's right, because it is very paladin-y. I have two.
It could work if you make it like a banner, and you have like the banner of truth seeking, the banner of violence, and the banner of running away. You know, and it could just be one of the banner elements. If it tied into that type of core mechanic, it could work. But it does sort of feel like we're just getting a paladin aura.
I have two thoughts. One, if you really want to get around the aura and you don't want to make that part of the fiction, tie it to the help action. Whenever you give someone the help action, they gain a bonus to wisdom and intelligence checks made in the next minute, equal to half your proficiency bonus.
Ooh, yeah, or just the next one, right? Just that check, whatever. You
I guess it's advantage and half prof is like not bad. So whenever you give somebody the help action on a wisdom or intelligence check, but if they're like, if you are genuinely coordinating, you probably want to be able to like tee them up for a little bit of time.
Do you know what it could be? Do you know what it could be then? Do you know what it could be? Do you know how there's like, do you know there's that bardic feature where it's like College of Whispers has a feature where it's like you talk to a guy for a minute and you make him afraid of you.
Yeah,
it could be that. Talk to them for a minute, could be you talk to a person for a minute to like plan out tactics, and then for the next 10 minutes they can add this to their wisdom and investigation checks. Or whatever. If
you do it in this way, if you
or
do
the next
it in this
hour
way,
or whatever.
I don't think what I'm about to suggest is going to break the bank. If you have a time cost, a casting time, effectively, where it's like you have to talk to them for a minute, or however much time it is, I think you could potentially get away with throwing in initiative rolls into this as well. And then it's wisdom, intelligence, and initiative rolls. Mm-hmm. You get a bonus equal to half your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, that's
not going to break the bank, and it really, I think, solidifies that these wisdom and intelligence checks are being made through the lens of tactician. They're being made through the lens of a fighter, right?
So
You're
it could
talking
also,
about how
you
to
could even be more
organize people.
specific there, right? You could be like perception checks, investigation checks. Like you don't need to specify all, because there's going to be wisdom checks that like, is it going to make sense for this for like an animal handling check? I don't know.
Potentially, I don't know that you need to pick a specific list, right? I think it's probably fine to be like, you know how to go look for this. You're the religious guy. Cleric, go check for religion. Wizard, go check for arcana. Right? And you're giving them that bonus in that way. But I think initiative kind of grounds it in a way. And if you make it like, you know, talk to them for a minute and then they get the benefit for 10, that 10 minutes worth of a slight initiative bump isn't going to break the bank. So I think there might be something there.
I think you could make it more than 10 minutes, but I agree. It makes sense. Yeah, Timmy, you're killing it. You're a champion of ice and fire. All right, let's take a look. And then we get 18th level feature. When you roll initiative, you gain a use of encouraging words. If you want to be...
I love this, but definitely keep it to long rest for the resets.
Well, this is something that you see quite often in fighters that get a third level resource-based feature. Battle Masters get it. Samurais get it. Nobody gets it at level 18. This is too late to get it. So make this the 10th level feature or the 15th level feature if you are going to give us a feature like this.
I say give it a 10th and then figure out what to move up to 18th. And again, if we're talking about finding another way to do combat-oriented support, that 18th is a great place to do that, right? Like that's a good place to really, really land the fiction. Because it's going to be something to shoot for.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this final one. Empowering word is the 18th level feature, the pinnacle of the supporter. The strength of your voice has reached a new level. You can use your action to shout a word of power. Creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you become empowered. They get to add a plus D4 bonus to attack and damage rolls. It's literally the same feedback for morale manipulator. It's fine. It's boring. It's uninspired. It's like, it feels like bless. It's like, cool, I get special bless at 18th level.
Yeah.
I get a slightly more powerful version of a spell a bard got at first level. You know? And it's also just doing a lot of the same shit that we're already doing. We're already adding numbers to shit. We're already adding numbers to our attack rolls and damage rolls through a number of other things. So I think that I would new thing, big crazy 18th level feature, cool, awesome pinnacle of teamwork support. Maybe when you have a more specific flavor of support, that'll help you figure out what this 18th level feature should be. Because if I was to make a banner at man, I would probably make this one like a banner of the inevitable, and it would make it so you could like do some sort of like terrifying, intense march of devastation or something. I don't know. Like I would give it a scary banner name. Banner of the inevitable, I think sounds cool. Anyway, I don't have more thoughts. I think it's look, some of these mechanics work really well. You just gotta figure out the flavor, man. Flavor's got to be a little bit more squeezy in a direction, and then I think that's going to do 80% of the work in terms of figuring out things. Also, do not build a subclass that you plan on sharing with other people with your Dungeon Master's homebrew rules in mind.
Well, Sponge didn't realize that wasn't canon.
Sponge knew that was not a homebrew rule. They knew that was not a home. They knew that was a homebrew rule. They just forgot. They weren't thinking about it. They said that, right? Sponge, because
no, they said they weren't aware that wasn't a normal thing.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, I apologize, but also
I agree.
Yeah, that's crazy. I okay, ignore me. Sorry. Well, yeah, that's not a normal thing.
Yes. So,
cool.
This is why we get other people to look at our stuff for us, because we don't always know what's not a normal thing.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's give Sponge a big old round of applause.
Give him a big old round.
Darling, Dankeschön.
Oh. Yeah. Never understood why that was in German.
Well, the Germans are known to be a very thankful people and very kind and supportive of all things, and have been throughout time.
Especially lounge music.
Yeah. I think there's probably some irony in there. Realistically,
yeah.
Depending on how old that song is, it might even be like making fun. It might be like a pro, it might be like making fun of the Germans, depending on when the song came out. You know?
Let's find out. 1963. So probably not.
No, not making fun of the Germans. We were done making fun of them.
Yeah, by 1963. Yeah, absolutely. What a fucking weird song.
Yeah, super weird. What's up, Redmer? Boom. Excuse me. Hey, Cinder, what are your opinions on the 44 rules thing? I did not get a chance to read it before it got taken down. If somebody in my Discord has access to the screenshots of it, or the original 44 rules thing, you are more than welcome to DM me in Discord, and send it to me, and I'll take a look at them. I'm assuming they're stupid and hectic. I didn't actually read them. I read like the first 6. Some guy posted on Reddit a thing that blew up, went huge, and it was essentially a dungeon master had like come back from the summer to like start the campaign again, and they sent all their players a list of the 44 rules that they would need to be following if they wanted to play in his campaign. And the rules
I think I found it on Reddit.
Is it still there?
Yeah. No, it's somebody copied it and rewrote it.
Oh yeah, so this is it. It's like you can tell very quickly the vibe. I'll just, like, even if you read the first one. I'm timing turns. I don't give a fuck if it's unfair, in your opinion, because your spells are hard or you don't know what square to move to. You get 1 minute to know all the actions you want to take, or I skip your turn. That attitude is just the attitude that sort of pervades the whole thing. It's very entitled.
Yep.
A lot of it's pretty ridiculous. It just seems like a dungeon master. Maybe there's something good in here. I haven't read them.
There's a weird one because there's one that kind of counters that. He goes through 29 rules of this being not happy fun time. Fuck yourself. We're gonna be moving quickly. I'm gonna kill characters. I don't give a fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in 29, he says saying shit like, "Guys, come on, we're not here to have fun. We're here to play D&D. This is serious business." Oh, maybe it's ironic. He's rude and dismissive of how much work I put into this. Yeah, he's okay. It's a double layer of irony. Yeah, fuck this whole post. Good Lord.
Yeah. Let's see what 44 is. I'm never just threatening you. I'm promising you. Yeah, see, that's what it is. It's just a what this is called. This is somebody who probably is in a position where the people they play D&D with have not realized that there are other people to play D&D with, and they probably have at least for some time were sort of the only dungeon master in town, so they were very used to people trying to like do, putting up with them is what I would say.
There's a British TV show from the 80s called Keeping Up Appearances that effectively follows a middle-class woman who fancies herself to have some power in her community and is basically just a Karen. And it's a comedy about that. This post reads like that woman wrote it.
There's also stuff in here that just, like, was not good. Like, attitude. Like, here, look at this. Look at number 5.
Yeah.
If you don't act out any of your persuasion or intimidation or any social checks, you fail before you even roll. You fail immediately because you aren't even trying, and you're making the game lame for everyone else. What? So if I have to be intimidating to be intimidating, but what if I'm not intimidating? I just want to pretend to be intimidating. Isn't that like the whole point of the game?
This is baby brain DM stuff. I don't know.
I mean, you know what? The thing is, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because Rule 25. They don't give a fuck what Reddit says.
True.
The irony is they might not give a fuck what Reddit says, but Reddit really cares about what they say. Like a lot.
Yeah. Maybe more than they should.
Look at 15.
I think the thing is, it's good to circulate this to remind people that you don't have to deal with it. That this isn't normal.
You know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't fully disagree with number 15. I disagree with the way that I would disagree with all this. I think telling your players not to get too drunk or too stoned is 100% reasonable, man. I have played D&D with people where people don't care about it. I've played D&D with people where you do care about it. I have played D&D with people that got too drunk and it created issues. So I don't know how I feel about the I will go home. I just feel like I would probably say, hey guys, I don't like when we get really high when we play or really drunk when we play. So can we not do that? And that's how you do that.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. I don't think it's unreasonable to set a boundary. Like this is kind of how I feel about hanging with people in general. If you're getting too drunk to like be present in what we're doing, I might not want to be around you, right? I'm not gonna be a dick about it, but like
No. Well, there's also a time and a place. Like I listen, I'm the last person in the world to tell somebody that they shouldn't experiment or try things. Responsibly, but I'm a big fan of jumping in the pool and seeing how deep you can get to the bottom. I think that's a fun game to play. I think you just got to be responsible with it.
You gotta show up. Yeah, you gotta show up knowing that everybody's there to play that game.
Right? Listen, like if you're gonna if you're gonna go on a journey, you need to. It's unreal. It is totally reasonable to go on a hike. Okay, it's totally reasonable to go on a hike. It is completely irresponsible to not pay attention to how long that hike is going to be and to not bring appropriate supplies for that hike. And that is exactly how I feel about any sort of intoxicant. Like, it is totally reasonable to dance the dance. It is not reasonable to do it in a way that is going to lead to you or somebody else getting hurt. That is when it gets trouble.
I don't mean to derail, but Gamer Falcon, we are off the deep end, and this is so funny. Look at 39.
Yeah, sure. You will submit your spell list daily in-game. If you do not give me a spell list each in-game day, you will not be able to cast a single spell or cantrip in combat. I do not trust you guys to use this against me. Well, I mean, the last sentence is the red flag. Like, this is like, if a dungeon master doesn't trust their player, that's immediately like, well, this I could probably make between 10 and 20 different YouTube shorts based on this single sentence.
So funny. That's so funny. Oh my God.
I am actually here. I'm going to push back a little bit. This is another one where if you just made it the first sentence and there was no threat connected to it, it was just setting an expectation. I think that's okay because I do think that there is an element of strategy involved with picking your spells and an element of power in terms of who does and who doesn't. And I totally respect a dungeon master wanting to use that strategy and make their players use that strategy. Making it so all the other parts is fucking goblin. This is nonsense. This is silly stuff.
The top comment is, if half of these were worded less aggressively and some of the do this or get kicked stuff was removed, there'd be stuff I agree with. Like, occasionally, but it is so steeped in, this is my house and I'll throw a beer can at your head if you don't play D&D my way. Like,
dude, 38. Also, if you took a blowtorch to 38, and you burned away everything until just the essence, and then you separated the essence of anger and insecurity with the essence of asking for help, I think 38 is a great rule. You know what 38 is?
Yeah.
Be respectful.
Yes.
That's literally what they're saying there. 38 is just be respectful. It's written in the most twisted way possible. This is like trauma. This is the person is asking you for respect, but the person has faced such trauma that they don't know how to in a normal way. That's what that is.
Yeah. I kind of want to rewrite these with the core idea and see if they're good. If you just frame them from the perspective of not being a dick.
I acknowledge that this is not what the plan was for tonight, and I will go back to reviewing Homebrew soon, but do you want to do that right now very quickly? Or does that feel like not a thing to do at all right now? It's too many things. It's 44. That's a lot. But we could try.
It's a lot. Let's see if we can get through a few. Let's go until we can't fix one. Go until we can't fix one.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Here, let me open a new document.
Okay.
Okay. Rule 1.
This is so funny.
Rule 1 is this is the archive of the 44 rules for D&D, and we are going to find the gold inside the poopy. Or we're going to try to.
Yep.
Rule number 1.
Yep.
I'm timing turns. I don't give a fuck if it's unfair, in your opinion, because your spells are hard or you don't know what square to move. You get 1 minute to know all the actions you want to take, or I skip your turn. What do we think that is? I have an idea immediately.
I do too, actually. I'm curious what yours is.
My thought is just... Oops, wait, I moved to... My thought would be respectful of other people's time. Like, think about what you're going to do before you take your turn. Try to...
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Prepare your turn.
That's reasonable. I honestly don't even think the timing is necessarily a problem. Maybe a minute is too short, but like, I think saying something to the effect of, I want to make sure that we're keeping turns to a reasonable time. If I feel like you're taking too long, I'm going to ask you to make a decision and we're going to move on because I want us to all be respectful of each other's time.
Okay, if your turn is taking a long time, I'm going to ask you to make a decision.
Chat, you're fucking champion on this one. This is great.
Pay attention in combat and know your character sheet. Please stay engaged and plan your turns in advance as much as possible. We will time turns to prevent stalling. Be respectful over time with each other. I think it can just be that sentence. I think that's fine like that. All right, number 2. If you want harder fights, bring a second character sheet and expect to twiddle your thumbs when you die. I'm not going to baby anyone. Now, this might be hard to make a rule for because I don't really understand what this means. Is this just saying...
if you want harder fights, bring a second character sheet, and if and when you die in combat, you're waiting until we can introduce your next character, so you're just going to be sitting there dead for a while.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that's going to be like, if you're... Okay, here's what that's going to be like. Have a second character prepared in case you die. I think that's not an unreasonable thing to ask, right?
Yeah.
Have a second character prepared for a... Here's what I'm going to say. For a difficult campaign.
I also think there's an element in here. There's an element in here that we can interpret generously, right? If you want harder fights, some of you have told me that you want combat to be more difficult. If we're going to go down that road, you're going to need to have a second character on deck, and be potentially prepared for character death.
Yeah, you want to have a second character ready. You want to have a second character. I think on deck is the move. You have a second character on deck, and you have to be ready for potential character death. And
I think that's it. Just character death. I think that's it.
Number 3. If you call me or my roles unfair, I will get up and go home. If you got a ride with me, you can find your way back and suck it up. Okay, so obviously we just ignore the second half of it. How about this one?
Sure.
How about this one?
Yeah.
In order for me to feel good about running the game, I need you to respect my DM decisions. That's kind of what it is, right? Or is there another way we should
Is what it is. I really want to extend that and be like, if you have a problem with something that happens at the table, talk to me about it, but that's just me. That's not present.
How about this? If you have a problem with something, let's discuss it after the game. After the session.
To be fair, Tradosio points out that like that summarizes the overwhelming majority of these rules.
All right, well, listen. Then it's going to maybe be a really boring list. Let's see. Maybe it won't be, though. Rule number 4. I'm going to take your character...
This might be where we stop.
I'm going to take your character loot away as regularly as you want it given out. I think this is just like, please don't pander me for items.
Yeah, but is that
annoying.
Do we think that's actually a problem?
Okay, well, how would you make this into a piece of advice? I think the piece of advice would be...
I don't know if anything is in there, though.
I think what's in there. Okay, well, obviously there's nothing in here. Like this is vapid. This is just a bad thing. But I do think so. Is 4 just nothing? Do we just are we done now? Is that it?
Well, maybe.
Because what I was gonna say, if we
if
were gonna turn 4 into something, I would probably make it something like, if you feel like you're not getting enough magic items, let's talk about it. It would basically be the opposite of this.
Yeah, it is truly the opposite of this. I don't know if we can salvage this one in the spirit of what it's saying, right? Like, there's no universe in which a good GM is just taking characters' loot away because they want items in the game. Collecting items in the game and having an inventory is part of D&D. Stranosio, that's a stretch. I will try to circulate items through the party to keep things interesting and evolving is big. That's a stretch, but I think it might be close.
Okay, I think we're going to take Tradosio's sentence.
Yeah.
And oops.
Yes, we are rewriting the list as if it were written by and for functional human beings, yes.
And then I think what we're going to say is, I think we started with this. I think we started with, I want to rely less on magic items. But, there you go.
Okay.
Maybe that's adding too much. Okay. Maybe we get rid of that opening.
Oh, I actually think the opening ties it more closely into the spirit of what this person was griping about.
Yeah, we want the spirit of it in there for sure. Number 5.
Yeah, okay. We did it. I'm impressed on that one. I did not expect it.
If you don't act out any of your persuasion or intimidation or any social checks, you fail before you even roll.
God, they just keep getting worse.
Okay, no, this is an easy one, dude. I think we just turned it literally. I think what we say. Oh God, I guess we can't really make it the opposite. We have to try to find what it is. It's just encouraging roleplay. That's what it is. That's right. It's encouraging roleplay.
Yeah, it is. It's really, really, really fucking tied to the role, though, is the thing. Because it's like, it's not just encouraging roleplay, because it's encouraging roleplay in very specific situations.
Were we in the middle of looking at someone's entry? No, we were not.
No, we'd finished the fighter. Can we do it? Can we do it? If you don't act out any... Okay, here it is. You fail immediately because you aren't even trying and you are making the game lame for everyone else. Therein lies the please role play and demonstrate buy-in commensurate to everybody else at the table, right? Like, I want to play for people who want to role play.
What was the word you used? In what?
Oh, don't use that. That's
I like that phrase.
Yeah.
Please, just try to roleplay. It's so simple, but like
such a nothing thing. It's such a nothing thing, and it's so funny because this is one where we have this conversation so often. People are like, "How do I get my players to roleplay? How do I get my players to roleplay?" You can't just make a rule that they need to roleplay, right? Like what you're doing is you're navigating people's comfort to engage in an activity that is often very foreign to people, sometimes even stigmatized. And like, you can't just say, do it.
How about this? When you make a check, please roleplay or explain how your character acts out the action. This helps, give the story narrative.
This helps keep us all immersed and gives me something to play off of.
This helps build immersion.
Yeah.
This is the fucking worst advice ever because it's all 2-year-old advice. Number 6.
Stop 2-year-old.
We might not get through all this. There's a lot.
We're not going to get all. There's a lot.
If you don't pick up,
yeah.
Well, how many do you want to try to get? Oh, let's just keep going for now. Let's not think about it. We'll just stop when we want to stop. If you don't pick up cues for side quests, that's not my problem. Get over yourself. It's not a video game. It's a role-playing, pen and paper-based game with miniatures. I'm not holding your hand if you choose not to pursue shit. This is just, please take notes.
Is it?
Yeah, just take notes.
I honestly think I'm confused about this one. What is the problem here? The players are upset.
The problem is players. My guess is what's happening. My guess is what's happening is that players are like, I don't know what to do, and the dungeon master's like, well, you didn't notice the secret book in the library, and that would have led you to the secret door, and that would have led you to the adventure. Right? It's plot hooks.
Yeah, but that's entirely just the GM's problem. That's not taking notes. That's the GM not giving them good information.
Yeah. So
Brent has a good one. Keep an eye out for hidden clues throughout the game. If you want to pursue side quests and subplots, you're going to need to interact with the environment, right? Like keep an eye out for hidden clues throughout the game.
If you want to, if you want to do side quests,
if you want to pursue side quests and subplots,
side quests and subplots, look for clues. Look for clues and details throughout the game. That's kind of a piece of advice. This is so stupid. 7, if you move to a square in combat, there's no takebacks.
We're done. We're done. There's no
play professional chess. That's what that is. Right?
Yeah. I think we got to stop there. There's no salvaging that one.
All right.
Chat, what do you think?
Well, maybe we'll play around with that later. Chat, maybe we'll continue that later. I think that's a pretty good end point for that.
I think this is a fun project.
Yeah.
This is a fun project, but
I'll keep this document.
I think play professional chess is definitely the only reasonable interpretation.
What a dumb dummy. Whenever I see those sorts of articles, there's a part of me that's like, that can't be real. Like,
yeah, I mean, it is, though, every time. This is Cinder, you and I live in, like, a fairy world where people are, like, professional, like, consent managers and former educators and storytellers and fucking playwrights and actors. And most people do not have that in their suburban basement D&D game. It's just not available.
S-Obelisk, I think, brings up a good point. You know what, guys? Maybe at some point later this week or next week, chat, we will investigate this document further. We'll devote a whole stream to it, and we'll have these sort of deep and inappropriate investigations. I like S-Obelisks, which is that this is what he said. I fully thought the DM was the problem until I got to the ones about not getting too drunk to play. Then it slowly became clear that this was written by a man pushed to his limits. And I don't know, but let's try to do it, man. Listen, okay, next week at some point, or maybe this weekend, or maybe we'll just never do it. One of the three. We'll take a deeper dive.
I think it's a good idea. I think this is worth a whole stream. I think this is worth a whole stream. Picking up from 7 and seeing if you can fix it.
Yeah. We can make it. There
are
would you want to be there for that stream too, or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
absolutely.
Cool. We'll try to let's plan it, you and I, based on your schedule.
Yeah.
So we'll pick it for a day that works for you.
Yeah.
Hurt people. Yes, this is true.
An unreasonable response from a person hurt by his players. Yes. But unreasonable responses don't come from reasonable people 9 times out of 10, right? Like that. If the whole thing had been less toxic, there would have been conversations had earlier.
Yeah. I think this is. Sometimes you have a lot of people that are having issues with each other, and not a single one of them is good at talking about or expressing feelings. And it just leads to
also there are a lot of
being
people.
Shitty.
There are a lot of people who in the chat saying, like, if I had players that were getting too drunk to play, I would simply not DM for them. And that's a reasonable boundary and a reasonable prerogative to exercise. But I would also say that there are a lot of people, maybe not so many of them in this chat, who like D&D enough to spend their fucking Thursday nights hanging out with us. But, like, there are a lot of people who play D&D who play it as an excuse to socialize. Because we often require, especially in America, a structured activity to spend time together, or at least the pretense of one. And so if they're hanging out, getting drunk and getting high, and they're getting to that point where they just don't give a shit about the game anymore, they're not blackout drunk, they're just not paying attention because they're having fun doing the thing they really want to do. You shouldn't DM for them, but it's also they're not trying to hurt you in that. They're not trying to be disrespectful in that. They're just taking advantage of the socialization opportunity. So it's a communication breakdown, I guess, is my point.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Tim, I would tell you to go to bed, but I stay up all night all the time, and you should do whatever you want. Bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a
Tim, you
bucket a
should
bucket a
never
bucket a
stop
bucket a
dancing.
bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket. Well, don't you don't want to. That's a I use that quote sometimes, but people shouldn't use it casually. It's not a good quote. Do you know what it's from?
Yes.
It's from like the most evil character in any book ever.
Yeah, I know.
Next piece from Baba, just a simple little joke item, but like all simple joke items, I'm trying to make it as useful with little creativity. I might have misread that sentence. Let's take a look. This is called the coin of imitation flatulence. I mean, that's a good name. That's a good name. That's a good name.
Oh, Lord.
The magic item appears to be a normal platinum coin. When it is touched by a creature, it emits a noise similar to a brief and clear emission of flatulence that can be heard from 100 feet away. I would argue that is an unusually loud flatulence. 100 feet?
Yeah, 100 feet away is
sometimes you can get away with it in an elevator. Once a creature has touched the coin, it will not create any noise if that creature touches it again until the next day at dawn. I like the idea of the joke. I don't like two things about it. I don't like that it's just... I don't understand why it's every time a creature touches it, but then it's only once a day per creature. And I think it's too loud for a common item. That's how I feel.
I think it should be less loud. I also wonder if touching it is not the right trigger.
I don't think it is at all. I think it's totally not.
I wonder if maybe you should time it or something. I'm not sure what the right trigger should be, but like, I can't think of an instance where I would use this. Whereas if
it needs to be easy for me to do a prank with it.
Throw it like a grenade or something like it. Yes, I could start seeing the use. But yeah,
it's the third of the volume of Thunderous Smite. Yeah, you can have a link. Sorry. Here you go. Yeah, I got you, buddy.
That's really good.
That's amazing. I think it's a fun item. But you want to be able to use it like a prank. Like a whoopee cushion works because I blow it up and then I place it and it becomes a trap that somebody steps upon. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you want it to work like a trap. You want there to be an element of I can grasp you in it, make you mine, or make you flatulate.
I mean, at that point, that just is a whoopee cushion, and is that a magic item?
I mean,
that's just a real thing that you can. That's just a piece of that's a bladder.
Who would
right?
argue that a whoopee cushion is anything if not magic? I think is the first response I have to that.
Okay, I accept.
We live in a world of magic, and we don't get to dance with it that much, but whoopee cushions certainly help.
Trudosio actually has a good idea. Whatever the trigger is, leave the trigger with you, and you can place the sound up to some distance away, and the sound is heard.
So it's like a noise maker,
like you're like throwing the voice, right? Yeah. So like
that could work.
You can make it sound like anyone in the room is farting.
Made a big old fart. But that's also wouldn't like prestidigitation kind of do that too?
Yes, I don't understand the point of this magic item.
It's a fun little magic item. You buy this for your kid. Listen, if you had a kid who you knew you were never going to be able to, you wouldn't. Right? No. It depends on them. How let's not assume high level magic. I'm a farmer, okay. The wizard's castle is over there. It's hard to get to, first of all. But even if I did get there, wizards don't like sharing their knowledge. It costs like 500 gold to even be accepted as a first-year student. But my kid's birthday's coming up. They like goofs and gaffs, and I saw that somebody put part of the prestidigitation spell into a coin that makes it make fart noises. So I'll buy that for my kid.
There you go.
You know, that's who this item's for.
Yeah, I think like I wouldn't worry about defining the distance of how far it can be heard, because I think that sounds don't usually come with distances in 5e.
They do. Like knock, the spell knock, the spell thunder wave, thunderous smite.
I guess that's true.
Thaumaturgy. The things that make loud noises do. The thing that make loud noises do.
If this is prestidigitation, normal sounds. This is a normal sound, right? So I think that like, the thing that you want to figure out how to do is be able to trigger it from range, not necessarily have it
Yeah, or put it on a
have
timer.
it fill a range.
Or put it on a
Yeah,
timer.
timer's not
You
fun.
click a button on it, it makes a noise in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Tradosi also says you can make a sound with minor illusion. It's not tied to distance. Yeah. So the thing where it's tied to distance is expressly when it is designed to be loud.
Yeah. So normal sounds don't, which was the point that I was going for. Yeah.
Thank you, Baba. Baba 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 Baba. I really, really, really want to see the new Mad Max movie. I need to see it at some point.
Fair enough. I have not seen it. I don't think I'm going to because
You don't like scary things. Although it's not going to be that scary.
I like Fury Road quite a bit. I don't like how much they CGI'd, and I don't think the CGI looks great. Fury Road was really good because it was vehicular ballet.
Yeah, I loved Fury Road. I watched it again the other day. It's so fucking hype. It's the most hype movie ever. It also just doesn't stop. Like I forgot how unrelenting it is. It's crazy. Boosh. We got some spaghetti.
Bag.
Really pronounce the beginning of that word or you're going to sound like you're going to get yourself in trouble. This is a fighter subclass loosely inspired by the character Gambit from X-Men. So you're going to go with sort of like a racist depiction of Creole. I see. No, I'm just kidding. They're not really racist. That wasn't really racist. He was a white dude. But it was very, very, very... I love it. I love Gambit. But if you talk to anybody from the only reason I say that is because I have a buddy who lives in New Orleans, and a lot of people in New Orleans really hate Gambit, which is ironic because he's supposed to like rep New Orleans. Okay, the fighter subclass loosely inspired by, or Louisiana rather, Gambit, you're inspired by his powers, not by his general vibe, which is fine because we were just making fun of his vibe, not his powers. The goal was to make a fighter subclass that could effectively pull off area effect damage without losing sight of balance. Cool.
All right, let's take a look.
Personally, I like Gambit. I think he's a fun guy. I used to make out with him. Really? No. Shut up. Let's see here. There it is in the chat. Formatting is a little off. Or is that just me? That might just be me. Formatting feels a little wonky on this one. All right, let's take a look. This is the martial art architect to the Kinetic Knight. Kinetic Knights channel evocation magic into their weapons to manipulate the potential energy within and release the energy to create fantastical destructive effects. Whether you study the arcane to attain this power or were simply born with it, you have learned to manipulate energy into explosive shows of power. Okay, I think this flavor text is mostly fine. You are basically... this second sentence is half of it is just repeating what you said in the first idea. So you're wasting a lot of words just saying the same idea twice, but it's pretty solid basic flavor text. At third level, we get 2 features. We get motion manipulation and kinetic charge. This is a fighter, right? Yeah. Motion manipulation. You can alter the energy within matter to your will, allowing you to manipulate objects from a distance. You learn the Mage Hand cantrip using Constitution as your spellcasting. Additionally, when you miss with a ranged weapon attack, you can use your bonus action to reverse the kinetic energy of the thrown weapon or projectile to have it return to your hand. I'll tell you immediately what my first thought is that I think you're going to have to contend with throughout this entire thing is this is so fucking similar feeling to the Cyanide. Like,
yeah, it's like, slightly worse too because this is only when you miss and it's your bonus action.
But also, I skimmed ahead a little bit. Like, there's a lot here that basically feels like the Cyanide, and I think that you're gonna have to contend with that. For example, kinetic charge. Once per turn, you touch a weapon or piece of ammunition and imbue it with explosive energy. The next time you make an attack with the weapon or ammunition before the start of your next turn, its damage type changes to force, and you can create one of the following effects. The target and each creature within 5 feet have to make a dex saving throw or take force damage equal to 1d6 plus your proficiency bonus. Don't scale this off your proficiency bonus.
A dex save against?
It's a dex save. We don't know what the dex save is, so you need to tell us what the saving throw is based off of. We don't know.
Oh wait, it says later. It says later.
Yeah, don't do that. Give us the save earlier, not later. Give us the saving throw before you tell us that we need saving throws. every single time. Okay, wait. So once per turn, is this infinite in use? Unclear. I guess you. Okay, notice you can charge a weapon 3 times and regain all uses when you finish a short or long rest. So 3 times a short rest, you can do one of these 2 features.
And then that scales up to 6.
The target each creature within 5 feet of it to make a dex saving throw or take some damage. This kind of sucks because it forces you to only do it with ranged weapons. I don't like that. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away from you. Huge or larger creatures automatically succeed. Yeah, so basically, kind of what I said before, man. This feels really fucking similar to the cyanide. Because it's all creatures within 5 feet take damage. You're one of the creatures within 5 feet.
Yep.
So the Psy Warrior at 3rd level gets a thing that deals a little bit of extra damage to one creature, not a bunch of creatures. And then it gets abilities to move shit around. And then at higher levels, it's doing stuff where it's like hitting creatures and dealing damage to them and knocking them prone. I'm just seeing the vibe.
It's pretty much the same, yeah.
It's different in some of the way it's expressing and the order of operation, some of the vibes, but you are dancing real close with it in a way that I think you might not be realizing, and I think you got to pull much farther away. I don't think this is great. I'm going to be honest, man. I think that this is a lackluster amount of damage, and I think knocking a creature back 10 feet is kind of boring. To only be able to do this 3 times a rest. But also, I don't know how you would make it much more powerful and be reasonable. So, like, I feel like it's not. I think you got to think about it differently. Maybe I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what the solution is here. But I think that this system feels a little whack currently. Little whack. Like,
we'll continue to go through this if Cinder, if you think there's going to be some stuff down the line that's worth talking about. But I do think there's an element, and we'll reiterate something that we've said a ton in this process before. When you are trying to emulate something that exists in fiction, it is always worth looking at the extant options to see if they could service, right? I don't know Gambit super well, but if this is meant to represent Gambit, the fiction of that somehow, and you just sort of arrived at something that was left of Cyanide, just use the Cyanide.
Well, the difference is the explosive element. I think that so that the whole gimmick of Gambit is that she charges objects and they explode. That's Gambit in a nutshell. Yeah. So I get the AoE thing, but I think that you're not thinking about like this is like I want this to do more damage, but I also feel like we need some version of it that we get a little bit more regularly, or something that we get a little bit more regularly that is not kinetic redirection or motion manipulation, because those they don't fit the vibe. Like, the only thing that fits the vibe so far is kinetic explosion. And I don't even love kinetic explosion because I can't use it with melee. I don't like that.
Honestly, could this be a feat that works with the Cyanide? Or even a fighting style that works with the Cyanide?
I don't think Gambit... I don't think the Cyanide does a good job of making Gambit.
Got it.
I think this is also not doing a good job of making Gambit. Like, I think that, like, the relationship that this has to the Cyanide, I don't think is a good thing. I think it's too much psychic powers. And what I'm wondering if it is if it's trying to represent the character, like all of the different nuances of the powers a little bit too holistically, maybe. I'm not really sure. Like, I genuinely have no idea why we have Mage Hand. Like, it just feels weird. I don't get it.
That's fair. Also, somebody said Gambit only uses their abilities with ranged attacks.
Yes, but Shades, we are not building Gambit. We are using Gambit to inspire a subclass. Shades, I want you to shut the fuck up and acknowledge right now that you are 1,000,000% wrong. Because Gambit energizes his staff all the fucking time, okay? All the fucking time. All the time. So, if you're gonna say shit with your chest, and you're wrong, your chest is gonna get a little sore. You're gonna get a little red from that slap. Kapow! Okay. But yeah, I think that right now it feels weirdly too close to the cyanide so far, man. I think you need to lean more into the empowering items element, and I think that the knocking creatures back really far and the moving stuff with your mage hand just feels random and off. You get reflexive toss. You can reflexively throw objects charged with kinetic energy to intercept incoming threats. When a creature moves to a space within 15 feet of you, or when you are hit by a ranged attack, you can use your reaction to expend one use of your charge to quickly charge a tiny object you're carrying, and throw it, causing one of the following effects. Creature. What? What does that mean? Okay.
When a creature moves into a space within 15
just
feet
make
of
these two separate features then, man, if these are going to be that different.
Yeah.
If they both have different triggering effects and different outcomes, they should be different features. When a creature has to make a strength saving throw on a failure, it cannot move any closer to you. This just feels like psychic powers, man. This just feels like telekinesis. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just getting too caught up on what you said you want this to feel like in terms of like AoE energy stuff and kinetic and potential energy. But I really disagree with this being represented by movement control and shit like that. Like, that just feels like psychic powers to me. Maybe that's just me, but that really doesn't feel like it's selling the fiction. It just feels like it should be on a different subclass. I don't know. I don't both from a flavor perspective and a mechanics perspective, I'm not feeling it. Like, maybe if you built this to be more of a thrown weapon specialist and that's what you want this to be, I could accept an element of this, but it feels really out of left field, and the mechanic feels like a psychic power. It doesn't feel like a charged... even with the flavor text, I don't think it lands. And then you can deflect the projectile with a projectile. This one's fine. It's a little lackluster. Sort of reminds me of some of those fighter features we saw in the last one, where I was like, yeah, they work, but they don't feel exciting. We get supercharged at 10th level. When you charge a weapon or a piece of ammunition with your kinetic charge, you can expend 2 uses at once, empowering the feature in the following ways. The explosion now has a bigger radius, and you and everybody else are going to take more damage. Kinetic redirection, creature is now pushed 20 feet, knocked back. Same issues with all the other. If this is just an improvement of the 3rd level feature, literally same feedback. Explosion stuff feels good. Everything else feels redundant, or like it feels like it should be on another subclass.
Problems. Yeah, the explosion stuff has problems because you're not immune to it, so it's range only.
I think doing a concussive burst is an interesting idea, and I might want to lean into that a little bit more. I think that might be the move to lean into that a little bit more. That's not bad. To get daze, give everybody a little bit of a daze. But if it's only loosely inspired by Gambit, I'm saying that it doesn't feel like its own thing right now. It feels like a psychic character that can make things explode. That's what it feels like. And I'm not sure if that's enough. Like, I'm telling you, like, the kinetic element here is not landing to me. The kinetic element to me feels entirely like the cyanide and like psychic features. Let's look at energy font. You are no longer limited to the number of charges, number of times per turn you can charge an object. Also, if you know remaining charges, this could work. I would need. This is more of like a power battle. I feel like this would be fine. I would need to play around with like how much damage output does this actually give me if I'm like action search. Like, is this like if I can do this or this multiple times? How much is that? How much of an impact is that actually going to have? Like, that's more of a numbers game, but I think that could be fine. And starting with a use, we should not be able to get a bonus action to get one back. That's too much, depending on how powerful you make this. What you do to make it get back is if you start combat and you have no uses, you get a use. You just beat Margit? Nice. Very nice. Crazy Moose! 11 months! Holy moly! You're wild, dude.
Outlandish. Unhinged.
And then at 18th level, as an action, you can touch one tiny non-magical object you're carrying, such as a piece of ammunition, playing card, bop, 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 bop. The object erupts in a violent explosion after an hour, or when you stop concentrating on it. Oh, Crazy Moose is gifting 10 subs here. Wait, we gotta pause for 1 second. One second. Oh my goodness, 10 new gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Let's see, who do we got? We got subs for? We got Smash is getting a sub. Boy's getting a sub. Samboy's getting a sub. Baggy's getting a sub. Somebody whose names and characters I can't read gets a sub. Void Mystic, sub. Kenneth, sub. Tychas, sub. CPR, sub. Chocolate Milk, sub. The power. Behold the power of Crazy Moose. He can't be stopped. He won't be stopped. Behold. 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 His greatness. It knows no bounds. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Anyway, thank you, Crazy Moose. I appreciate that. You're very sweet. That's very generous of you. I hope you're having a good day. Where are you in the world these days? Last time I spoke to you, I feel like you were in transition, or you were at the edge of in transition. But I don't know if we talked about where you settled. I hope you're doing good. Okay, so this last feature basically allows you to turn an object into a time bomb that you can set off to explode. So here's my thought. Here's my thought overall. I think that where I am struggling with this piece, and maybe it's just me. If it is just me, please let me know. Because if it's just me, this is droppable. I feel like the kinetic potential energy thing is being expressed in radically different ways that do not seem to synergize, or they're so different that they feel like they're not the same. Like, they feel like they're not both representing kinetic energy. I think it's like, am I representing kinetic energy by things like momentum and inertia? Or am I representing kinetic energy by charging objects with magic power that makes them explode? And I think you probably need to pick a lane. I think that's the problem. And for me, at least, all of the stuff that has to do with, like, movement and momentum and inertia and that sort of stuff, I feel like that is already represented by the Cyanite, at least in the way that it's being represented here.
Yeah, I think that's
right. How I feel. That's how I feel. I think you got to pick a little bit more of a lane. I think the kinetic energy is a cool vibe, but I think that the logical jump between I charge items with kinetic energy, make them explode, and I make you not move towards me by diminishing your kinetic energy, or I get Mage Hand because I can manipulate. It just feels off. Like they don't feel like they're building the same vision. That's how I feel. And I think that there's some neat ideas in here baked in, but I think that right now, unfortunately, I think that it feels like it's sort of like two completely different subclasses sort of mushed on top of each other. That's sort of how it feels. So I think you got to pick a lane a little bit. I'm curious, chat and Patrick, am I out of line? Am I accurate? Am I missing something?
You're 100%.
Is that what the problem is?
I could not agree more. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think that because
there's some cool ideas in here for sure. They just feel mushy together.
They're not synergizing well. They are contrasting, and one lane entirely is the sort of core of another subclass. So we have a subclass fighting with an unrelated half a subclass. Yeah, and one of those halves is something that already exists.
Yeah,
so, I agree.
All right. I think it's a cool, I love the concept, and I actually think either one could work well. I just think you gotta either meld them a little bit better or pick a lane. Somebody in chat said lean in the power building one, like the energizing things. I kind of agree. I review monsters. Yeah, I review all sorts of stuff. The way that my homebrew reviews work basically are, I have a Discord where people can submit homebrew to each other to give each other feedback, and they pick tags. So you might pick like monster or magic item or whatever, so people can like search it. And one of the tags says Cinder Review. And if you pick that tag, that means that for my regular stream days, you give permission for me to read your homebrew on stream and give feedback for it. So that's one way you can get feedback from me. Another way you can get feedback from me is days like today, which is Thursdays. I run a member/sub/patron homebrew review stream where basically if you are a member of the channel, you can submit homebrew. It gets put on a big wheel, we spin it, and the dance is danced. All right, let us give Spaghetti a big round of applause. I love the idea. I think you just got to focus it in a little bit, maybe pick a lane, or figure out how to make those two lanes mesh a little bit more naturally together. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your homebrew. Kaboosh.
Boom.
Also, though, just so you know, if you are sharing homebrew in the peer review section of my Discord, it's not a guarantee that I'm going to review it, and it is likely that other people will also give feedback. So just, you are sort of deciding you are interested in getting feedback in general.
Generally.
I will also say, completely honest, if I see somebody post for getting homebrew and they either are spamming posts because they're just trying to get me to read something, I'm definitely not going to look at their stuff. And if I see them being really mean in the responses, like if it looks like they're not genuinely looking for feedback, they're just being like hyper defensive, I'm probably not going to look at their stuff either. So go in with an attitude of I want to get some feedback, and go in with the attitude of I'm only sharing something that I made. I'm not trying to like spam shit to get my stuff looked at. Bucket. Oh, Quispy, I got to put you on the wheel. Refresh. Quispy.
Stop the wheel! Stop the wheel!
All right, you're on the wheel, Crispy. Got you. Tradosio by a nose. It has been fucking close. They have been close. Yeah. I'm very curious what Tradosio sent me. Tradosio has been doing this thing where he's been building Overwatch characters.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, it's another one. Hell yeah. Okay, so this is
cool.
this is so I'm very curious to see what he's going to say here, because I'm going to tell you the situation that he bumped up against, which is that initially he was trying to build them to be as accurate to the literal moves you got in the game as possible. And he was leading to these subclasses that had a handful of mechanics, but often felt a little bit like they didn't have a story to them. So, yeah, it is likely that we're going to bump up against that. And if we do, we just have to be ready for it, thinking about it, and maybe try to help fill that out. Spag, yeah, I'm glad it was helpful. I'm glad it was helpful. Yeah, man, I guess I said it's a cool idea, but I think inertia, I think kinetic energy being represented by moving things or stopping things is a little tricky in D&D, because that is the exact same set base that telekinesis or psychic powers is in D&D. So you have to like really work to make it feel different. So this is we're gonna do Roadhog. He's a big guy with some pretty easy vibes to fit into D&D mechanics. However, making the same mechanics balanced and evocative is a real challenge. Big Hook. Path of the Butcher is the name.
Path of the Butcher. Wow, that's cool. That's evocative.
Yeah, listen, we don't need to toot anybody's horn too loudly, but Tradosio is good at names. This is okay. This also, chat. Everybody, close your ears for a second, or everybody, turn your volume down.
How are we doing this?
Turn your volume down. I turned it down a little bit too, but everybody, turn your volume down.
This'll hurt real bad. This'll hurt real bad.
That's him. This'll hurt real bad. You are a ruthless enforcer with a well-earned reputation for wanton destruction and violent killing. Powerful, large, and intimidating, your strength is used to get your way. Whether through brute force... Gotta make this louder. Whether through brute force... I lost my... Where is I?
This is a good time for me to say this second sentence is too long.
Yeah, second sentence is too long. Whether through brute force, and bloodshed, or through oppression,
or through the oppression of others.
Yeah, it's a lot of examples. Maybe too many.
I think, honestly, you are a ruthless enforcer with a well-earned reputation for wanton destruction and violent killing is a great opening sentence. Then I think you could probably just get away with powerful, large, and intimidating. Your enemies are going to hurt.
Yeah, something like that for sure.
Find a button and just put it on it.
All All right, let's see what we're getting. I'm very curious. Okay, so this is a barbarian. When you choose this path at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in one tool of your choice from the cooking's tools or leatherworker's tools. When you make an ability check with them, you can add your con modifier. That's fun. And then features that use your apocalypse save die. And okay, so we get a DC. Our DC is strength based. Okay, we get at 3rd level we get chain hook. At 3rd level, you acquire a special weapon called a chain hook. It's a martial melee weapon with a thrown, 20, 40, and heavy property. That is cool. A thrown weapon with a heavy property is a funny idea.
Cool.
That's very funny.
Cool. It's really good.
Very funny. It deals 1d8 piercing damage on a hit. The chain hook also has the following benefits whenever you make a ranged throwing attack with it. Yeah, this is Roadhog. I told you guys, Tradosio is building every character in Overwatch as a D&D subclass. We looked at Doomfist the other day. Okay, so whenever you make a ranged attack with it, you get one of the following. You can add the following benefits. It's attached to you, allowing you to pull it back to your hand after each attack. No action required. Nice. While you're raging, you can add your rage damage bonus to the attack's damage roll. Cool, fine. The only thing I want to push here is getting to add your rage damage bonus to thrown attacks is already a core feature of another barbarian. Just keep that in mind. As a bonus action, the giant barbarian, by the way. As a bonus action, after you hit a creature with this attack, while you're raging, you can force the target to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, it's pulled straight towards you, stopping in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. During this movement, the target must have enough room to move freely without needing to squeeze. Otherwise, it stops moving in the nearest space it can fit. Creatures larger than you have advantage on this save. It's a 20-foot pull every round. Or potentially between a 20 and a 40-foot pull every round. It's probably okay.
That's not 100% true.
Yeah, assuming you make a ranged attack with it, you can pull a creature between 20 and 40 feet towards you.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. That is not crazy far off of the maybe you should.
It's the only thing we really get, though, also.
Is it?
Yeah, because then we move on to 6th level. The only other real feature we get at 3rd level, aside from the tool thing, is that we can add our rage damage to it, which is a feature that another barbarian gets. So that might be something to think about. Maybe the solution here is to save the hook till 6th level and make it more unique, because I feel like the leaning on the range damage is not the move. You know?
Yeah, that's certainly true. That's certainly true. That's certainly true. You don't want to lean on that. I'm wondering, like, yeah, I'm just trying to think through what the loop is, because, like, obviously you want to bring enemies to you. That's the point of it. It is a lot on just like a strength save, right? Like a 40-foot pull is like 3 times what the Swarmkeeper Ranger gets, but also this is the only thing they get, right? So maybe it's fine.
I'm not sure. I think that is definitely a thing to think about. I'm assuming that it happens immediately after the attack. I guess you could have the word immediately if that's a concern, but I don't know if we need it.
I would say add it, just because the alternative is like from a visual perspective, there might be an element of like, oh, I'm going to grapple them with the hook, then they're going to be grappled, and then I'll pull them in on the next turn when I have a free bonus action, right? In ways that are like not how this works.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I agree. I feel like it's too powerful. I like it, but I like it either being more limited and getting something else, or getting it later. I think a 20-foot pull on a bonus action is just a lot. It's just a lot.
It's a 20-foot pull on a bonus action gated by a hit, which I think is pretty close. Is that twice what the Ranger gets? What does the Ranger get? What does the Swarmkeeper Ranger get? Let's figure that out real quick. Because that is I think a useful metric here. Because you can limit it in other ways that I think are maybe
the attacker must make a strength saving throw or be moved by the swarm up to 15 feet. in any direction.
15 feet. So a 20 foot versus 15 feet when you don't get the other extra damage or pulled, or your movement option. I think 20 feet is fine. Here's a pitch. You can only take this bonus action if you didn't have disadvantage on the attack.
Okay, you have to do it within like the close range.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, that could work. That could work.
So it's at max, without having to change the mechanic of this just being a weapon, the max you could pull is 20 feet. And
Yeah,
I
that
think
could work
20
for
feet
sure.
on a strength save and a bonus action and gated by a hit is fine.
Yeah, I agree.
If it's the only thing.
I agree. I also think it needs something else at third level that isn't the you add your rage. I mean, if you want to add your rage damage to this, that's fine, but this is not a unique or original feature. This is just, not only is it not original or unique, it genuinely is one of the main aspects of another barbarian. So I think I don't think this is the move. I think you got to come up with something different here.
Timid Fencer says that unfortunately you can just reckless attack and not remove.
You can't reckless range. You can't reckless range.
You also can't remove disadvantage. You're just adding advantage and therefore rolling flat. That I will grant you maybe isn't the way you want to phrase it because it requires DMs to understand that nuanced interaction. But when you add advantage to disadvantage, you don't get rid of the disadvantage. It just means that you roll flat.
Yeah, so it would make it just a regular roll. But yeah, normally you can't add reckless.
Also,
only works on melee attacks.
you can't reckless. Reckless is melee, so it doesn't matter.
Let's see what we get at 6th level. Yeah, I like the idea of the hook. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. You know what the real issue is?
Huh?
I'm going to be real blunt here, Trudeau, and you know this is true. Because you basically wrote it in a note here. This isn't a subclass. This is a magic item.
Uh-huh.
That's the problem. This subclass feature is you get a unique magic item. And I don't think that's good.
Yep.
Because
Yeah,
I could just turn this. This is a cool mechanic for a magic item. This is a cool item. It's a really cool item. Is it a subclass feature? I don't know, man. I don't know. Feels like a magic item. And maybe there's ways you could change it. But
I think it's tricky because it is doing almost exactly the same thing as the Swarmkeeper Ranger, right? But the difference is just flavor. The difference is, I have a swarm versus I have an item.
But if we're trying to think, here's the other side of that. Here's the other side of that.
Yeah.
The flavor of that Swarmkeeper allows you to give other things at that level that tie into them offensively, that don't feel like they have to be tied to a specific thing. This, we need we need something else here, and I don't know what it can or should be. Because I feel like we have to lock it into using this item, which feels like we're just giving a feature to an item more than we're giving it to us.
To be fair, Tredosio makes a good point that this may just be an artifact of this exercise. Overwatch is about the guns.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean. But does that mean I should ignore that feedback, or does that mean I should acknowledge it as a thing that should change, probably, or at least
certainly say it.
Be thought about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you should certainly say it, but there may not be a lot of room to move on this one if Tredosio wants to stay within his self-imposed.
Sure. But I'm not gonna not acknowledge it because it's true.
100%. You're absolutely right.
Just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
I've been working on a new monster, and I was wondering what you would think of a demon that works with other outsiders because chaos and evil are relative.
All right, Patrick. Sorry, I had a TTS. The question is, they've been working on a new monster. And they were wondering what they would think of a demon that works with other outsiders because chaos and evil are relative. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think that demons do that all the time.
Deals all the time.
Yeah.
Or no, that's devils. But demons could.
Yeah, for sure. I think that demons. I think demons are less likely to make deals in general than devils. But if their goals are chaos and fun and hecticness, like. I look to Gratz. Gratz is a good example of that. Gratz is a demon lord that basically makes deals and fucks around and has fun. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I think it's totally reasonable. You didn't ask a question. You said I had a question and you said an idea. I like the idea. I think it's a good idea. What's the question, Crazy Moose? Or is the question, is it an interesting idea? I do think it's an interesting idea. But I think it already exists in the game. I think that if you looked at the demon lords are great examples of that. All of the Demon Lords have very different goals that they are working towards that are largely conflicting with each other. Some of them are sort of similar. Cheweeblix just wants to eat stuff. Yinagu just wants to eat stuff, but they want to eat it in different ways.
Don't we all?
Let's take a look at the 6th level feature. Starting at level 6. Also, thank you for the 10. That was very kind of you. I appreciate. If that didn't answer your question, let me know. More of a demon that would be willing to work with an angel if it meant someone was ruined. Here's my thought, Crazy Moose. I think the answer to that is yes, but I also think that a big part of why that answer is yes is I would argue that angels almost don't exist in D&D in the way that they exist in our world. Like, there are things that look like angels, but if you read the lore of most of them, they're celestials. Yeah. They don't have a, they're not, you know, they don't have, it's not as binary symmetry as it is in, like, traditional Christianity. So I think that it's totally fine.
They're not good and opposed, right? Like, most celestials are neutral.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine.
They're just extra planar, is what they ultimately are.
Yeah. And I mean, Grats would definitely make deals with extra planar creatures. You know? That sounds less like a monster and more like an NPC. I would argue, unless you are building a monster that is literally a wild animal or a robot, it should be a little bit like an NPC every single time. Because all monsters have personalities, unless they're like a slime.
I mean, I think the line there is like, is this an individual or is this a type of individual? And
I see.
Of an individual.
Yeah. This is definitely more of an individual than a type. But like, yeah, because it's just like the demons are like personalities. They're just like people. A demon that would aid good if it meant destruction. I think you could do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I would also argue though that's if you are trying to make that work within like traditional D&D lore, a demon would not do that. Like unless they were like a Grats demon, most demons would not contain themselves enough to like long-term support law. What they might do is they might be kept in a box and have that box airdropped onto a town full of evil people that the angels want killed, and then it breaks out of the box and kills everyone in the town, and then the angels have to capture it again. But I think if it's, like, helping them, it's gonna... Again, you can make the lore literally whatever you want. Literally whatever you want. So the answer is yes, no matter what. But I think that the question you have to ask yourself is not what sort of demon would work with an angel, but what sort of angel would work with a demon. Because I think realistically, it is much more likely that an angel is going to have more self-control, self-awareness to decide to act against their will than a demon is going to decide to act against their will. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like the real scary person in that equation is not the demon that's sometimes good. It's the angel that is creating a circumstance where a demon is down to work with them. That's where my head would go. Let's look at this 6th level feature. Take a breather. Starting at 6th level, you can force through pain using willpower and gluttony. As a part of the action, you use to ingest a substance such as consuming a food, eating a good berry, or drinking a potion. I don't think you need to say a food. You need to say food. You can spend 1 hit die to heal yourself. Roll the die, add your constitution modifier. Until the start of your next turn, the damage you take from any source is reduced by an amount equal to your rage damage bonus. I think that it is fine. I kind of don't like that it's tied to an action. I think that's not great. Because realistically, you're going to be doing this in combat. And as a barbarian, I don't like having to commit a whole action to healing myself. I think this needs to mix with something. I think I think a really good example with this would be like the Battle Rager barbarian that gets temporary hit points when it recklessly attacks. So it's like it's getting that little boost, but it's not breaking its gameplay loop. I don't want to break my gameplay loop to use a feature that is intended to be used within that gameplay loop. If this was an out of combat feature or something else, then maybe I'd feel differently about it. But like, Very specifically, this is healing us and then doing damage mitigation. So it's supposed to be for the middle of combat.
Yeah, and it nukes your rage, which I think is the big thing.
And I don't think it's enough healing either for the sacrifice that it is. Like, I think what I would probably do is I would probably limit its use. Allow you to spend more hit die. Like, what if it was once per day, you can spend up to your constitution modifier in hit die to heal yourself that much as an action. Something like that might work. But I don't know if it, again, I don't love it eating the action, but if it is going to eat the action, I think it needs to hit a lot heavier, and I think it should be limited in use.
Bonus action, could do bonus action con mod hit die at temp HP.
Yeah. No, I acknowledge that it's limited by the number of hit die already, but it's limited in the opposite way that I think it should. Right now, it's limited in hit die in that it's a very small amount of healing because you can only do one hit die, but you can do it any amount of times equal to the amount of hit die you want to spend. I'm suggesting go the opposite. Make it very limited in use by just making it limited in use, but give you control over how much healing you want it to do based on giving you the option to spend more or less hit die. That's what I think would be more... I think that would be more fun. I also think that would feel closer to Roadhog, who, like, heals, like, I think it's like 400 HP when he does that. Maybe 300. It's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I think for 6th level, though, it's fun if you figure that those things out. I think it covers it well.
And if you are going to drop your rage, you should make it like all of your hit die, right? Like you should make it like a full short rest.
Yeah, I might not make it all, but I'd make it at least con modifier based, maybe proficiency modifier, maybe half my barbarian level. Half your barbarian level is not bad because that's always going to be half your amount of your total hit die. So that's kind of nice, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I actually think that might be the move. Is make it take your action. It's going to consume your rage, but it's half your hit die.
Yeah, maybe make it so it counts to maintain your rage. I don't like losing your rage on it. I really don't.
I mean, I know losing your rage is frustrating, but like. That to me comes down to like play, right? Is it more frustrating than is it just because the feeling of having to do that trade-off could feel interesting at the table, right? Like that could feel fun.
Sure.
Where you have to make a hard trade-off. I just don't know.
You just got to make it. You got to make it worth it.
It's got to be real worth it.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Let's take a look at Pigpen. At 10th level, as a part of a long rest, you can scrap together a trap made of sharp metal wire. As a bonus action, you can toss the trap onto a solid surface within 20 feet of you, and it has the following effects. Trigger. A creature of your choice moves within 5 feet or starts its turn there. Effect. It detonates, turning all surfaces within 10 feet of the trap into difficult terrain for 10 minutes. When a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 1d12 piercing damage every 5 feet it travels. Why are we getting a trap move? Is this did Roadhog like get a new feature? The trap has an AC equal to 10 plus your proficiency bonus plus hit points equal to your barbarian level. If the trap is reduced, okay. Here's my. He did.
Yeah, it's a throw down a trap that slows the enemy's movement and deals high damage. It replaces the take a breather skill. Apparently.
Oh, weird.
This one fucking website that I'm on. I don't know if that's true.
Right. I haven't played Overwatch in a long time. I was gonna say like this feels if we're adding something, we should add something different. Okay. My main when did he change that way? My main feedback was
from November 14th, 2023.
It's a bonus action, 20 feet.
It's weird.
A creature moves within 5 feet of it or starts their turn there. It detonates, and then it becomes 10 feet big. I just feel like there's too many steps. Like, what you've essentially done is created a very weird way to get to plant growth. And I don't like that I don't think we need to do that. I don't want to have to set a trap, to set a trigger, to make a thing explode, to then do plant growth. Just give us plant growth, you know? Like, there's a lot of steps to get there. Unless you think this is going to be super fun, I don't think we need all this work to get there. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, that's pretty much my main thought. I also feel like there's too much scaling off proficiency bonus at this point. Because this is not the first thing that's scaling off proficiency bonus that we bumped up across. You don't want to have more than one thing scale with proficiency bonus. Yeah, so simplify this mechanic. Basically make it plant growth more, I think. Or just more directly getting to there closer. And then we have Whole Hog. This is where they go, oh, go. When you enter your rage, you can empower a weapon you are holding with explosive metal shrapnel until your rage ends. Whenever you take an action, the attack action on your turn, you can place an attack with a 30-foot cone of fragmenting metal. Each creature in this area has to make a dex saving throw. On a failure, they take some damage, and they're pushed back 10 feet, or half as much damage, and pushed 5 feet away. Once you alter your rage with this feature, you can't do so again until you complete a long rest.
Once you alter your rage with this feature, what does that mean?
That's a weird way of saying once you rage in this way, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. They're basically saying you get this special rage move once per one rage per day.
One of these rages per long rest.
Yeah. It's a weird way of wording it.
Wild.
Yeah.
I don't know that I like that way of gating this. I think that I think it's totally reasonable to just figure out how to make this a once per long rest thing.
Yeah, why don't we just make it much bigger and like I don't think we need to capture the vibe of it lasting 14 seconds or whatever the fuck it does in the game. Make it a 60-foot cone, make it do 4d12 damage, and make it push everybody back 30 feet. Make it once a day. Yeah. Boom. Done.
I mean, honestly, I think you could even put that as once a short rest at 14th level, but maybe not.
I don't see why we need to make it every turn yet. It just seems like it's a little over. I think that there's a couple things here where maybe they are a little overcomplicated due to attempting accuracy. I think that's what we're getting with the trigger effect thing here. I think that's what we're getting with the bonus action thing here. And I think that you're dancing around the mechanics. You just need to start brushing away the hyper specific stuff, because at the end of the day, it's more important that this sits good in D&D than it is accurate in Overwatch. Unless your goal is not to play with it.
Yeah, 100%. I also think that the trap suffers a little bit from the same trappings, pardon the expression, problem that the hook has, which is like, you don't want to lean into the fiction of these things being items separate from the subclass, right? You want these things to feel endemic to the subclass.
You know what?
Inextricable from the subclass.
You know what I'm realizing here? If you do want to build it that way, if you do want to lean into the items, because the items kind of represent their powers, at least in this one, I think you can, but I think it's no longer Path of the Butcher. And I think the flavor text and everything needs to go, because you are essentially a junkyard tinkerer.
Yeah, Path of the Junker kind of a thing.
So this is like a Path of the Junker. Yeah, you're like a junkyard tinkerer.
So to be fair, Junkrat is probably going to be that, right?
Well, maybe, but if you're gonna, but to ignore that is silly. Like that, like at a certain, like that's what I mean. Like if you're not literally calling it Roadhog, you're calling it Path of the Butcher. Like I said, what's the goal here? Is the goal? I mean, if the goal is to make it accurate for D&D, then I think you should. This is a tinkerer. This is a barbarian version of a tinkerer. But if you don't care about it being, but it could also still be Roadhog. But that is what I'm noticing, right? Like, let's look what we get. We get better with tools. We get better with tools. We get a special creation. This is not really a special creation, but kind of. This is a special creation, and this is a special creation. We get inventions that we made, or inventions that Junkrat gave us.
Right, one of the two. Yeah, that's true.
Now, I do think that there are ways you could change this if you don't want it to feel that way. So what is Roadhog doing? Roadhog is really good at pulling guys towards him and bashing them. So if instead of making if instead of making Chain Hook a whole magic item, what if it was just a thing where it was like, over the course of a blank rest, you can prepare a martial weapon that uses a D8 or lower with a rope, and it gets the throwing property. But it's literally like you could just pick up any weapon, put a rope on it, and you can do this now with that weapon. Like, make it more of like a skill set that you have in how you prepare a weapon or handle weapons as opposed to like a special weapon. That's kind of where my head goes about it. Like start thinking about it less like that, or more like or like Pigpen. Like, if you didn't want it to be an object, it could be like you stomp the ground and it shakes a little bit and gets broken up, or I don't know. But I think that
even if it is an object, the object can live all in the flavor, right? You can say you toss something out to a point that you see within range. Whenever a creature that you designate steps on it, that area is immediately targeted by the plant growth spell, or just copy plant growth, right? Like that area does this stuff.
Yeah. But we're 100%. Thinking about interesting idea. I do think that you accomplished the mechanics that I was familiar with well. I didn't know that he had a whole new move. But again, I think that at this point, it's like, how do we make it feel less like a guy with a handful of special items? That's
honestly, question. This is funny. Timid Fencer just said, I dislike being pincered into a weapon because now how will I enjoy magic items? And that reconnected a thought in my brain that I think is why I dislike most gunslinging classes that people homebrew, is because you're making a class that's about an item. Subclasses, and Cinder, you and I occasionally disagree a little bit, but subclasses should be about the skills that you have. They shouldn't be about the stuff that you have.
I think there are some subclasses where it fits the fiction for it to be about the stuff you have.
To be fair, we made one, and that I feel really good about, right? The Ranger in Wasted Wild gets a huge basket of stuff.
Yeah, but that's because that's the fiction. I mean, any artificer is that, right? But the fiction is they are an artificer. Yeah. They have the skills to build the thing.
Skills are making the stuff. Yes, 100%. Yes. And so I think that if you're going to have a specific item, it's interesting to potentially say, like, any weapon that you are proficient with gains the thrown property 2040, and you can do this hook thing with it, right? Because that's crazy. That's interesting. And it also reorients to be about the skills that you have as opposed to this specific item that you picked up.
Yeah. Shades says, for the gunslinger, you can just homebrew magic guns. That's not a solution. That solution is saying, get good. That's like saying, yeah, this is easy to use so long as you are willing and able to make a bunch of homebrew to use it. Like, yeah, duh. You can just homebrew. Yeah. You can just homebrew anything. You know what I mean?
But at that point, I'm going to homebrew a better gunslinger, right?
Yeah. The problem isn't that you can't make homebrew for it. The problem is, it would be great if you didn't have to make homebrew for it in order for it to consistently work well and grow. That's the issue. If the homebrew that you are making requires the person using it to make more homebrew, that is usually not the best unless that is part of the buy-in in the initial thing. Like, if you're like, hey, I invented this new subclass that is designed for you to make you to homebrew magic items for, then somebody's going to be like, cool, that sounds like a fun challenge. Let's take that road. But if they go into that homebrew expecting homebrew and then realize halfway through it, this is only going to work if I homebrew a bunch of magic items, then they're being surprised by having more work to do. Honestly, I should have just made the chain hook feature. You give a weapon you're proficient with the following properties. Yeah, for sure, dude. That's okay, man. We all overlook everything all the time. I think all the time. I think that for the goal of Overwatch's Roadhog, I think you nail it. I think this really hits that vibe. And I think the question to ask yourself, depending on what you want to do with these moving forward, is if you want to tweak it at all so that it feels like these things tie together separate from Roadhog. And if you want to do that, I think the thing that is probably going to need the most work is the 6th level feature. And then maybe that'll just be flavor text. But even without the knowledge of Roadhog, all of these features do fit pretty well together into sort of like you are a blunt tinkerer. This is the only one that kind of doesn't. So overall, very solid, very fun. There was one more thing I wanted to say. I think that there is a benefit to leaning into the Roadhog's main shtick, which is I want to be in your face. So, like, I sort of feel like something that you don't have here, which I'm a little bit bummed about, is some sort of combo of I pull someone in and then hit them extra hard. Because that is his whole shtick. I hook you in and I headshot you. So I feel like it would be cool if we had some sort of something capturing that element a little bit. Because while technically that's not one of his like special moves, it's like his whole thing. It's like his main thing. Dude, the Nightfoot birds are the worst. I hate them. I'd rather fight Margit a bunch of times than the Nightfoot birds. No, I'm just kidding. The Nightfoot birds.
I agree. In my quest to touch the Elden Lord.
What are you talking about?
That's how Elden Ring works, right? You
No,
gotta fight the Nightfoot birds to touch the Elden Lord.
Yeah, exactly. Dude,
Right.
you love Elden Ring. You love it.
Such a good video game.
You've never
It's
played
such
it.
a good video game.
Anyway, thank you, Tradosio, very much.
Amazing.
No, you're doing what I do with Breath of the Wild, and I see it. I'm not gonna pretend I don't see it.
Yeah, we all have our parts to play. Speaking of which, my part to play in this moment is logging off.
Cool.
I think.
All right, buddy.
This was fun though. Good show, everybody. This was
Are
good stuff.
we recording this weekend?
Yeah, Saturday. Doubleheader.
Cool.
Yep.
Oh, it's
We're
my
gonna get it
calendar
done.
already. That's smart. All right, buddy.
Good.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. That was Patrick. Everybody, let's hear it for Patrick. My Dungeon Master. If you want to hear him be a Dungeon Master, check out our podcast, Unbalanced Encounters. I play a giant robot, and Patrick is the Dungeon Master. We are almost done our first show. Like, we have, like, a couple more episodes to record, and then the whole show's done. It's pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. All right, let's see. Do we have any new pieces? No. Oh, yeah, Pat and I also have been working on a book together for a while. Slow burn. Buggada 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 bop 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 buggada buggada bop 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 buggada bow bee boo bee boo ba-dee bow ba dee doo boo ba-dee bow boo. Oh my god. These on the nose spins have just been that's just been the vibe for tonight. Wurzy, you're up. Wurzy. The goal is to get feedback on the overall effect, too strong, too weak, as well as the item, and maybe how I could scale it over time. Any grammar tone feedback would be great, too. Let's take a look. What do you have for us today? This is called Snarls. Weaves of Chaos. What is this? Is it a magic item? Throughout the land of Arcavius, the fabric of magic snags and tangles into knots of the arcane energy known as snarls. The area surrounding these clusters of chaotic magic can cause spells to be amplified or distorted in unpredictable ways. Oh, because it's a wild magic area. Okay. Spells originating within 50 feet of a snarl can be strengthened or warped by the pull of tumultuous forces. Once per turn, the DM can have you roll a d20. We need more specific. Don't do it like this. Don't make it where the DM just decides when it happens. That's annoying. Make it where, like, whenever you cast a leveled spell within 50 feet of it, roll a d20 on a 1, something happen. Something like that. Don't make it. Don't put it on the DM's shoulders. The DM can have you roll a d20 immediately as you cast any. So reorganize this sentence also. So what's the most important thing, right? Are we starting with the DM doing this? No, because we're starting with the order of operations. So once per turn, what? Once per turn, when you cast a spell of first level or higher, the DM can make you roll a d20. Can you see how that logically makes sense? Boom, boom, boom. We want to go in order of operations of logical brain thinking. Okay, so it's almost like an instruction manual, like you're teaching a computer the order of operations here. And you don't want to talk about what the Dungeon Master might do before you talk about the condition in which the Dungeon Master might do it. So we start with once per turn, then the condition, the thing, and then the thing. If you roll a 1, your spell is warped in the following, and the following effects take place. The spell has no effect. Then why do we need all of this language? Why did you write this mechanic to be... Why does this mechanic have so many words if we're just getting to the point of you rolling the Wild Magic Surge table instead of making a spell happen? That's confusing. Maybe I'm missing something. All right, let's keep reading it. When you roll a 19 or a 20, your spell is amplified. Choose one of the following effects, depending on the type of spell you are casting. If your spell uses damage die, resolve, the spell is normal, but double the amount of damage die. You're wasting so many words here. Just say, if your spell deals damage, double the number of damage die, period. You don't need to say any of this other gobbledygook. If your spell has a duration other than instantaneous, double the duration. If your spell has a range greater than self or touch, it is as an area of effect, either double the range or the area effect. Doubling the area of effect is too powerful. It's too much. Do not like that. This whole thing could be written in about half the words. You can use whatever language you want to you can use whatever language you want to get to the origination, this stuff. But this is what it is. This is how you write this. When you cast a spell of first level or higher, roll a d20. On a 1 through 18, the spell fails, and you roll on the Wild Magic Surge table. On a 19 through 20, the spell is empowered in one of the following ways. That's it. There's so many extra words here that we don't need. This is, so cut this down, cut this down, cut this down, cut this down, cut this down. I think that this is okay. It's gonna be not fun. Is my main concern is it's not fun. The likelihood of something fun happening is so much less likely than something not fun happening. Yeah, but in order for you to crit Fireball, that means you need to roll a 1, and then you need to roll a 19 or a 20. That is so unlikely. It is so much more likely that you're gonna roll a 1, and then a 18 through 1. So, what's going to end up happening here 90% of the time, most of the time, nothing is going to happen. Some of the time, you're going to lose your spell and you're going to cast Wild Magic. Maybe once or twice in a campaign, you're going to get to empower your spell. So, I just feel like the ratio is off. And more so than the ratio being off, why is it going to be fun for a player to lose their spell? I don't think so. Like, if I was going to use a mechanic like this in my game, here's what I would do. I would probably make it where if you rolled something on the die, a Wild Magic Surge would happen in addition to the spell, sort of like traditional Wild Magic. And then maybe if you rolled a very, very low roll or a very, very high roll, it would diminish the spell a bit or amp it a bit. But even then, I think that you're essentially just giving everybody in the area the Wild Magic subclass feature. But worse in a way that's not going to be fun. Losing your spell is not fun. So that's what I think about that. What is this? As an action, you can activate a little snail. Oh, this is just another thing. All right, yeah. We don't really usually review 2 things. It's pretty short though. So bonus action while active, you can reposition the snarl to a location within 10 feet of you. What? I think you need to figure out how to make this work as a magic item. If you want this to work as a magic item, these mechanics need to be a lot clearer. So does it have a radius of 50 feet in your pocket? I'm confused. 10-foot radius? I feel exactly the same about this item as I do about this feature. I don't think it's going to be fun. I think you got to tweak it to make it actually fun and not just annoying. I also think it's going to happen so rarely that it's almost a nothing burger. I think something happening on a rolling a 1 when you cast a spell is not fun. I think it should happen more. Or just change it so it's completely in the Dungeon Master's hand. Or it's every time you cast a spell. Something happens. Those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts. It feels weird, man. It feels like you're trying to take an environmental condition and then turn it into an item, and I don't know if I think that works. I also feel weird that it's only got a 50-foot radius. Like, is this supposed to be environmental? I'm a little, maybe part of the flavor of what a snarl is. It's just going over my head. But it feels like if I was going to do this, I probably would have it be in a really big area. So it'd be like you're going through a forest that's got enhanced magic. Because this stuff's not going to happen that much. If you're going to have an area that's small, probably should be much more likely that it's going to happen. You know? Those are my thoughts. What about pocket kaiju items? I don't know what that means, but sure, go for it, baby. Oh yeah, I don't really have more thoughts, man. I think environmental effects that do wild magic surges are cool. I think it's gonna be frustrating if they just make spells fizzle. And I think that these are potentially insanely powerful, but they're gonna happen so rarely that it almost doesn't matter. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much for sharing, buddy. I hope you keep working on it. Try to make this fun. That's the main thing. This is sort of whatever. Keep it or leave it. I could take it or leave it. I don't think you need this feature. If you like it, keep it. Magic item, similar. Take it or leave it. I don't feel super strongly about it. What I do feel strongly about is you want this wild magic feature to feel fun. It doesn't need to be good. It doesn't need to help them. But you don't want them to be disappointed every time it happens. You want them to be like, whoa, crazy. And they're not going to be like, whoa, crazy, if it makes their magic fail. It's just going to be like, shit. You know? All right. Thank you very much, Wurzy. Let's give Wurzy a big old round of applause. Yeah, so Homebrew is basically when you write something for D&D that is made up. We are making up something new for D&D. And there is if you're... It's a little trickier than that because there's sort of two ways to do it. You can create D&D Homebrew that you are just going to use in your own game for your friends. And then it can kind of be whatever you want it to be to a certain extent in terms of like balance. But if your goal is to share it online, because there's all sorts of people that publish extra D&D writing, whether they're third-party publishers or just popular forums, like if your goal is to make it so anybody can use it, you have to hold it to pretty high standards. And we basically review Homebrew on this show from the perspective of how do we make this so good and balanced and well written that anybody could pick it up in any table and use it. And we just sort of talk about how they make us feel. Anyway, that's that. Let's give Wurzy a big old round of applause. I don't think Homebrew has to do with getting paid or not. I disagree with that definition, Green Goblin, but that's okay. We don't need to agree on all things. Because I know plenty of people that get paid to write Homebrew, and they call it Homebrew. Okie dokie. Ka-chunk. Anybody new? No. You write from the perspective that it should be indistinguishable from actual D&D stuff. I think that having that as the goal is very good. That's my favorite goal to have with it. I think that sometimes there's a time and a place for it to not be that. Like, if you are so intentionally going against D&D norm. Like, for example, if I wanted to create a monster that made it so players had to switch their character sheets. Or, like, if I made a monster where in order for you to deal damage to the monster, you had to, like, chug a glass of water on your turn or something like, if I was trying to, like, really, like, shake things up, I wouldn't care about following regular language because it'd be just like, all right, we're getting weird, you know? Also, hi to you too. Bucket a 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 bucket. Seahorse. What's up, Seahorse? What you got for us today? Where are you at? There you are. A little familiar for my wife's necromancer to summon with her homebrew spell, create familiar. Is this supposed to be the same power of a familiar, assuming that the spell create familiar works the same way? Let's see. Strangely, I'm making a joke compendium right now, but everything in it is properly written. Those are the best types of compendiums. This is called a Wisplet. Little guy, good at stealth, a lot of damage resistances and immunities. The Wisplet is not glowing. Oh, if it's not glowing, it can hide while only lightly obscured. It can be seen as a faint little glowing orb. It is able to squeeze through stuff. It has turn resistance. And it deals a little bit of damage. When you do 1 damage, you don't need to show the dice. You can just make it 1. I think if the goal is to make this reasonably balanced compared to, like, a traditional familiar that you might summon, this is pretty close. It's still a little stronger. You know, like, it's getting way more resistances and immunities than any normal familiar will get. It's getting this ability, which is not something any normal familiar would get. But it's not getting any extra movement. I'm assuming this thing flies. You might need to put that here. Because 30 feet for a wisp, is it like rolling around on the ground? But if it flies, that sort of plays into it too. It being able to hide while only lightly obscured. Like, it's definitely better than a familiar. If you are just casting the spell Find Familiar. Unless you need an owl or something. But I think that it's probably about as close as you can get. If you are trying to make this feel like something that is going to not be like a subclass feature or a magic item. It's just an alternative Find Familiar spell. But do not ignore the fact, or you can ignore it, but don't pretend that this is still stronger than a normal familiar by some margin. By some margin. But it has 3 health. Yes, but what you're forgetting is a normal familiar. Let's compare this to a normal familiar. So here's the spell Find Familiar. Okay, so this is what we're comparing this to. We're comparing this to the spell Find Familiar. What does Find Familiar let us summon? A bat, a cat, a crab, a frog. Let's look at these. A bat has 1 hit point and 1 less armor. So it's already stronger than a bat, just by that. Okay? Let's look at another one. A cat, 2 hit points, less armor. But a little faster this time. Crab, 2 hit points, less armor. Frog, 1 hit point, less armor. So, in comparison, this has 3 hit points and 13 armor. First of all, it has more armor than any other familiar. It has more hit points than any other familiar. And it has more features than any other familiar. This is supposed to be a warlock familiar? That's not what they said. They very specifically said, a little familiar for my wife's necromancer to summon with the spell Create Familiar. So this is not a warlock patron. This is a familiar. Unless that spell is higher than a first level spell, it's like I said, it's fine. This isn't gonna break the game in any crazy way. Although the hiding and being able to be really little might just be very good. But it's not gonna break the game in any way. But it is just compare it to this, man. Look. Bat, solid familiar. No resistances, no immunities, bop, 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 bop. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think that it can be fine, but if you want this to be, if anybody in your group is a wizard or has a familiar through Find Familiar in another way, they are gonna be getting the short end of the stick compared to your necromancer getting this. But I think it probably is fine. Those are my thoughts. No more thoughts, Seahorse. Thank you for sharing. You misunderstood the prompt? No worries. Quispy says, does anyone have tips on putting together a compendium? I have the desire to create things, but I'm not sure how to go about putting it together. I would probably start with an outline. So, for example, what is a theme that you think would be fun to make stuff for? Like, maybe I'm going to make a subclass for every Marvel Avenger. Or I'm going to make a magic item for every Marvel Avenger. But, like, pick essentially a theme or an outline and build towards it. I used to do compendiums based on environment. So I would do, like, a Feywild compendium. Or a Mechanist compendium. Where I would share a bunch of different monsters that I would build specifically for that space. And then in terms of just putting them together, it's just mashing them all together into a big document. That's the easy part. You'd probably play a superhero game for every Marvel Avenger. Yeah, there's definitely better TTRPGs for representing superpowers. Mutants and Masterminds is good. Savage Worlds is also pretty good. They have a superhero book that is, like, very good. I prefer to focus on voice. Who is talking about this and what are they excited to tell you about? For example, a conjuration wizard talking about conjuration-specific ability spells. It's an interesting way to think about it. Anyway, thank you, Seahorse. Kajish. You are already done with Iron Man if you do a subclass for every Avenger. I mean, no, you're not. You don't even need to make a homebrew subclass for Iron Man. Iron Man exists in D&D. It's just the Armorer Artificer. Did you ever read the Armorer Artificer? This is just Iron Man. Get all the Iron Man missiles and stuff. You get your hand blasters. It literally says... Where is it? Literally says... Gem-like nodes appear in one of your armored fists or on your chest. It's like, this is fucking Iron Man. Oh, that's what you were saying? Yeah. I thought you were saying, how are you going to do Iron Man? It's like, he's easy. But there's a lot of characters that are hard to do. There's a lot of characters that are hard to do. Like, I think any sort of, like, genuine super strength, super speed character is going to be hard to do in a traditional D&D game. But there are other games that have entirely different systems for measuring that kind of stuff that you can. Like, I was playing in a Savage Worlds game where there was a guy that could move the speed of sound. And it didn't break the game. Like, he just let him do crazy cool shit. My character was not that cool. They were a little bit weirder. But they were still pretty cool. My character was a ghost. To tell you how weird Savage Worlds and Mutants and Masterminds can get, my character that I made was permanently invisible, permanently intangible, had a fly speed, could possess people, could move objects telepathically, and then could shift into a physical form where they looked sort of like a bear, but with flaming claws. And all of that was, like, very reasonable. I was one of the least weird characters. Or not one of the least weird characters, but I wasn't overpowered or anything. I was one of the least powerful characters, I'd say. I disagree. I think the Hulk is... The giant barbarian is diminishing what the Hulk is. I think it's as close as you probably can get in D&D. But I think the Hulk is strong enough to, like, punch a building through. A 20th level barbarian can't punch a building down. They might be able to deal, like, 25 damage or more. But they're not picking up a boat and throwing it. You need different power scales for superheroes a lot of the time. Super strength is maybe plus 16, sure, I accept that, but it's not true super strength. It's limited super strength, right? And that's sort of what makes the Hulk so the Hulk, is that he is super strength without limit. There's a lot of heroes work that way, where it's like you have to be very limiting in how you represent their power if you want it to work in D&D, not in all things. Hey Cinder, this is mostly done, thanks to Baba Ganoush. But I just wanted some final thoughts. What do you think, and what still needs work? All right, let's take a look. Ooh, Way of the Dark Arts. You might allow your players to do super-powered things once they're past level 15, but I would contend, I would challenge you as to how often you let them do them to the extent that I think would be appropriate for someone of the Hulk's level of strength. Because, to be honest, I think if I had a player that was playing the Hulk, I would allow them to fight by picking up city buses and throwing them hundreds of feet. And I don't know how I would make that work if that was just a thing you could casually do in D&D without really diminishing it mechanically. But that's a thing you should be able to do if you're the Hulk. Or you should be able to jump, you know, hundreds and hundreds of feet. You're gonna join chat? Alright, cool, let me grab you. Hey buddy, how's it going? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. So what are we working on tonight? Tell me about this.
So I made a monk subclass because I was looking through monk subclasses, and one of the vibes that I never really got at any point was like forbidden techniques.
Mm-hmm.
That's always kind of one of my favorite archetypes with either martial artists or spellcasters. Is like, oh, this mage is accessing stuff that every other mage has said is no bueno. But he doesn't really care because he gets special powers. Or, you know, this martial artist does, like, fights not quite below that, with some weird key techniques that no other monk really uses.
So I'm gonna stop you right there. I think that is a great idea. But, I'm not saying, I haven't looked at your features yet, so we're not gonna say, I'm not saying you have or haven't done anything yet. But what you're doing right now is not describing a subclass. You're describing what a subclass isn't, or what this subclass is in defiance of other things. And somebody already spotted it, but let's just look at your opening. You're doing the thing. What are you doing? Tell me what you're doing. What's the mistake you're making with your opening 2 or 3 sentences?
Only describing a subclass by what it isn't as opposed to what it is. Like,
so
it's not
one of the biggest, most common mistakes that I see in homebrew is, instead of starting your homebrew flavor text by saying, this monk does dark shadow magic, you say, this monk isn't like other monks. Other monks are like this, not this monk. And then at the end of all of that, you say, this monk does dark shadow magic. But you do not want to introduce your subclass by talking about how it's different than other subclasses. It's the difference. I don't know if you've ever taken a creative writing class, but there is a term in writing that is show, don't tell. And what that basically means is you want to take people on the journey. You don't want to point it out to them. So the way that you would do that is you don't need to tell us this monk is different than other monks. You show it. And the way you show it is you tell us what that dark shit is that it does. So if I were you, I think that realistically, you want to get rid of everything in the flavor text other than the very last sentence. And I think that you need to maybe use a version of that last sentence as your first sentence and make it more detailed, and then write the rest of the flavor text after that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess my reasoning there was just like, if you're trying to describe something that defines itself based on, like, no one else does this, I guess I was just having a hard time coming up with an opening that wasn't just, oh, other people don't do this.
Here's my contention. And it was what I said as I was trying to get at it a little while ago. The idea of this monk defines itself by it does different things is not specific to any monk. I could play that exact character and be a shadow monk. I could play that exact character and be a Sun Soul monk. I could play that exact character and be a Way of the Drunken Master monk. That's not flavor. That is a approach to roleplay and an approach to the expression of flavor. But that's what I'm saying. Like, this thing needs flavor. The flavor can't be this thing isn't like other things, because that is very vague. That is very vague. That could literally be anything. So I think that whether or not that was your intention, that intention is leading to a very, very vague subclass description. And you don't want that. You don't want that. You want your subclass to be evocative. You don't want me to be being like, okay, I guess it's edgy. I want to know what it's going to feel like. So this is not a thing. Whether or not it was a decision you actively made, it is never a decision you should make specifically in relationship to this type of writing, like flavor text for a subclass. There's always situations where it's fine to write in a non-traditional way or to break the rules. Like, that's the nature of art. But for something like this is not a good reason to break this rule.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's look at what we get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, we get Forbidden Techniques. Starting when you take this class at 3rd level, you can harness Forbidden Techniques. I do think it's funny when the title of a feature is in the feature. To hasten your victory and ensure your enemy's absolute defeat. As a bonus action, you can spend a key point to change your technique to one of the following. Question. If I do not spend that bonus point, am I in a technique?
No. Although, well, okay, I guess that you could technically say that you're in like a neutral technique that does
No,
nothing.
Don't play pedantic. We don't need to do that. What I'm asking is because, is the one key point activating the technique or is it changing the technique?
It's both. So you can do it to activate a technique, or you can do it to change from your current technique to a different technique.
So you do not express anywhere here that you need to activate it. So that is important. As a bonus action, you can expend a key point to activate a forbidden technique. Choose one of the following techniques from below, and then you list all 3 of them. And at the end, you say, your forbidden technique remains for a minute or until you fall unconscious. While your forbidden technique is active, you can spend an additional key point to change it to another technique as a bonus action. Something like that. That's how you get that in there.
Okay.
But it's very important that that's there because it's just not clear at all. And it needs to be. And then we get 3 different techniques. So we activate them with a key point. They're on for a minute, but we can also switch them. I'm going to tell you right now, the ability to switch them is very strong. Before I even know what they are, that's very strong. Which is okay. But it is something that you need to contend with for power balance.
All right.
So you're going to have to that's going to be a choice that you're going to have to make. Well, I haven't looked at what they are yet, so maybe it's not a big deal. But whenever you give variety, like for example, the Wild Magic Barbarian, when they enter their rage, they take a Wild Magic form, right? The ability for them to change that form on the fly without using another rage is their capstone feature. That's their very, very capstone feature. So there's a power to variety. There's a power to it. And the more variety you give, whether that's by giving a lot of options or giving a lot of options and then giving the ability to switch between those options on the fly without really committing to one, that's bigger power. So just keep that in mind. Let's take a look. We get Sanguine Style, Lethal Fist Style, and Razor Shell Style. You are able to drain the ki from your enemies and heal yourself. Anytime you would deal damage using a key weapon or unarmed strike, you can expend and roll a martial arts die, subtracting it from the damage dealt. If you do, you then regain hit points equal to damage dealt. So you don't want to say expend unless you are talking about a resource. A martial arts die is not a resource. So what you would say here is you roll a martial arts die and subtract its total from the damage dealt. Expending makes it sound like you're using key points or hit die or something.
Right, okay, sorry. I think in a previous version of this, I had it expending hit dice.
That's fine.
In order to
this is too much healing. In a nutshell, this is too much healing, I think. I'm going to see what the other options are. And then I want to also compare it to the other monk that does healing. That's a lot of healing. What's the other one?
Well, here's the thing.
There can be a thing, but it still feels like a lot of healing. What was the other monk that does the healing? Mercy. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
It's exchanging damage for healing.
Sure.
So you're dealing less damage in order to heal a little bit.
My question.
Like if you're normal.
So are you going off of the assumption that dealing damage and healing balance each other out in this circumstance?
I think so, because it's like if you are using a quarterstaff in two hands, right? That's 1d8 plus whatever, and then let's say your martial arts die is 1d6. It's 1d8 plus whatever minus 1d6 damage in order to deal whatever that result is, in order to heal that result. You know, so it's basically exchanging whatever that extra damage would have been for 1d6.
So
Or,
that's
no,
fine.
less than 1d6.
Yep. So that logic is fine, except for the fact that damage and healing are worth different things in D&D, and that is something that is hard to contend with, but you must contend with. Healing in D&D is stronger than damage. Another good way to think about it is you have an infinite resource of damage. I can always hit you with my club. There is nothing in D&D that has an infinite resource of healing. And I'm not saying yours does have an infinite resource of healing. It doesn't. But I think it is a lot. I think it's a lot. I'm looking at the way that it works with Hand of Healing right now, and maybe it's okay compared to it. Hand of Healing takes a whole action and a key point most of the time. I think that is going to be an important thing to help balance it off of there. But the other thing that I want to point out here is the ability for you to heal is shockingly powerful in D&D. It is infinitely more powerful than the ability for you to deal damage. So if you're going to be doing something where you're doing less damage but adding healing, you almost need to like really flip the script. In fact, if you look at, there's a bunch of spells in D&D that do this. And monsters too a lot of the time. They almost never heal the amount dealt. It's always half the amount dealt. And that's a lot of the logic for that. So I think that your assumption that damage and healing always equal the same is not the right assumption to make. I also think that it's probably okay as a feature. Oh no, it's not. You can heal every round for a minute. This is not spending key points every time you use it. This is one key point to get this for a whole minute. Yeah, that's too much, dude. That's infinite healing. Because here's the other thing. Think about it like this. Let's say we just had a big fight, okay? We're out of combat.
Okay.
Combat's over. Done. Okay? We're out of spell slots. We don't have any health potions. And we also, I'm out of hit die. I can spend one key point. I could punch a tree for a whole minute. I could punch it, I don't know, 2 to 4 times a tree for 2 to 3 times a turn for around for a minute and heal myself to full, basically regardless of how many hit points I had it doesn't matter. Like it's essentially infinite healing out of combat. One key point for infinite healing. It's a little too much.
I don't necessarily. Okay, I think I'm probably going to change it to half damage dealt.
But
right?
even then, it's infinite. It's so much healing. I think that if you want to, I think if you're going to have stances, I think this is the question you have to ask yourself. Do you want this subclass to have different stances that it takes where it enters different modes? Or do you want this class to have special moves? Because a lot of this would work fine as a special move. The issue is that it's stance. It's a stance. It is a passive thing. The only downside to it is subtracting damage. That is not a resource. That's just a decision that you're making. So you're getting something really powerful for basically for free. Sure, if it's in the middle of combat, it's not going to be as effective, but this is a non-combat feature. I don't think you intended it to be one, but it's much better. It's the best healing feature in the game right now, as written. It's one key point for arguably between, depending on what level you are, probably between 20 and 100 healing.
Then I'll just add in, instead of it being as a bonus action, it will be as a bonus action during combat. You can spend one key point to change your technique to one of the
So that could be fine for you, if that's what you want. Like if you feel like that's satisfying for you. But combat is not a term. Like there is no in combat, out of combat feature in D&D. All features in D&D trigger at a specific time or use a specific action. So for example, a feature might trigger when you roll initiative, or a feature might trigger at the start of your turn or at the end of your turn, but there is no separation between in and out of combat in terms of mechanics. Traditionally, if you want to make it that, and that's the solution that you're happy with, I'm not going to tell you not to do that, but you should just know that that is, it's not the way D&D mechanics work. You could add when you deal damage to a creature, but then you could just have I could just punch bugs. I could punch my dog. I could punch my ally. Like, there's a lot of stuff you could, you know what I mean? I don't know. We're going to move on from this feature, but to me, the issue here is it's essentially infinite healing for one key point. I completely disagree with I do less damage to heal, because I think it's too easily abusable. I think you could tie it to other things. You could tie it to flurry of blows. You could tie it to other things that really are sort of forced into combat situations. But to just make it where it's whenever you hit something, you heal, it's too much. Let's take a look at Lethal Fist style. You gain a bonus to all damage rolls made with monk weapons and unarmed strikes equal to the amount of hit points you are missing divided by 10, rounded down to a maximum of 5 and a minimum of 1. You're not going to like my feedback on this, but I'm going to just tell it to you because I have to be honest. I think everything with this feature is wrong. I think what this feature does is a incredibly convoluted system to get to a very simple mechanic, and that very simple mechanic is incredibly nothing. It is, you do a little bit more damage. It is completely flavorless. It is literally the definition of numbers go up. And the mechanic that we use to get to that system is so fucking convoluted, and it's so mathy. Like, you're gonna have to do that math problem every fucking round, probably, because your hit points are changing. So it's like a lot of work, and it's more math than you would normally expect of somebody playing D&D to do, which is, maybe that sounds unreasonable, but realistically, that's just the nature of the game in D&D. You don't want to be asking people to do that much math. But what are we getting at the end of it? We're just getting numbers go up. That's nothing. This feature could exist on, this could be part of the, if I pulled this feature out and plugged it into the Way of the Open Hand monk, it would not feel out of place there. If I took this feature out and I put it into the Shadow monk, and I called it Shadow Fist style, it would not feel out of place there. It would feel logical in any monk subclass, because it's good for any monk, because it's just numbers go up. And if the whole point of this subclass is you are trying to be the monk that does things no other monk does, you're doing the dark things that nobody else is doing, we should not have any features that feel like they would work well on another subclass. We should be doing stuff that's very evocative and specific for this monk, you know?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, but
literally the exact same feedback for the third style also. It's just numbers go up. Does nothing to sell your fiction, nothing to sell your flavor. And now you're going to be at 6th level before you potentially have a subclass that feels like the subclass you are trying to sell, which is too long to wait for that.
I don't know if I agree, but I also don't really have anything that I can say that really makes a whole lot of sense.
So, Vlorin,
if you know what I mean.
Vlorin. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. You don't need to agree. You also don't need to argue. If this is one of the things that when I would run creative writing workshops for my students, like in more of a traditional classroom setting, I would not, and I don't mind this being a conversation. I'm totally happy for it to be a conversation. But I would not let my students talk until the end of the review, because, and I'm saying this to you not to push back. I'm really not trying to be, I'm really saying this because I think it will help. The point of a feedback session is not for you to defend why you made the choice you made. That doesn't help you grow as a writer, and it doesn't help your piece improve. If you feel strongly about the choice that you made, you can just say, all right, and know in your heart that you don't want to listen to that feedback. But if your goal here is to defend the thing that I have a problem with, then we are no longer doing a feedback session. We are debating power balance in D&D and debating game design. And if that's what you want to do, I'm happy to take the conversation in that way, but that's not generally my goal with these. My goal with these is not for me to be like arguing with you about what good game design is. My goal with these is for me to take the piece at face value and from my experience tell you my thoughts. So you don't need to.
Fine.
So you don't. So yeah. So that's what it is. So I kind of need you to make a choice, which is, again, we can talk about this, but if you are feeling the need to get defensive, you kind of need to acknowledge that in yourself, see that as something that's happening, and like reckon with that, because it is going to get in the way of you getting feedback, not just from me, but in general. I don't mind having conversations that get a little bit back and forth in that regard. In fact, they're easier. It's I don't have to temper myself as much. But if you're out in the world, right, and you want somebody to tell you give you feedback on your homebrew, and they give you feedback, and then you respond kind of defensively, they're not going to give you feedback next time. Because why would they want to give you feedback if instead of you saying thanks for the feedback, you argued with them about it? You know what I mean? So, like, I don't mind it as much, but it's a good habit to get into just as a writer or as a creative, to get into this headspace of feedback time is not defense time. Feedback time is listening time and clarifying or answering questions if they're being asked. But if you are feeling the need to defend every single piece, because realistically, I'm going to have more feedback to give you. You know, like, so if you want to hear it, I would love to give it. If you want to have a conversation that is more focused on whether or not it's balanced, then we could do that. But we're going to spend a lot more time with me, like, pulling up monsters and subclasses and being like, see, look at this. And I don't want to do that. I'd rather just talk about it, you know?
Yeah, and I think that I'm more here for the balance. Because, okay, I know how this happened, which was I made this originally, and it was, like, I thought at least it was, like, way more evocative originally. But then I kind of put on the Discord for it to be balanced. And then I think I mentioned this, Baba Ganoush on the Discord was, like, helping me balance it with some of these features. And most of it was way too powerful.
Sure.
You know, so I had to, like, essentially neuter it a little bit and just kind of bring it in. Like, originally, the Lethal Fist didn't have a maximum. It was just however many hit points divided by 10 that you're missing, that's a bonus to damage. And that originally, someone pointed out, like, that's really way too powerful, especially at late levels, where you're going to have a maximum of, like, 200-something hit points. So I think what I did was I just cut out most of the really because all the really evocative stuff made it too busted.
Well, to be fair, maybe that's true. I didn't see the original version. If the thing that you pulled out was that it could just get way higher in numbers, that's not more evocative. That's just more numbers go up. I think the bigger.
That's an oversimplification.
I think for sure. Like I said, I didn't look at it before. I think the bigger takeaway from this is that if you're going to be leaning into doing other stances, they should feel like they're doing something that isn't just a good thing for any monk, or that they are good in a way that specifically sells the vibe of this monk. Let's take a look at the 6th level feature. Warped Self. Beginning at 6th level, your probing into the unknown begins to warp your mind and body. You no longer need to eat, drink, or sleep. You cannot be put to sleep by magic. You no longer age. You cannot... Aging thing, I think monks already get that later. You cannot die of old age. You cannot be aged by magic. Monks might get that later too. In order to gain the benefits of a long rest, you must spend 6 hours engaged in light activity. I don't understand what this... So, okay, let's clarify. So the main element of this feature is you basically don't need to eat, sleep, magic can't put you to sleep, and you essentially are immortal outside of, like, pain. Outside of, like, getting killed. Am I missing an aspect of it?
Yeah, no, that's it. So
right,
it's just your soul has been kind of taken out of your body too many times and put back in raw. So now you kind of don't really age. Some of this stuff monks get, but they get it like later levels, like way later levels.
So like on a fundamental level, fundamentally, you should never give a subclass something that the core class gets. Ever. You just shouldn't. It's the same thing as giving a warlock a spell on your expanded spell list that they already get access to. It's essentially, it is both not getting a feature and likely getting a feature that a little too early. Separate from that, though, I want to push you a little bit here in two directions. One, this doesn't feel like it ties logically in my brain at all to the 3rd level feature. So that's one thing. I don't see how they're connected. I'm not asking you to explain that. I don't think you explaining how they're connected is going to help at all. But what I'm telling you is you should know as the writer that there is a feeling of distance and disparity between the 6th level and 3rd level. They don't feel like they're connected. The other thing about the 6th level is that it's not really good. It's okay, but it's really a ribbon feature. With monks, you really want your subclass features to punch. Monks are one of those classes that needs heavy hitting subclass features. Especially as we ramp it up. They don't need to like all be shockingly good, but they all need to be tangibly good. We don't like, for example, like fighters, their 7th level feature is usually a little bit of a ribbon feature. It's not super crazy. A lot of rogues, their 9th level feature is not that crazy. Monks don't have a level like that. Monks should be getting something tangibly usable at pretty much every subclass level. So I think that if you want to keep this vibe, totally keep it. I would drop the stuff that they normally get anyway, but then give us another feature here that does something else that is a little bit more meaty, feet on the ground, something. And that might be some space to like play around with the vibes a little bit more. And then 11th level, let's see. So 11th level, literally same issue as 3rd level, just multiplied by numbers going up higher. Let's take a look at the 17th level. You are no longer required to expend ki to change your forbidden stance. Just make sure there's action economy involved. Bonus action, something to change your stance. Additionally, when you change your forbidden technique, you can roll 2 martial art die and gain temporary hit points equal to the result. I get the mechanical reason of wanting you to be able to change your stance really quickly and have it not cost anything. Like, yeah. I get that. What is the flavor behind the temporary hit points for the 17th level feature? Like, what is that feeling? What are you trying to make? What's the feeling you're trying to make here? Or what's the goal of this?
It's supposed to be like you have taken like the dark mana key energy behind what you've been doing this whole time and grabbed it by the reins. So now, like, making it work for you instead of working for it. So now, whenever you change between the different stances and the different poses and styles, you're able to kind of, pull its leash and be like, hey, and are able to tactically give yourself space between yourself and your opponent every time that you change your stance. So it's like you're already manipulating dark energies. Yeah. So you manipulate it a little bit more to give yourself more of an advantage.
Okay. I don't know if temporary hit points are the best move there. I'll tell you what. I mean, if that's what you like, keep it. But if I were you, I might make it more of an offensive move. Like, after you change your technique, your next attack deals like 2d10 necrotic damage or something like that. I'm not telling you to do that specifically, but I might go in that direction. The only other thing is, I don't know if I like the idea. I don't like how this combines with this. The infinite changing of your forbidden technique is kind of fine, but if every time you change it, you can roll 2 martial arts die, that's a lot. That's essentially you are going to always have between like 10 and 20-ish temporary hit points, and they recover every round, basically, which is a lot. And I don't know if that's the move. Like, that doesn't necessarily sell the idea, to me at least, of like you being this dark magic wielder. It sort of seems like you're just like a regeneration man, or you have like a magic shield. So maybe I want to push back on the temp hit points here, just because I feel like they don't mix well with the infinite changing of your forbidden technique. And I also think that there might be better ways to represent you dominating the dark magic than temporary hit points. Overall, I think it's a neat idea. I think my initial feedback is my main feedback is that this is kind of vague flavor text, and unfortunately that vagueness kind of leads to this thing not really selling a specific fiction that I could really draw on. Like, the only thing that it really has in it that feels like specific fiction is the warped self feature. And I'm going to be honest, man, if you did not say very specifically on this call that your soul has been pulled in and out of your body so much, and that's why it's like this, I never in a million years would have made that assumption. Like, there's so many vibes that I would have assumed before this had to do with, like, you doing weird stuff with your soul. So if that's important, that's something that should be shining through, like, through more, because right now this thing don't have flavor. This thing don't have flavor right now. Right now this thing has has edgy vibe, but it doesn't have any meat to that edgy. And the edgy is really just the line, "I'm not like other monks." It is not like other monks in flavor text, but in mechanics it doesn't really feel like that in a specific way yet. And I think that figuring out that specific way is going to help quite a bit.
Yeah, I think really this should have been a wizard subclass because, like, with the warped self, the main fiction that I was trying to sell was like every time in fiction there's like a mage that starts out the story normal but ends off dabbling in dark arts. They almost always have like a point where it's like they read a book and their hair turns white and they're like, "Oh, haha, I'm now immortal," you know. And I guess that's really what I was trying to sell there.
For sure.
And like with the warped self and the third level feature, feeling like they would fit way better in a different base class than with the monk. I think it probably was supposed to be a wizard.
Maybe. Listen, I'm going to be honest. You know this is supposed to be much more than I do. Because right now, the image that you have in your head is not super clear on the page. I don't think this feels like it needs to be a wizard, for example. Because I'm looking at these features and I'm not, it's, you do more damage, you get higher AC, you do a little healing, you're not undead. Like, that could be anything. So I think that's why I'm sort of like, whatever that vision is in your head of what this should be, those mechanics need to get themselves onto the page. And in general, if you are making a feature and the end of that feature is really just numbers go up, you need to ask yourself, is the process of getting to numbers go up evocatively selling the flavor of this homebrew? And is it balanced? But then also, like, what else can you do to sell that flavor? Because numbers go up have a place. There's that every ranger has a way to deal more damage at level 3. Barbarians almost always have a way to deal more damage at level 3. Like, everybody has, fighters usually have a way to, like, everybody gets it. So numbers do need to go up, but it's the way that they go up that really matters. And that is both in terms of how, like the way it's expressed in terms of like flavor, but and also the mechanics to get there. But it could you know what it could be like? It's the difference between your monk gets to add their wisdom modifier to all of their attack rolls, to your monk can add 1d4 cold damage to all their attack rolls. They're very similar, but one feels like, okay, now I'm like an Iceman monk. One just feels like numbers go up. You know what I mean? So, like, there's times and places for the numbers going up, but you just have to be honest with yourself about it. And then the other thing is, if you're building a feature, like, so this feature has 3 pieces to it, right? Let's say you have a feature that you're going to have 3 parts to, or 3 bullets to, or a handful of sections for, or whatever. If one of those parts is numbers go up, no other part should be. So in this one, for example, these 2 are both numbers go up. So if you're going to do numbers go up here, that means this should not be numbers go up, and this should not be numbers go up. And that's going to also help mitigate too much of just numbers go up. Because, again, you still need it a little bit, but you need to start limiting it.
Yes. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. All right, man. Those are my thoughts.
Wait, real fast. I just remembered the thing behind the 17th level feature, the part where it gets temporary hit points. The reason why I did that was because when I made this, I had just started watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and it's been a while. The one guy that has like his whole thing's infinity. I feel so terrible for not remembering his name. His thing where it's like, oh well, the distance between you and me is just infinite. You're just slowing down. Like, that whole feature was the reason why I included that temporary hit points thing. Was it's like, oh, even if they hit you, they don't actually hit you, because like their fist just keeps slowing down until they eventually just give up.
Yeah, so if you're taking if you're gonna take inspiration from something that you're excited by, that's great. But you just got to make sure that it works separate from knowledge of it being the inspiration. Like if I have never seen Jujutsu Kaisen or knew what Jujutsu Kaisen was, that none of that would mean anything to me. Like, and I would never make that connection. So you want to be building your homebrew so that it can work for somebody. In an ideal situation, somebody that would know the connection would be like, oh, cool, sweet, and kind of get it as like an Easter egg. But somebody that didn't know the connection would still totally see the logic of the design, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
All
that's
right,
fully my bad.
That's not bad at all.
Yes.
That's the thing. Is, like, you don't need to... The other side of you don't need to get defensive is you don't need to apologize. Like, you're making homebrew, man. Like, we are all fucking up. Ain't nobody perfect, okay? So you don't need to apologize. You don't need to defend yourself. You're champion. Do you have any final thoughts or questions before I hang up on you?
Nope, not at all. Thank you so much for helping me with this.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Thanks to Baba Ganesh also.
Yeah. He's a champion. All right, bye, buddy. Kadoosh. All right, that was Valoran. Let's give Valoran a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing. The Dark Magic Monk. What's up, RT Gamer Gal? You having a good night? You RT gaming much these days? You're perfect. I know it. Listen. We all know it's perfect. We all know you're perfect. Ain't nobody arguing you're ain't nobody arguing you're not perfect. Okay, let me see. Do we have anybody new to add to the wheel? Let's check. Oh, we do. Squatch. Kadoosh. Kaplag. How are you? I'm pretty good. Yeah, thanks for sharing, dude. It's a fun idea. I think if you really want to lean into like this monk uses like dark magic stances, I think you can. I think you just got to start thinking about what you want them to look like, and then maybe how they would manifest almost like from a story perspective before you think about it from a mechanical perspective. Artist, thank you for the gifted sub. Like I'll give you an example. So let's say you were going to do like a shadow magic. Well, there's already a shadow monk. Let's say you were going to do like a demon monk, okay? So you could be like, okay, so they're going to have 3 different demon stances. One is going to be the Gorizro stance. And one is going to be the Nephilim stance. And one is going to be the Imp stance. And you look at those monsters and you like, okay, well, the Gorizro has got this charge attack. So maybe in that stance, you can like charge people. And these guys have this weird charm effect. So maybe when you're in this stance, you have like a charm feature. You know what I mean? Like use the thing you're taking inspiration from. Dig deep. Dark Arts Monk sounds a lot like Long Death Monk to me. I also think it sounds a lot like the Shadow Monk. But I think that there is room for more Dark Arts Monks. We just need to see the meat and the bones a little bit. Bucket. You're sorry you're late? Stomach flu? Don't be sorry, dude. You're fine. Oh, my dad's messaging me. Oh, it was yesterday. Oh, dang. Funny. Rex! What you got for us today, Rex? Mechanical clarity and balance. That's what you seek? I might have looked at this already, dude. Oh, I didn't. I looked at something with a really similar name. Let me load it up for you. I haven't looked at this before. I looked at something that had almost the same name, though. All right, let's see. This is called Tarkat. Tarkat is a unique alchemic affliction crafted and utilized by scarce monistic traditions. Only willing to give those with promise. That is not a full sentence. What are you doing? Once taken, those afflicted shall develop blade-like outgrowths, just say growths, of bone throughout their body, as well as an ever-growing hunger for flesh. You're writing this in, like, the future tense. Write it in the present tense. So here's what you do. Here's how you write this. Monks of the Way of Tarkat are afflicted with a strange alchemic something. Blah, 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 blah. through it metabolizing in their system, their body is shifted. They grow nasty spikes and things like that, but right in the present tense. And don't have weird half sentences. Unfortunately, many are shunned for what is to come after the dust settles. Yeah, the real issue here is this is written in the future tense, and that feels fucking weird. That does not land well. Okay, so monks that drink a weird thing and turn them into bone spike dudes. Okay. Bone blades. Starting when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you can manipulate your skeleton outgrowth for lethal brutality. You gain the following benefits. When you make an unarmed strike as a bonus action or with flurry of blows, your reach increases by 5 feet. When you make an unarmed strike, you can choose to do either piercing, slashing damage instead of bludgeoning damage. The lounge music is getting a little ridiculous. Okay, cool. I think this is a pretty solid start. The reach is sort of fine. It's not crazy. Both of these feel almost like ribbon features to me. Don't get me wrong. A little bit of reach is good. Changing the damage type is situationally good. I think that changing the damage type is very flavorful, though. There is actually a thing here, which means that if you can change the damage type, you could take the slasher feat or all the feats that have the slasher feat, the piercer feat, and the crusher feat would maybe be more interesting with this character. Let's see what else we get. Is this also 3rd level? It is, okay. Additionally, when you choose this tradition at 3rd level as an action, you can spend a key point to gain on one of the following abilities. We get 2. Meat Slicer and Shish Kebab. Meat Slicer. You perform a deadly spin. Each creature within 5 feet of you must make a dex saving throw. On a failure, each creature takes slashing damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial art die. This should be 1 roll of your martial art die, probably. I feel like 2 rolls might be a little bit much for a 3rd level feature for 1 key point for everyone around you. I don't know how I feel about that, actually. Because there's other features that are kind of like this that other monks don't get to higher level. It's weak. I think 2, maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's okay. I don't know. My gut says I feel like it's not weak. That's my gut. But that's okay. Shish Kebab. I like the vibe of it, though. You attempt to impale a creature near you. Make an unarmed melee attack against a creature with no more than one size larger than you. If the attack hits, the creature is restrained by you. It takes piercing damage equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die. While you have a creature restrained this way, your movement speed becomes 0, and you cannot attempt to impale another creature. Okay. General feedback. I think both of these features are probably fine. My question for you, Rex, is what do you want this thing to feel like? It feels sort of like a monk that gets Battlemaster maneuvers right now. And I don't have anything particularly wrong with either feature, but I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I agree with this format of you do a key point and an action to do like a special move as like your main core thing at 3rd level. Like, it's probably fine, but I feel like these feel like things I might want to like, I don't know. They're fine, but they're not exciting enough for me to be excited for them. Like, I feel like I would be excited by these if I picked them out of a series of 7 options, you know? It was like, when you get to level 3, you learn to break and twist your body in different ways. Choose 2 of the 7 flesh warp attack moves. And then getting some of these. I mean, restraining a creature is not crazy strong. It's not that strong. You could make it a saving throw and that would balance it, but that's just like grappling. That's fine. Just hit a creature and restrain them. I guess restraining a creature for 1 key point automatically is actually very strong, now that I think about it. Yeah, this definitely should be on a saving throw or something. Good call, good call, good call, good call. I don't mind other classes getting that vibe either, but I'm saying, like, that's what these feel like. These don't feel like... These don't... Maybe I'm being wrong. That's how I feel. I feel like these feel like options I should get to pick from not the things I get. That's how I feel. I'm just saying there's a lot of ways to activate the restrained condition at level 3. It's not a hard condition to accomplish with someone. It's good. It's good, R-Storm. How you doing, buddy? We're looking at some homebrew. We're reviewing some homebrew. This is like a body horror monk. Yes, but it does auto grapple. And auto grappling is very strong. And not only does it auto grapple, it auto restrains, which is what Tim is getting at. An auto restrain on an attack roll is very strong. Why is that very strong? Well, there are a lot of things that you can do to juke your attack roll. Anything from the help action to the bless spell to all sorts of stuff. It's one of the reasons why saving throws get bonuses less than attack rolls. Because attack rolls are intended to be easier to amp up. And saving throws are intended to not be as easy to amp up a lot of the time. So my thought here is that it's a little bit much to auto-restrain. If you make the things really different than the Battle Master, I think you'll be fine. The thing that you have to keep in mind, Rex, is that you get more key points than the Battle Master gets Battle Master dice. So you just need to think about that in terms of how you power balance these. Maybe not at level 3, but over the course of a campaign, you get more key points than they get dice. So you're going to have to think, if you are going to be doing this sort of based off of Battle Mastery vibes, I disagree with it being 1 key point per power in every circumstance. I don't think that's going to work all the time. Let's see what we get at level 6. Starting at level 6, your affliction drives you to feast on the flesh of others. Over the course of a short rest, if you consume at least 1 pound of humanoid flesh, you gain temporary hit points equal to twice your monk level. You can use this ability once per long rest. I don't like this feature. This feature feels boring. It's like, it's a lot of work to activate. You know, you're not often going to be in a situation where people are comfortable with you eating a humanoid around you. So it's going to be like a lot to deal with from like a role play and just like a logistics perspective. And what do you get? You get temporary hit points. I'm so bored of temporary hit points. I really don't think they're that interesting. I think they do I don't think they do a good job of selling fiction of a lot of things. I just whole cloth something new, honestly. I don't know. If you want to keep this feature, fine, I guess. It's okay. It's not that good. It's both pretty weak and pretty situational. I would just whole cloth something new. That's what I would do if I were you. Yeah, Databank suggests these could be like 2 to 3 key point uses. Yeah, more key points would make sense here. Beast Barbarian is perfect. There's a couple subclasses that are pretty dang close to perfect, but the Beast Barbarian's good. I would also argue the Fiend Warlock is pretty close. Yeah, Beast Barbarian is the perfect subclass. Fight me. At 11th level, we get Enhanced Blade Barrage. Starting at 11th level, it's an action. You can spend 3 key points on one of the following abilities. So 3 key points, you can do a 15-foot cone dex save. Creatures take piercing damage. This is boring. You just gave us AoE damage here. They could do something different. If you want damage to be part of it, great. But I don't want to wait till 11th level and then be like, cool, and I get the same feature. Except it's a cone instead of a radius. Light the oven. You grind an arm blade against another and shower a foe in sparks. That's kind of a fun image. I like that a lot, actually. Choose a creature you can see within 10 feet of you. That creature must make a con saving throw on a failure. That creature is blinded until the end of its turn. That's interesting. I don't know if that needs to cost 3 key points. It's interesting. I also think that it's not super flavorful compared to the rest of... let me phrase that. It's very flavorful, but I don't know if the flavor keeps the... Everything that you've described so far makes me think of bone powers. Have you ever seen bones rubbed against each other? They don't make sparks. So are you metal now? I don't understand. If you're metal now, I feel like we need that to be more obvious and evident throughout the piece. Like, if your bones are metal, if they're not metal, why are we making sparks? That is confusing to me. If you were gonna keep that feature, where would you put it? Wherever you want, man. Oh, how would I change it? I would completely change it. What is the goal of this feature, is what I would ask you. Because I would say there's nothing in this feature I would keep. I wouldn't have a feature that required me to eat humanoid flesh, and I wouldn't have a feature that gave me temporary hit points on a short rest. And those are the two things this does. So I don't know what to tell you what it should be, because I don't know what it's supposed to be. Do you know what I mean? If it's supposed to be temporary hit points and eating a creature, then it's accomplishing its goal. I don't think that's the goal you should be working towards. I think this might be trying to be Baraka, but even if it is, we still need a little bit more clear language to sell that fiction. Sell the fiction of the blade arms and stuff if you really want. Also, I'm a little bit annoyed. If it is Baraka, I'm kind of annoyed that you don't more obviously like describe it in a way where it's like you have giant blades coming out of your arms. Like the way that I read the flavor text of this was like people with like bones coming out of their random body in bits, like, you know? So if you want it to be more like Baraka, I think you got to change the flavor to make it feel more like that. Because right now it's just like it feels like you just have crazy bone cancer, basically, just big spikes and shit. So yeah, if you like it, keep it, man. I just don't think it's interesting as a subclass feature, and I don't think it feels connected to the subclass right now. Like, the only way that it's connected to the subclass is if I, you know, if I guess I read the flavor text and I remember that they, like, eat people, kind of, and I play Mortal Kombat and I make the connection. But most people are going to read this sentence, and then they're going to be like, I don't want to, they're going to get to here. Maybe they're going to get to here. Maybe they'll get to the hunger for flesh. They're certainly not going to be thinking about it by level 6. That's for sure. So it feels a little bit out of left field compared to the other features. And yeah, I just think temporary hit points on a short rest is like, not for me. If you like it, fine. If you think it does a good job of selling the fiction, fine. Or if you want to tell me what the goal of this piece is beyond temporary hit points and eating people, I can maybe give you some examples of other things you could do. Let's look at 17th level, Chef's Kiss. You learn how to briefly share your affliction once on a turn after hitting a creature with an unarmed strike. You spend 5 key points, leave a bone shard with a creature. At the start of the creature's next turn, must make a con saving throw on a failure. They begin to rapidly growing, immediately takes damage equal to 6 rolls of your martial arts die. Again at the start of each of its turns. How long does that last? A creature that fails to save can attempt to save each of their turns. This needs a time limit on it. This probably needs to cost more than 5 key points if it's going to be 6 rolls of your martial arts die, multiple rounds each time, just for one use. So that's definitely more expensive. But also, like, if the goal of this is to be like a disease spreading thing, I feel like we need more. I think we are not getting nearly enough of that flavor anywhere in this piece. Like, I would never have guessed anything about. I wouldn't have. Like, I'm down here. I've completely forgotten that disease is even a part of it, let alone the fact that we can like share a disease with other people. Like, I think the problem here might be the fact that I think you might be relying a little bit too much on people's knowledge of Baraka and whatever the disease that Baraka has. Like, if I was going to be trying to make Baraka with a weird disease power thing, whatever, I'd probably give him something to do with poisoning creatures at some point. I'd probably, or being resistant to poison or to toxins, or I'd probably give him an ability to like extend and retract his arm blades. I'd probably give him some sort of special unique bite thing. Like, you know, I'm not sure why we're spending so much time with stuff that isn't that. Like, why do we get either of these, for example? Or either of these? Do either of those help sell that fiction? Like, maybe if you change the context we see them in. Why do we get either of these? I'm genuinely like, I get this one, maybe. I don't know. I think you got to do a little bit more to sell the fiction, man. And I think that might help you figure out how to reorganize the piece. Because I think there's some stuff in here that works. But I think right now, like, I imagined this thing as like 3 different things throughout reading it, which I don't think is good. I don't think that I should be going. I think we should be sort of be crystallizing an idea the more we read it. You know what I mean? Those are kind of my thoughts. I don't really have more. I like the vibe of a monk that grows bone spikes and stabs people with them, and I think that's cool. And I don't know much about Baraka from Mortal Kombat other than he's got big teeth. But it looks like he's got a disease or something. And I guess it makes him have sparky arms and eat people, but I don't know enough about that to feel like that flavor is being represented here in a way that I would make that connection. Those are my thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. I think it needs a little bit more hand-holding through the flavor, or hand-holding through the mechanics in a way that makes them, not hand-holding, but like more of a clear through line and more of a tangible connection from the mechanics to the flavor once that flavor is made a little bit more clear. Those are my thoughts. The other thing that you could also do is, if you are basing this off of Baraka, you could make that more clear. Maybe somebody, because I'm assuming that this is like a Mortal Kombat word, but I know who Baraka is. I've never seen this word before. I don't know what this word is. So it might be good to, like, way of this inspired by Baraka or something like that, you know? Yeah, those are my thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. I think it's a little bit focus, a little bit of flavor focus, and a little bit more mechanical breadth, and maybe even flexibility. Fun idea, though. I love the idea of a monk that grows bone spikes and, like, fucks people up with them. That sounds hella cool. All right, let us give Rex a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing, Rex. Thank you for sharing. Sharing is caring, and caring is sharing, and sharing and caring are sharing and caring. These people have really cool ideas. Yeah, man. One of the things, I used to do wheels for everything, but I got really... When you have just a big open forum wheel, you get a lot of gobbledygook. You get some cool stuff, too. But one of the things that's kind of nice about the member streams is that whether or not the piece is well balanced yet or rough or not, the idea is always kind of cool. Like, everybody that is deciding to, like, participate in this level of participation, I guess it's like a combination of, like, the buy-in or whatever, or just like the willingness or the effort or the ideas, but almost always these cool ideas across the board. The wheel is mean. You can, yeah, get it. You can hate the wheel. I have no power over it, unfortunately. I love Prototype. Yeah, Prototype was one of my favorite games. I'm really, 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 really sad that they don't make games like that anymore. There was like a whole there was a whole I don't know, era where those types of games are really popular. Like, you're just a guy in GTA, but you kill everything with monster powers. And Prototype was the best of those games. Prototype 2 is okay, but Prototype 1 was better. And then they never made any other games that were that good ever again. You know what I mean? If I am building a suit of magic items based on transfer of stored energy, like the Black Panther suit, how should I submit them, in group or individually? I'm only going to look at one, so submit one. Pick whichever one you think is the most representative of the group, so you'll be able to take the feedback I give that and apply it to the others. That's what I would suggest doing. Bucket a bucket a bucket. Bucket a 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 bucket. Well, that was fucking close. Tuna melt. You know, I haven't had a tuna melt in so long. Tuna Melt says, I wanted to see if I could make an unarmed paladin subclass. It did involve them getting an extra feature, which I know is atypical. I tried to make it something that might still work when not unarmed as well. Okay, why? If you're going to make, commit to the bit. I don't know how successful it was. I'll probably need an additional small 15th level feature. Definitely a first draft. All right, let's take a look. I would argue the way you make a way of... This is going to be... I'm going to be really annoying right now. But here's the way I would make a punching paladin. As a dungeon master, I would allow my paladin to take the unarmed fighting style, and I would allow them to cast their smite spells by punching. And that's the only thing that I would change. And everything else I would basically just keep the same. And I think we would just be there. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to make it. I just don't know if that's something that I would do. Oath of Radiance is sought by those who serve as beacons of good, justice, and light. This is not flavor text. This is about literally any paladin. So, nope. Get rid of literally all of this. They are charged with delving headlong into shadow, both literal and figuratively. Your flavor text needs a massive rewrite. This is the definition of every paladin. Tenets of Radiance. What does this paladin do that others don't? What makes this paladin different than others? How is this paladin different than a devotion paladin or an ancient's paladin? That's what this flavor text should be. I could describe a devotion paladin this way, an ancient's paladin this way, a crown paladin this way, conquest paladin even, I think. Specifically devotion, which I feel like it might as well, which it might, as I read more. Yeah. I agree. Holy Fire, wield Holy Fire and scorch away the dark. Blindly, burn brightly to blind the unjust. None of these are tenets. This is a metaphor for fighting bad things. 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 So all of these tenets are nothing. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to find distinct and unique tenets. They don't need to be crazy, but like, let's look at paladins. This paladin has the same tenets as a lamp. Yeah. But like, or the ancient, right? The Oath of Ancient is all about, the ancient is probably the vaguest one there is. And it's all about be the light, shelter the light, keep the light. But then you have more unique ones like the Watchers, right? Which is like be vigilant, be alert, be loyal, be these things. Like there's a vagueness to them, but they're also specific. So take some time, look at the other paladins, because none of these feel like paladin tenets, or they all feel like the exact same paladin tenet. Let's see what spells we get. Burning Hands, Color Spray, Dark Vision, Moonbeam, Aura of Vitality, Beacon of Hope, Fire Shield, Sickening Radiance, Dawn, Wall of Light. We get a very broad spell list. I don't know what we're trying to... It feels like part of this is... It's like fire damage sometimes. And light. I guess. Fire damage and literally seeing in the dark. Okay, we'll see. I'm curious what features we get. Normally, when I look at a paladin's spell list, I want to be able to understand the vibe of that paladin. I feel like the vibe of this paladin is still very unclear. Still a lamp, kinda, yeah. At third level, you gain the following channel divinities. Let's see. Immediately after you deal damage to a creature with your divine smite feature, you can choose your channel divinity as a bonus action to have the creature erupt in divine light. All creatures within a 20-foot feet of the creature make con saving throws or be blinded. This should not be tied to your smite. You don't want to not be able to use this because you're out of spell slots. That would suck. Just make it a thing where after you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can create a flash of light. All creatures within 20 feet of you have to make a con saving throw or be blinded until the start of your next turn. Just do that. Easy. Flash Heal. Whenever you cast a spell or use a feature that restores hit points to or ends a condition on a target, You can spend your channel divinity to give that. Again, same thing, man. I don't think we should be getting channel divinities that require resources of other features. That's not going to feel good. It's not going to feel good. So if you... it's just not going to feel good. So I think something different here needs to be here. Also, I see that we are getting a 3rd level feature here. This is letting us punch with our strength or our charisma. We don't need this. We don't need this. First of all, there's literally nothing that I've seen so far that gives me any indication that this should be a punching monk or a punching barbarian or punching paladin. And if we don't feel like this is a punching paladin by here, it doesn't need to be a punching paladin. And you can actually just remove this whole feature. And if your goal is that this is going to be a punching paladin, you need to build that more into the core mechanics. Because this just feels like an extra bonus for no reason. You like flash heal? I just feel like maybe it's fine. I don't know, man. It feels like a really convoluted way of like, you can lay on hands at range. Like, I feel like I would rather write it differently if that's the goal. I also don't like channel divinities that require other resources. Like, maybe if only one of them did, that would be okay. But yeah, the first thing that you need to contend with is you have not justified in the flavor, nor the spells, nor the channel divinities that this should be an unarmed paladin, which means that you need to remove this feature or you need to earn putting this feature here. Let's see what we get for our aura. You and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you are resistant to necrotic damage. Additionally, when you or an ally deal radiant damage to a creature, within the aura, any of the damage dice rolled as a 1, you can reroll the 1. Why? What is this? This thing is so convoluted. Okay, who made this? I need to say Tuna Melt Man. Tuna, are you here? This feels fucking convoluted, my guy. And I don't mean convoluted like hard to understand mechanically. I mean convoluted like these features feel fucking random. Outside of the radiant fire, this feels fucking random. Why are we getting resistance to necrotic damage? Why are we uplifting other creatures doing radiant damage? What does that have to do with anything that... I don't know. The light channeled from your hands grow even stronger when you use your divine smite feature. Unarmed attacks, you deal an additional radiant damage per spell level. This is just numbers go up in a way that I think is kind of boring. Although it does help with you punching, because it's the first time we mentioned unarmed attacks in the whole fucking subclass. Luminous Exemplar. At 20th level, you become a Luminous Exemplar. You get a thing. What is it? As an action, you become crazy for a minute. Let's see. So bonus action, you can disappear in a flash of blinding light and reappear in a space if you're choosing within 15 feet. Creatures within 10 feet of you disappeared. Where you disappeared and reappeared after you could be blinded. If we're getting a blinding channel divinity, don't give us one here. We already get one. We don't need another one. You can now use your light bringer unarmed attacks at range. Why? That feels like... Why are we getting that? Why are we now becoming a Sun Soul Monk? I'm going to be honest, man. This whole subclass has me saying why the whole time. I feel like you did yourself a pretty big disservice with how kind of simple and vague the flavor text is. And by saying that this is a punchy paladin. Because literally nothing here makes this a punchy paladin. And it sort of seems like you're trying to make it like a fire radiance paladin. But not even that much. Like just in weird little ways. So it's just confusing, man. This is just confusing. This is just confusing subclass. I feel like there's room for the Hope of Firelight. I think there's room for that too. But it's like you got to basically rebuild this with a clearer idea of what the goal is, I think. But good night, freak. Be good to yourself. Because none of these features individually feel like crazy or hectic, although this one is just kind of boring. But but they don't feel like they mush together, and they don't feel like it's just like it's just confusing. Yeah, it's just confusing. It doesn't feel like it works right now. It's not mechanically confusing. It is style confusing. So I think the main feedback here is going to be focus your direction and make sure that everything here is working towards that direction. And it might be the thing where you are trying to fit too many ideas into one thing. For example, the punching. The punching is making this a worse subclass because you're trying to squeeze something in that isn't inherently tied to the idea, and it's bloating the idea. So if you want to make a punching dude, make a punching dude. If you want to make a firelight hope guy, make a firelight hope guy. Those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts. Punching fire could work, but you got to tie them together better. Yeah, a lot better. And I don't know why I would even work. Like, that's a lot of work to make on a paladin. Paladins are very specific in their design. So you could give it, like I said, genuinely, the way I would make a paladin would be I would just give it the unarmed fighting style. Convolution is a mathematical way of combining two signals. So convoluted in literary terms means complicated in a way that is detrimental from the goal. Yeah, so I think you got to focus it a little bit. If the main goal is to be like kind of a literal light, then I would take a look at the light cleric, that's basically what they do. And then you really want to make sure, don't copy them, but just for inspiration of the types of things they get. Because the light cleric is literally light. But beyond that, I think you got to think about the way you express that in terms of flavor and mechanics in a way that is going to be distinct from the vaguer versions of light that we see in a lot of other paladin subclasses. Because it doesn't matter what your goal is, and it doesn't matter if you and I both know that your literal firelight is different than the way of ancient sort of metaphysical light. But somebody reading it is not going to do that. They're just going to see them as similar. I didn't want to just make Oath of Do punch. It was meant to coordinate the punching into a way that didn't just do punching. Yeah, but do you see how it doesn't? That's what I'm getting at. Like, the only way that this is coordinated with punching is an isolated feature that allows you to attack with strength or charisma stuff. It's not tied with it at all. So I think you need to integrate it a little bit more. I think the idea of doing a fire light in the dark paladin can work really well. I think you just gotta focus it a little bit more. And I don't know if the move, like, I feel like things like enhancing radiant damage and decreasing necrotic damage, I don't think that's the move, man. I don't think that helps do that as much as you think it might. I think you might just need to think about it a little bit differently, a little bit more open-ended at first to build in, and I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the move is. It's an interesting idea. I do like the idea of like a fire paladin. That's something we've seen a couple times before. But yeah, you don't want it to just be like the paladiniest paladin. You want it to feel distinct. Focus on getting the mechanics of Punch Paladin first, then add vibe and flavor to the meal. I think they're more interested in the Light Paladin than the Punch Paladin, but that could be a way to go about it also. All right, Kadoosh. Let's give Tuna Melt a big old round of applause. Thank you, Tuna Melt. I wish you luck. And you're a Fire Punch Paladin. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Alrighty. Where is my sheet? There it is. Okay, nobody knew. Kadoosh. Good night, artist. Be good to yourself. My day's going pretty good. A bucket, 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 Fluff Copter. Fluff Copter says, was shocked to find this super obvious monster was missing from the monster manual. So I decided to fill the gap. Wanted to keep it simple and applicable while still having a couple small twists on existing features. Let's take a look. Oh, Rex coming in with the 20. Rex says, I have a bad habit of becoming nervous about or angry at the things I create and tend to destroy them. However, seeing so many other creatives grow in the stream, I felt like I could too. You can. Also, Rex, one of the best things to do. You're not sure you get all of the critique? What was unclear? If I'm happy to clarify.
Thanks for the feedback.
You're welcome.
I have a bad habit of becoming very nervous about or angry at the things I create and tend to destroy them.
Reasonable.
However, seeing so many other creatives grow in the stream, I felt like I could too.
What was unclear, Tuna Melt? Do you want me to nutshell? Would nutshell help? Okay, nutshell. All of these say the exact same thing in different metaphors. This flavor text does not sell a specific fiction. It feels like it could be applied to literally any paladin. This spell list has some spells that evoke ideas that you're working for, but I don't think it is... I think the flavor text and the tenets right now are sort of convoluted enough or unclear enough that this feels like it's not clear, but maybe this will be feeling more applicably clear once this is more clear. I don't think both of these should require you to have access to other resources in order for you to activate them. I don't think it should have this feature at all. I think the idea of resisting necrotic damage and amping radiant damage can be situationally good, but I think it does less of a good job of selling the fiction of a fire-related or a light-in-the-darkness-related paladin than you might think. I think this feature is just you punch harder, and that's fine, but I think it's not particularly exciting or evocative. I think you should not... We don't need another form of a way to blind someone. We get blinding in a channel divinity, and I think that disappearing and reappearing is kind of fun. Overall, I think that this feels like a interesting start. That's my feedback. Was it more clear that time? I hope it was a little bit more clear. All right, let's see. Who was the new person? It was Fluff. Fluff, what did you send us? Oh, I'm sure some of the spells were on the Light Cleric spell list. Because their spell list is just a bunch of fire spells. Shit. Oh, Fluff is sent us a monster. That's right. The Giant Leech. Ooh. Icky. Icky, icky. I hope the nutshell was helpful. You had initial prejudice against the stream. You're way more informed and articulate than I first thought. I'm enjoying the stream. That's good. Listen, if you watch me long enough, you will see me also. I am at the very least as dumb as I am smart, okay? So if you watch me stream long enough, you will acknowledge that I put a lot of care and thought into what I say, but I also yell and am wrong sometimes too, okay? So, I'm glad that you decided that I was interesting and worth listening to. Giant Leech. It's a CR 1/2 monster. Did you do all your math right? So, whenever you make monsters, the math for their stats works the same as the math for characters. So, a CR 1/2 monster would have a proficiency bonus of +2 because they're basically a level 1 character. I think it goes up to +3 when you get to CR 5. So, for example, this thing's attack roll should be exactly +4 because it is 2 plus strength and then 2 more plus proficiency. This thing should have a +5 here because it has 5 hit die, +1 to con. If your modifier for con is +1 and you have 5 hit die, it means you add +5. So all numbers are been done correctly, which is nice. I do love that. Also, for anybody that doesn't know this, it always blows people's mind when I share this, but it is, I think, silly and interesting. Do you know how you determine a monster's hit die? What this number is here? It's their size. So small monsters use a D4. No, small monsters use a D6. Tiny monsters use a D4. Small monsters use a D6. Medium monsters use a D8. Large monsters use D10s, etc. All the way up to D20. You're using Tetracube? Yeah, Tetracube is fucking glorious for that. Tetracube is the best for that. So if you guys don't know what Tetracube is, it's a really honestly, it's a great website for all sorts of homebrew related things, but it's a monster building thing. But here's what I like about it the most. Not only does it do all the math for you, it does a lot of work for you. So like, let's say I'm playing a game and I want to do like a corrupted demon dragon, where there's like maybe a blue dragon that made a deal with Jaweeblix, and now it has like demon slime lightning powers. I can literally just go adult blue dragon. I have the whole stat block here. Make it 2 columns to be reasonable. And then I can edit it. I can add things to it. I can tweak it, and it is doing. I don't have to build a whole new monster. So this is a very, very, very useful thing. It's especially good for home games. I use it. I don't like using the pre-built stat blocks for things that I'm making for my own homebrew that I plan on like putting into the universe. But if it's for a home game, oh my god, it's so easy. And then sometimes it changes so much that it doesn't even look like the original monster anymore. Like you might, like if you're like, oh man, I really want to bake like a really big monster, but I don't really know what to do about them. I just want to know I want them to be dumb, strong, and have a lot of hit points. It's like, all right, cool. We're going to start with a hill giant. It's not going to be a hill giant at all by the end. I'm going to give it completely different actions, probably a bunch of different mental stats and stuff. But I know that it's going to be a beefy CR5 monster. And it's going to be beefy in con and strength and have that numbers figured out in all ways that just work, which is nice. All right, let's take a look at this giant leech. Blood sense. The leech can detect fresh blood within 120 feet of it. The range is increased to 300 feet if the blood is exposed. So I would argue that when I hear the phrase fresh blood, I'm assuming the blood is exposed. I would never describe a creature with blood in them as a collection of fresh blood. Ever. So, what you would say is creatures with blood. Or the blood inside creatures. Or something like that. Well, maybe you would, Desmond, but you're an odd duck. You're an odd duck, and you know it. When you hear the phrase fresh blood, that's exposed. It creates the same image in the mind as exposed blood. So I think I might change the language to creatures with blood or something like that. It could even lean that hard. Like, you know, it can detect creatures with blood within 120 feet of it. The range is extending to 300 feet if they are below their maximum hit points. Because they're bleeding. Producing fresh blood. It has a flexibility feature. Can squeeze. Yep. Have you guys ever seen leeches in real life? It's a fucking nightmare how flexible they are. So I used to run like a canoeing, kayaking, outdoors thing as part of like a summer camp thing. Me and a couple guys ran these like multi-day kayaking trips where we would go like deep into the woods in like not British Columbia, in Ontario, I think. And do like 3 or 4 day canoe trips with folks where it's like the only way that we where basically like we had to bring a satellite phone because if there was an emergency, we needed to call a helicopter because we were like, there weren't roads or things. But a lot of the places that we would stay at, we would do like, you'd have to like portage your canoe, which is basically when you pick it up and like carry it over land and stuff. So you're doing a lot of like lifting stuff and moving stuff in and out of water. But I never got leeches on me because I'm just a boss like that. But we would get leeches. You'd find them stuck to the boat sometimes. Oh, they were the fucking they're so amorphous. Like they're so much more amorphous than you would think they are. Tim said helicopter minus 20K, dude. So when I started that job, it was me and 3 other guys, or 2 other guys. Another guy joined us partway through the summer, but it was me and 2 guys for a while. I was the camp director gave the other guys were foreigners, but they were much better survivalist outdoors people than I was. I was the best canoe kayak guy, but they were the ones that were like, if it is raining, we can make a fire. Like it can be like it was good combo of team skills, but they were also nuts. Like they were very competent, but very irresponsible in some aspects. And the camp director gave me the satellite phone and basically said, unless you are not able to use your hands and your mouth, like if you're broken, unless you're like completely broken, you are the only person that uses the satellite phone. And the reason why they said that was because if we had to call a helicopter in, it would cost the camp like $10,000. Like it was such a big deal if we needed to call in emergency help that it was like they didn't want those guys to like prank or like joke around or shit. But I loved those guys. They were great. I have to find it. There's a picture somewhere online of me with one of them sitting on my shoulders and they're holding a canoe over their head. And I'm standing up being really strong. Back when I used to be really strong. It's good times. Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know if it was actually $10,000, but it was more than $1,000. It was a number that at the time I was like, that's too much money. There were only a couple of them. No, mosquitoes got us the worst. Okay, wait. I'm going to finish reading this leech, but I'll tell you another story really quickly. The mosquitoes were so bad where we were that there were often places that we would be where it was more energy efficient to wipe the mosquitoes off your arms like they were sleeves than it was to slap them. That is how many mosquitoes there were. There were enough mosquitoes that it would be 80s, like high 80s, low 90s, and humid, and I would be wearing long pants and a flannel because I would rather deal with sweating than mosquitoes. Yeah. It got really ew at certain points, but we also got... So remember I said those guys were crazy? So here's an example. Listen... We all are susceptible to peer pressure from every now and then, okay? Nobody's perfect. And I was susceptible to peer pressure with those guys on a number of occasions. And one of the situations that I was susceptible to peer pressure with them on over a long period of time, like 2 months, was that... This is so gross, but I don't care. I'll share it. So we were like the outdoors guys. So not only did we have to take every different age group of kids on these like big canoe kayak trips, we would have to scout them first and like plan them. So we would go canoeing and kayaking all the time. And oftentimes we'd be like, you know, sort of using old maps to try to make sure we were on the right river and stuff. And like we didn't have GPS. This was no GPS. We're just using maps and navigation tools and stuff like that. So a lot of the time you like go down a river and you have to like turn around or you hit a waterfall or something and you're like, fuck, maybe we could get down this, but there's no way in hell like the 12-year-olds are going to, so we'll do it different. But anyway, you end up going to a lot of places. So we would see mosquitoes. There were so many mosquitoes all the time. And these guys started thinking it would be funny funny might not be the right word. They got very competitive around trying to catch mosquitoes with their hand and eating them. And the way that they would do it was I say they as if I didn't also participate. The way that we would do it was like that, like super fast. I don't know why we did that. I don't think it was healthy. I remember at the time when we would share that we would do that with other camp counselors or with kids, we would sort of phrase it like we're getting them before they get us. And we're like making them fear us. But it was fucking gross. But I did get really good at like catching mosquitoes with my hand. I'm not that good at it anymore. But after spending like 2 months doing that all day, every day, you get weirdly good at catching bugs. Anyway, that was the grosser thing. The cooler thing that would happen is you would see moose or otters. I saw a lot of otters. One time we were on a... this was not with kids. This was when we were scouting. So you're also a lot quieter when you're scouting. So you see a lot more wildlife. When you're with a group of kids, they're very loud. So you would see all the wildlife that I would see when it was just us scouting. Because all the animals just move away. But we were going down this area where it was like a river that opened up to like a little pond area almost. And then kind of kept going. And the water kind of slowed in the pond area. So we were just sort of hanging in it. And on the side of the pond, there were these huge reeds, these big rocks that had this like furry brown moss, kind of like patchy on them. It looked very similar to like the moss that you'd see patchy on trees. And we were just hanging out. And one of the guys made a joke. I wish I remember what he said. I'm sure it was very inappropriate. And I laughed very loud at the joke. And one of the rocks that was near us stood up because we were about 10 feet away from a giant moose that was just laying in the water, looking into the woods with its head down. So we just saw this giant back that was covered in mud and fur, and it just looked like a mossy rock. And when this thing stood up, I don't know how big it was because we were in canoes. But it's like the water, you could see like the top of its knees. So it was just, I think if I was standing up next to it, I might have been taller. But I've never seen it was, the closest comparison I think I could give to it is seeing an elephant at the zoo. But I don't even think that's a good comparison because I'm not nervous about elephants because they seem kind of like fun and chill. Oops, where'd your Humber go? There it is. They're kind of like fun and chill, but also there's like a separation and barrier and stuff, you know? And it was just looking at us. And so you know what we did? We very slowly, very quickly, but also sort of slowly paddled away. We just paddled away. And we were all just quiet and just like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And then we got farther enough away that it seemed like it didn't care we were there anymore. And then we just looked at it for a little while. And then eventually it walked into the woods. But yeah, it was pretty cool. When it stood up, it was fucking crazy. The water wasn't so deep that it needed to swim. It was standing up in the water. Like we were in canoes. It was standing. Part of its legs were out of the water when it stood. The water that we were in was probably like 4 feet deep at the part of the river where there was that little pond thing. It wasn't super deep. Anyway, that was my close encounter with a moose that I had one time. It wasn't that close. It was like probably 20 feet away. Maybe 10. I say 10, but it was probably closer to 20. It was close enough that it was a little... There was a moment when the rock started to stand up before we knew it was a moose that I genuinely questioned the entirety of existence because a rock was standing up. That's not how the world works. Like, it broke my brain for a second or two. Like, think about it like this. Imagine you are walking to school and a tree bends over and looks at you. Like, that's not how things work. You know? It's not even... I didn't even think it was a monster. Like, part of me was like, genuinely, Data, genuinely, I thought two things immediately. I thought three things immediately. One, I thought I was tripping for a second. Because I was like, maybe one of these guys drugged me or something. They wouldn't do that. But at the time, I wouldn't have put it past them. But the other thing that I thought, and I know this doesn't make any sense. It's not logical. But I felt like it was just a rock. I felt like the boulder was just floating. Like I felt like we found a place where gravity was just turning off a little bit. I didn't think it was an animal. I literally thought the rock was just starting to float in a way that I remember like leaning back in the boat and gripping it and being like scared that we were going to float away. Which is a crazy person thing to think. And I didn't think it for that long, but there was like a microsecond where it was like, please don't, like it was like, I need to hold onto the earth. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy. Anyway, let's look at what this. Let's look at what else this leech does. You hit a creature, you do some piercing damage, and it attaches to the target. While it's attached to the target, the starting leech returns. It does some blood loss. So, did you copy the Sturge here? That's what it looks like. Let me just see if you did. Sturge is kind of like D&D's version of a leech. They're like a bat mixed with a mosquito. They're basically nightmare monster. But they have this blood drain ability where they bite a creature and then they latch on. And then while they're latched on, they just deal damage every turn. And then eventually they fall off. And it takes an action to grab them. This is more damage. Oh, and it takes a strength check to take them off. Yeah, I think that's cool. How big is a Sturge? Is it tiny? Honestly, dude, you might be... I might make this small. Can I make a suggestion, Fluff? I think this works fine as a medium creature. Legit. Like, if you want to keep it medium, do it. I think if you made this a small creature, the DC 10 athletics check might feel a little bit more reasonable. I feel like it should be a higher check if the monster is potentially the same size as you. Like, the way this is written, this is less powerful than if you made a contested grapple check against this guy. This guy has a +2 to his strength. Like, he would do better to just make a contested grapple check. So, with that mind spell... So, I think you keep most of these mechanics the same. Maybe tweak on the numbers a slice. Account for it being smaller size here. Make it small. But then, make a medium one, or a large one, and make all this way more fucked up. That's what I think. But for the CR 1/2 with the chance to lose your action just felt mean. Well, then don't make it your action, right? Make it like a thing that you do at the end of your turn or something. But I do think there is space here for a giant leech that is more giant than this. And I think this is a good mechanics. I think this is a really straightforward, nice way of representing the leech. I think slippery and flexible is kind of the perfect way to create a creature that is not amorphous, but is kind of amorphous. I think that it needs probably a little bit more range, maybe 15 feet if you want to keep it small. And yeah, make a bigger one. And make the bigger one do a drain that, like, grapples. You know? Do I think the blood sense works in combination with a 10-foot blindness? I think if you get the language of it a little bit more creature oriented, I think it will. I think it will. But yes, I think it does. Normal leeches have anti-blood clotting secretion that can make you bleed a lot when you remove them. Maybe apply a bleed when removed. That could be nasty. If you didn't want to do that on this one, do that on the upgraded one. How do you feel about a slashing damage thingy, since if you cut a leech, it makes 2 leeches? That is not true. That is true for flatworms, which are not leeches. Flatworms are much smaller, and they do not suck your blood. They kind of just eat microorganisms and swim around. So I just wanted this to feel like a classic Monster Manual monster, since I genuinely thought it already existed. I think if your goal is to just make this feel like a Monster Manual monster, I think you have accomplished it. I think that if you make it small sized, the numbers here will be a little bit more logical feeling. And I think if you want to keep it medium, you make it hit a little harder. You make it a little faster. And you change this bite into a grapple. And then I think you're there. Or not into a grapple, but instead of the creature holding on to you, instead of the creature hanging off of you, the creature is grappled by you biting them, holding them down. Yeah, I think you accomplished the goal, Fluff. This feels like a classic D&D monster. I also think you did a very good job with the way you allocated the intelligence or the mental stats. How do I feel about a plus to stealth? I don't know if I would give them a plus to stealth. What I might do is I might give them a bonus to stealth in the water. But again, I don't know if it needs it. Like, what Fluff just said, which I'm trying to remember, is it sounds like they're not trying to add a lot. They really just want this to be like a straightforward, simple, bestial monster. And I worry that adding too many of those other elements, whether or not they are going to be good, they might pull away from Fluff's goal. But yeah, you could definitely do that. The way that I would probably do that is I would either say that so long as it's not moving while underwater, it has false appearance, or that it has advantage on stealth checks while underwater. I would do it in one of those two ways. Well, the other thing that's gross about leeches, if you've ever seen them before, is a leech out of the water, they often are kind of like a little nugget. Like they ball up almost. But when they're in the water, they stretch out really wide and thin like a piece of ribbon. Fucking horrible. I hate them. Any concerns about a druid getting this? I think for this one specifically, I mean, if you're really worried about it, you lower the movement speed to 5 feet and it's fine. Lower the movement speed to 10 feet and this thing is not an issue. The blood drain is a little strong, but not crazy strong. Slippery and flexible are both good. Blood sense is pretty dang good. Blood sense is probably going to be the closest thing to an issue you're going to have. But I don't think it should be a crazy issue. I think if you're really concerned, you make the movement speed 10 feet and you're fine. First edition Monster Manual monsters were not that big. You know, this being a medium creature and it being giant fits perfectly. Because it's giant for a leech. Leeches are normally like little itty bitty guys. But I don't think there's too many concerned about it being a druid. But again, if there are, it's an easy retcon. It's an easy thing to solve. Because at the end of the day, this thing is blind beyond a certain radius, which is not great. You can make it really fucking slow. The benefit is this. The benefit is being able to turn into an animal and detect a bunch of creatures around you, regardless of how hidden they are. It could also be a monstrosity if you're super worried about that. But I think it's probably fine. Oh, Fluff brings up a good point, too, is that, you're not going to be able to get this for a little while either, because it has a swim speed. So it's also not something you have to worry about super early. It's very situational. Is this better than an octopus? Because you turn into an octopus. An octopus, crazy good. I don't think this is better than an octopus. And by the time... Yeah, so I think you're good. I think you're good. It's a good thing to think about. The real things you want to keep an eye out for, if you're worrying about it for creatures, for beast stuff, is going to be the numbers up here and the numbers down here. Especially if it's like a beast, because most beasts don't get weird powers. Beasts are an issue to turn into if it's like, you have 1 billion hit points and 17 million armor, and you move 100 feet a second, and you have 13 attacks. Blind sight can be nasty, but again, keep in mind the situation where you have this blind sight. You are in wild shape form, which means you don't have any of your spellcasting. You cannot communicate. Okay. What are you doing with that blind sight? You know what I mean? Like, it's not that bad. It's not that. It's very. If you want to waste your whole wild shape to turn into this thing, if you want to extend the whole use of a wild shape so you can have blind sight and blood sense for an hour, I don't think that would be game breaking. I think that'd be okay. I think that would be okay. Kadoosh. I don't really have more thoughts, Fluff. I like it. Straightforward, simple little guy. Honestly, no changes really needed. Just a couple suggestions for things to build off of if you want to. Yeah, really solid little monster. Solid little guy. Kaboosh. By little, you mean giant. Yeah, I guess. True. True. By little, you mean giant. I mean many things. I mean chicken wings. Alrighty. Alright, boys. I think it's time. We're about 5.5 hours in. I think we're going to call it there. Folks, you are all champions. Every single one of you. Before we end anything tonight, can we just get a big round of applause? Not just to everybody that submitted Homebrew, but to everybody that hung out in chat and like gave advice and feedback and their thoughts. It's fun to do, but let's not pretend it's not like actually helpful, because it is. It's legitimately a good thing to do. So thank you to everybody who helped out with that. You're all amazing. I do appreciate it. And if this is your first time watching the show, don't just leave, because we do like to end things on sort of a tender tone. Oh, Fluff coming in with the resub. Let's fucking go. So everybody, I just want to say you're all lovely. You're all amazing. Thank you all for being the best. We're going to raid into my buddy Gnome Ann, I think, in a little bit. But before we do, let's say goodnight the proper way, the classic way. We're going to play everybody's favorite song that's a little sad, but also not sad. And you're going to love it. Have a good night. Be good to each other. And I shall see you guys. Later.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think